When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
So, how's your aim today? Still potato?
What do you mean? I carried the squad yesterday.
What do you mean, brother? You spent half the round looking at the damn ground.
Jokes aside though, today is gonna be different.
Hey, that's right. There are no more warm-ups. Every shot, every round counts. This is day 2 of CROSSFIRE.
Where only the sharpest survive and no potatoes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup presenting CROSSFIRE here for day 2 at the B Stream. We are getting ready for yet another great day of action. I am Valdez once again, today joined by Paladin and Scriv for the pre-show. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. This is where we send some teams into the playoffs. This is the situation where we send some teams home. This is where we get into the nitty-gritty, and that's the stuff I live for.
Yeah, man, I think we've got some really great games on the docket today, so very much excited to get into it. And we've been kind of treated here on the B Stream, I think, to getting 2 or 3 really, really hot games, actually, as the day goes on. Yeah,
it's going to be fantastic. But before we do get into that, we do want to talk about day 1 and the Qiddiya top plays we have ready for you guys. You can take a look at this right now and see all of the top plays from day 1.
It looks like... I'm just trying to figure out what I actually loved the most about yesterday, because there was a lot of significant action, I'd say. I think about Gokin and some of the clutches that he was able to produce for TL. I think about the work that Elvin was able to produce on EVOS. Like, I think that you could go towards every team at some point in the tournament and say that they had a sequence that really didn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we had a lot of that yesterday, actually, where it felt like a couple matchups were meant to be top-heavy, were meant to be super one-sided. We didn't really get that on the B Stream. There was the odd map, I think, where, you know, a team barely got to 5 rounds or something like that. But, yeah, there were some very, very exciting moments, and it seemed like maybe just an individual or 2 for some teams, but they had some great moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're taking a look at the Bravia reactions from day number 1, as we had some insane moments on the back and forth and some huge celebrations from a lot of the different players. You can see a lot of the times they're like watching their fellow, you know, teammates.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
And they're just going crazy, yelling across the screen, and just having a great time playing some CROSSFIRE.
It's so funny when, you know, Liquid, they were very intimidating with their aggression and in terms of out of the server kind of stuff. But Stallions were the ones that were like looking at the Na'Vi members on the other side of the server. And that was incredible to me that they had that gall and that swagger to them, you know?
Yeah. Some very intimidating kind of stares, I think, as well, to be fair, like after a big round. But very loud as well, these CROSSFIRE players. Loud. They were very, very into it yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're near the end here of all of the EWC, and the STC Club Championship update is coming to you right now to talk about which teams are still in the running here at the Esports World Cup Club Championship, as Team Falcons, Team Liquid, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, a bunch of the names here that we do have in the top 8 are going to be competing and trying to get as many points for the club championship.
Yeah, you look at AG have a chance to potentially leapfrog here. Liquid as well, trying to lock in a playoff spot against Q9 later on today. I think in this kind of situation, I'm looking at TL the most out of all of these teams that are in this club championship race. Of course, for AG, having a chance to leapfrog and get a higher prize pool would be fantastic.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential there, I think, and today's going to be a big day for it. A couple of teams that are really looking to solidify their spot and at least get into the points as well, and then take it step by step from there.
Yeah, step by step indeed. And speaking of which, we do have a lot of money on the line. Let's take a look at the prize pool that we do have for CROSSFIRE step by step, starting with step 1. If you do get first place, $750,000, a total prize pool of $2 million for this one game.
I mean, the distribution is, I think, the most important thing that I'd look at is that it isn't necessarily top heavy. I compare it to, you know, CFS last year and in 2024, that's like 500K for first place. And then the drop off is very significant. Here you've got 350 for second place, and I think that distribution is actually fantastic for just the overall longevity of these organizations staying in the game and making sure that we've got a healthy ecosystem moving forward.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. I think that drop-off, like you speak about, just really raises the stakes here, and every single game feels like it's going to matter getting that prize pool in, and indeed the bragging rights by the end of it, which I think, particularly towards that top end in CROSSFIRE, is a very, very big deal at the moment.
Yeah, and if you're still a little bit confused about the format here at EWC for CROSSFIRE, we do have, of course, the format explainer, starting off with 4 groups of 4 teams, GSL format, meaning that If you win twice, you make it to the playoffs. If you lose twice, you are out of the tournament. So it's double elimination, but also you have to win twice to get out of your group, and that just makes it so darn competitive.
Yeah, I love GSL personally. I've always loved this kind of format because it gives you a little bit of breathing room to start into the tournament, but you've also got the benefit of, confirming playoffs pretty quickly. You just get 2 BO3s across the board, and you're pretty much set there.
Yeah, these, of course, are the attending teams at the moment. We have said hello to a few of these here on the B stream, but everybody playing yesterday. And indeed, I think a lot of very, very big names here. Generally, things going to plan. I think maybe for me, one of the standouts yesterday would be Falcons over on that A stream, just not really delivering. So yeah, I think it's a very, very interesting time to kind of see how things are going, and we should have some of those results to talk over as well.
Yeah, this is what happened yesterday. The matches that we did have, the opening matches there. This is for Group A. Al-Qadsiya Esports making it through. Gaming Gladiators making it through to the winners match. Whoever wins that winners match will be into the playoffs. So definitely going to be a hype matchup that we will have here on the B stream. Also have King Zero Esports versus Twisted Minds on the A stream in that elimination match. So make sure you're checking into that one as well, as we can move over to Group B and see what happened there.
Yeah, let's check it out. I believe this is one of the, Q9 taking down Rock. And I think that game as a whole, it was pretty 50-50, I'd say. But Q9 showing that they are made of tougher stuff, that China region will continue to be as deep as it is. Setting up a Rock Esports, EVOS Esports elimination match, which that's what, #1 West, #1 Philippines. So having to send home the top dog from either region will be a tough situation for either party.
Yeah, absolutely brutal there, of course. Group C, though, as we talked about an awful lot, is that group of death, as it's being called, and as much is obvious. But after yesterday, maybe it doesn't look or feel that way. Falcons coming in as this Vietnamese super team and everything, expecting to make some waves. And I think 4-5 rounds they picked up in the series there against Baisha. Listen, it's top dog, but all the same, they didn't really look good enough there. So it's difficult day for Falcons in the losers side of things. This, of course, here. Group D as well. So yeah, looking forward to getting into this. Team Stallions especially. I think a few of us on the B stream are behind that squad.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch that winners match here on the B stream, where AGAL do go up against Team Stallions, and there is a obvious favorite, just especially because Team Stallions had a very close match against Na'Vi. They did squeeze through, but we're not 100% sure if they're ready to go up against a team with the caliber of AGAL. So definitely going to be looking forward to that one. Let's take a look at our Aramco power rankings once again and see what we think about them now after the day 1 results.
I don't think there's really too much changing of the guard here. I think, I've seen Q9 drop, I do say so myself. Yeah, Stallions moved up to Dark Horses. That might be a swap. I'm not exactly sure. But to me, I disagree with the A stream there. I think that Q9 showed that they're made of sterner stuff going up against Rock and having that decisive 2-0 victory. Whereas I still think there is a lot of hurdles that Stallions have to go through right now. It feels as though there were some significant nerves, especially in that first map. And yes, they turned it around. Yes, they had a dominant third map affair. But to me, that Na'Vi squad also didn't really feel like the Na'Vi that we were kind of expecting in this tournament. That all of a sudden, I just feel as though I'm not necessarily jumping for joy for Stallions yet. I think they really have to prove it to me today.
Yeah, a couple of the Filipino teams, I think Twisted Minds also the same, not really delivering in the way that we would have won. A few situations where, yeah, Stallions won, but it should have been cleaner. Twisted Minds could have won their game as well. So there's a few question marks around the way that they're playing, and I think the mental side for them seemed really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the SMB match of the day, as we do have so many great matches today. We had to choose one, but this one has to be the one. Baisha Gaming, the top dog, essentially, from China, but they're up against the champions of last year, Evolution Power Gaming. It's going to be a crazy one, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2023 CFS champs. You think about 2024 CFS champs. Both have gotten, back and forth records where it's 4-2 in favor of Baisha. And with how Baisha is so dominant, it's pretty insane how that game's going to turn out.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Guys, let's talk about our next segment. This is Doctor's Notes presented by Al Habib Medical Group. And we do want to dive deep into this specific matchup just a bit more. And you guys have some hot takes for this Baisha versus EP matchup.
Listen, I saw Evolution Power play a fantastic game. Yes, it's against Inner Circle. Yes, it's essentially the 4th place team, or at least power ranking wise, a 4th place team in the group. And to me, I just really loved what I saw from that Rifle Corps. I really enjoyed Zay. I really enjoyed the impact that XQQ had in the clutch and some of those 2VXs. And those post plants look really crisp regardless of what half they were on. So I am going to say that they upset Baisha today, and they kind of buck the trend of what's going on in 2025.
Yeah, I think we talked about this. I see where you're coming from. I do feel that yesterday Baisha against Falcons, who were supposed to come in as this team to test and, as you say, buck the trend, really test some of the Chinese teams, just didn't really happen. So I think Baisha are pretty heavily on form. So I'd maybe have to still go their way. That being said, to kind of agree with your point, I suppose, EPG have shown a lot of X factor, and a lot of energy, I think, within that team. Some of the veterans as well, just really leading from the front. So I think it certainly could happen. I'm still going to lean the way of Baisha. I have to go that logical way, but we'll check in throughout the day and obviously in that matchup. But it is going to be just probably one of the best games of the tournament, actually.
It definitely will be. It's going to be super hype, exciting. We do have to move on to the next part of this desk, which is going to be, of course, leading into day 2. So take a look at this quick video about day 2. And there you have it, leading into day 2, so much excitement as our teams for the first matchup are arriving here to join us on the stage. Of course, can't wait for this first matchup as well. Alcadzia Esports up against Gaming Gladiators. We do have a clear favorite in Alcadzia, I would say, but Gaming Gladiators taking the win yesterday. You never know what could happen.
You never know. I mean, whenever we get into these international scuffles, it's always going to be interesting. Brazil will always have that edge when you compare it over to the West. But hey, Spoxy has a good day. Flex calls a good game. It could be a completely different scenario. Who knows?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yesterday, I think a lot of us were leaning that way of Twisted Minds, that they should be able to take this first map, look like that. They, not necessarily super dominant, but they were pretty clean. And then it slowly started slipping away, and as the series went on, it got worse and worse for them, but better and better for the Gaming Gladiators. So I think that's one of the key things to remember, is that they are capable, and they scaled up yesterday. Some really good macro play. We'll see here. Yeah,
well, Alcadzia, they are just kind of insane. I mean, this roster has been together for a decent amount now, and they have dominated Brazil. And MG Action, you think about all of these individual players, the tenure that they have within the Brazilian esports and the CROSSFIRE scene is just insane. So definitely one of the big favorites here at this EWC.
Yeah, absolutely. I am really looking forward to watching a team that essentially embodies their country's spirit. It's a very aggressive style of roster where they're very passionate, very brazen, and that kind of CROSSFIRE is one that is electric to watch, the one that hooks you to your screens. And so I'm excited to watch how AKT decides to push that forward, how MG likes to push forward with his sniper, and how this Alcadzia team looks internationally, because they've got a real shot here to make a deep run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about this team and what they're going to be capable of. And we're talking about shakeups and, can Chinese CROSSFIRE deliver and keep it coming? They're going to have to answer that question, I suppose. Liquid looked scary yesterday. Maybe Alcadzia can join them. We do, of course, have the Gaming Gladiators here. Familiar with these guys on the B stream. A lot of, again, pretty solid names within the West League. We've had a couple players dip out, rejoin, and it does seem that, especially with Gaming Gladiators coming into the scene, a lot of these guys are revitalized here.
I think Spoxy as well is just a guy that is inconsistent, I will say, but when he is on his day, he can take over maps specifically for this Gaming Gladiator side. We talk about their performance on that first map of Black Widow in their first series. He was nowhere to be seen. It was basically a non-factor. Then you kind of tilt towards the second, third map in the series. That's where you start to see a little bit more impact out of him, and it's a completely revitalized Gaming Gladiator squad, one that I think that will require Spoxy to show up if they want to go toe-to-toe with MG and Alcadzia.
It's definitely a very strong roster. I think that their two main riflers in Langclaw and Dezane, and then you've got Flex, who actually flexes, to the sniper, and he's a rifler. I think they do have a lot of flexibility within their entire roster, and they have guys who can pop off, but again, I feel like they still have to be tested by one of the best that we have in the entire scene, and that's really what's going to take place here. It's one best of 3 to decide whether or not you make it into the playoffs right now, or if you have to play essentially another elimination match. So let's talk about our map veto. We do have Ankara Port selected, as we will move on to Compound for the decider.
Interesting that Gaming Gladiators want to go into Port. I mean, we'll talk about the previous series, and I think the elephant in the room here is, do we have the Alcadzia that we kind of tout, or is it the one that we see that started off in this tournament getting bodied on their own map pick of Port 10-2 against King Zero not too long ago, which was expected to be a pretty easy time for the Brazilian squad, and so I question how they'll look in Port in this second affair against Gaming Gladiators. Have they buttoned up there? Have they found a little bit of an option? Or does Gaming Gladiators have a real shot here at taking a map off?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of conversation, isn't there, around a couple of these maps. Each region seems to have a home favorite, and coming into EWC, big tournament like this, prize pools moved up, there's a lot on the line. I think that teams have been prepping and learning what it is about Brazilian CROSSFIRE that's so effective on Port. We also saw it yesterday, didn't we, with Stallions taking the Port in the end. So I think there's been a lot of learning going on recently, and that might be one of the key things here, that the Brazilian squads have perhaps not changed their game up enough to remain fresh on that map in particular.
Yeah, Port definitely a fun one. I think Compound as well, if we do get there, would be super interesting. Would require Gaming Gladiators to take a map off of Alcadzia early here, and I can't wait to see if it happens on the choice of Ankara, as it looks like we are just about ready to hop onto the map, so I'll hand it over to you guys for the cast.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Valdez. We are ready to get into this one. I think going to be an awful lot of fun here, as Gaming Gladiators, still some question marks around them as to what they're going to be able to deliver. A great show of resilience yesterday, but it starts off aggressively here. There is no messing around from the Brazilians, and they will flatten them outside of A, dropping that C4, leaving it just down to Lionclaw here, and not much that he can do. Already loud in that first round, Paladin.
You think about the blacklist and then the concept of being able to set the tempo, but with Alcadzia, they will do it on either half of every map of CROSSFIRE that you get to watch. Now doing it on the global risk side as well, setting the tone as quickly as possible and making Gaming Gladiators feel the gravitas of this game and who they're playing up against. They need to realize that we're going up against top dogs here. It's not, the third seed in Vietnam. It's like the first seed in Brazil.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a challenge, I think. And they'll be aware of that. Listen, one of the key things as well for Gaming Gladiators, they played well as a team. I just don't know that the individuals super impressive. They had a few people that they could lean on for sure, but can they match at the same sort of level against the world's best? I am not so sure. Slow start into this one. The early opener does come round for that global risk side of things. But since then, it has moved a bit slow. They could get caught off at B here. Another find coming out, though, as MG gets in there, making his presence known in these early rounds. And for just a moment, there was a bit of control for Gaming Gladiators, but it seems that it has pilted out.
Yeah, you've already seen the impact of the double snipers. MG doing a lot of great work. I believe it was Feifei on that secondary, captain himself. And now with the slowdown, GG don't necessarily know where they want to end up. They're leaning back over to that A-bomb site. But this is where you've got to go into VNC and Silva. VNC showcasing a little bit of that aggression previously. But it's that complete shift here from the global risk side of Alcadzia of just pulling back after complete aggression. And they're not missing a beat regardless. Under the staircases, VNC finds a double. MG chimes in with another. And again, it's just brilliant work, even in the passive setups here for Alcadzia.
Yeah, it's very, very early doors, but you already feel from the rounds there's very little competition. There's really, really strong tactical mind from Alcadzia as well, to be fair. And I think one of the key things for me that I'm noticing that split these teams is some of the better teams have very, very, very good discipline. And that's what makes it difficult to get back into a round. And Alcadzia showing some of that, as you mentioned, just picking up the early kills, but then dropping back, not overfacing, not giving a chance back into the round.
Stability is the name of the game here in CROSSFIRE. Alcadzia has that one in spades. Sitting outside A, go GG, and not really finding anything they'd like to really abuse here. Flex has spotted out AKT. Not really given much in this circumstance, which means that with this complete slowdown, Gaming Gladiators really don't have any answers just yet. They can't really poke and prod with the same sort of success that they'd hope for.
Just taking things slowly here as they'll look to try and execute round as much as they can once the smokes dissipate.
Interestingly enough, you've got that A stack here, 3 players available. Flash being tossed in, so this CROSSFIRE should be mighty, mighty fine for the Global Risk side. Feifei will find a quick double, VNC to chime in as well, going aggressive here. Flex has just way too many targets on his screen, frankly, and it's just up to Spoxy on that sniper rifle. Finds a quick one to bring this down to a 1-on-3, but Silva has rotated him. The flank is through. And Alcadzia, again, now in the mid to late round, just look a step above.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it felt pretty good in terms of the utility. The flashes were clean onto the angles they were designed for, but there was just that one player at the back of the site, again, able to play in terms of the bait and switch. So good contingency plans on the Global Risk side from Alcadzia. A looks to be a complete lockout. Gaming Gladiator is still stuck for ideas and still struggling to find their first round. One of the things I noticed from them as well yesterday, not as much pace change. They'll keep trying on the same sorts of ideas, the same sorts of executes. And we don't know whether that's going to work. But as I mentioned it, pace change does come in. Feifei with a change up in position. Solid for 2. Nearly 2 from VNC, but not quite. It's the nade, however, the first one to land in. And it's just so clean, isn't it? And there you go, giving a little bit as the Brazilians do.
I really do like that round there from Gaming Gladiators in terms of the call. You try to see if you've conditioned them enough to say, okay, we've dealt with the A hit, we'll have potentially just 2 players here. And they do find the 2 players there. The third rotation is still so swift. And as I've kind of mentioned, Feifei is doing so much work in terms of the double sniper setup, but now also doing it with the rifles in terms of the double kill as well. This time around, though, MG goes a little too aggressive, and I guess that's that double-edged sword that you're hoping that Gaming Gladiators can punish again and again, considering they're that much more passive roster. But what do they do with this is the real question.
Yeah, it's something that I think when it happens, they need to catch it. They need to punish it. And these are going to be the types of rounds, the types of gifts that you now have to convert. Alcadzia going to be fully tested here. Lion Claw just creeping. Little dangerous, as maybe on the edge of that smoke you feel like he should have been seen. But no, Silva does not see him. So still retaining the advantage, but a deep position here from Silva on his TRG. Oh, looks pretty worrisome. He unfortunately gets timed on, and that feels like a very, very big kill now. The split towards B will start moving forwards. AKT trying to find a nice off angle, but feels uncomfortable, right? It's difficult to predict. He doesn't get the timing on them coming up the ramp, so not looking too good. There's some nade damage. A crazy frag is found by AKT. Feifei is here, who continues being such an effective anchor, and look at all this damage through the box that he's able to pull off, but the kills, he's got to convert those, and unfortunately one is not going to be enough. VNC, it's not out of the question, and they've lost track of him, so very curious now to see what he's able to get.
Oh, the read is there from Spoxy, but not able to convert the kill. Just a nice little wide swing there from VNC now in the one-on-one. Dezane wants to get that C4 down, but also wants to find VNC before he resets, but VNC still so stoic on this angle, still wants a duel, and he'll win it out. 1-on-2 there for VNC. Now the clutch is going in the favor of the Brazilians, and that's a collapse there from GG. You've got the split coming in through. You've pushed the side anchors back onto the site proper. They don't have any util left on them. That should be the converted round 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, AKT, it looked like, you know, he'd missed the timing. He was super uncomfortable.
I mean, that tap saves him though, right?
Yeah.
That one tap just completely changes the dimension of the round. It feels like that one tap just slows down the entire pace of the round. They get stuck on that ramp trying to get out, and they never really do.
Yep. First game of the day, tapping into the deeper level that we're expecting from Alcadzia. And a difficult loss, because there is a point within that round where it feels for Gaming Gladiators that they should be able to convert. They should be able to take this. So having that robbed away when you're struggling for rounds and competition is not good. And as I talked about at the start of the round, with that aggression coming in, they capitalize on the kill, and now you have to be able to convert. If you can't convert those situations where you get the free opener, it is a pretty worrying sign, in all honesty. So, yeah, panic starting to set in, perhaps.
Good call of the timeout, I will say. It gives you a chance here to see if you can quell the momentum here for Alcadzia, but I think that the worst part for GG is just the fact that every round being won here for that Brazilian squad has been different. You got the ultra-aggressive start to this game, the ultra-passive setups on the flip side into the actual bomb sites themselves, and now you're getting the clutches going in your way, the mid to late rounds look tight. It's a question of what does Flex do to try and buck the trend here? How does he find a new dimension to potentially catch Alcadzia off guard? Because right now, this one-dimensional style simply just won't cut it.
Yeah, we had like a slightly faster burst come in from them towards A, but yeah, they're very default heavy. I don't really think that that's going to do too much to worry Alcadzia. Their rotational game for me as well has been perhaps some of the best that we've seen so far. It is still early, but their global risk, just kind of the confidence and belief that they have in themselves to move off of a bomb site. But is that because Gaming Gladiators are transparent, are predictable? Remains to be seen.
You know, one of the takeaways that I've noticed is that when Alcadzia go up against a more passive and default-oriented roster, they struggle. But none of those issues have really perked up here in this best of 3 so far. There's been rarely too much over-aggression here from the AQ side. And when they do go aggressive, they do find punishments. But this time around, there's a double swing here from Lineclaw and RFF. So this changes the dimension of Gaming Gladiators moving into this next round. AKT now getting punished, potentially still gets away with one. Now Rafa really wants to get involved, and he can't find one either. Those are those trade situations that you gotta get instantly. MG chimes in as well. And now in this 2-on-4, things go from bad to worse, and AKT doesn't want to stop there. He's going to find one. Sorry, that's Feifei, mind you, but AKT will still end with 3 kills.
Yeah, ultimately looking good. I mean, it does, again, come down. Gaming Gladiators, they've got these sort of coordinated moves. We saw it on their global risk side yesterday, where they were pulling off the coordinated aggression. They might get the first kill, but they don't know what to do from there. So they struggle with the next step. Opener's not looking too bad. It's another round where they get the opener. But yeah, this has to be traded, or it has to be forgotten about. You know, you have to settle and just take the 4-on-4 and be like, right, I don't want to give my life away either. But just maybe not as much foresight from them as we would like. So it continues flawlessly here for Alcadzia. Perfect start, looking to lock themselves into the playoffs, have themselves a quick day at the office. So far, so good.
Yeah, they'd love to get that extra day break, right? You think about the next day being only deciders. And look, rest will go a long way. It's a long journey from Brazil to Riyadh. And so I'm sure you'd want to get your sleep in. But of course, still a long road to get there. 6-0 here, looking for those extra 4 rounds. A flick over from Silva doesn't connect there, but he'll fall all the way back, have a chance to reset and get that highlight that he's looking for. And for Gaming Gladiators, yes, they have the map control, but this complete slowdown and this indecision is what really worries me.
Flex has gained some space. So let me keep an eye on him. He has options maybe not the best options in the world, but still they're able to join up with him and perhaps give the A site a look, and it would indeed be the correct choice. You can see very weakly defended. He's lining up this flash as well. Rotation comes back around from Fefe, who has been an incredible anchor player so far. And here he comes again. He will go down quickly, as does VNC. So falling apart on the A site where it looked like the setup was not all that bad. They have to hold on to this round, let me tell you that much for free. Still not cut and dry, however. There's a lot of damage done to a lot of these members, but it does feel, you know, long flanks and whatnot. Alcadzia not really giving themselves the best chance in the world. A lot of it going to come down to Spoxy and how he holds. Not looking good, will fall. They don't have a lot of time remaining here to get towards this bomb. So they've got to pick up the pace quickly, but it's all working. It's all working. Every shot taken is landing, and Alcadzia 5-on-3 will retake the A-bomb site.
Yeah, and they just have it. I mean, just perfectly timed in terms of how they wanted to retake that one. The flanks coming to fruition. A chance there for Gaming Gladiators. And, you know, I got to say, Spoxy had a couple of chances himself. A couple of shots on the flanking player and couldn't connect with one of them. And as soon as that happens, the punishment is instantly there from the Brazilians. And they take every bit of space. And, I mean, RFF having the shot and the kills, the entries to enter into that A bomb site. It's unfortunate that double kill entry has to go to waste.
Spoxy, just with a pot shot there through the smoke, nearly landing. I think putting the fear into Silver a little bit of his spot. But yeah, look, man, you lose a round like that, you're already down by 6. Now you're down by 7. You've not picked up a single round. It's like, how do you recover? You know, it's a really, really difficult situation, both physically because you're 7 rounds down, but also mentally, of course. Crazy stuff. And we kind of, it was in the air, you know what I mean? Like, you can kind of see it unfolding, and yeah, a bit of a car crash situation for Gaming Gladiators, but they'll keep at it. I think also now we're seeing Alcadzia, they realize they don't need to take too many chances.
Not at all. And their reads have been absolutely fantastic. Their retakes have been flawless. And now for the Gaming Gladiators, who do you look towards? You've got a, I assumed a double sniper setup, but Flex has moved back over to the rifle here. This Blacklist side has been spotted. AKT has had such a fantastic map of CROSSFIRE so far. 15 kills on the dot. And now it's up to his counterpart in MG. Finding one very quickly, having a chance to get involved. Silva's here on the rotation, and the no-scope lands. Switches back over to the pistol, and Dezane can't find anything on the site proper. It's all up to the captain. Finds one, leaves it into this 1-on-3, but he's getting boxed in from every angle. He'll have to fight tooth and nail, and Flex has found 3. Just has to find VNC in the back of the bomb site. Just 1 HP and can't convert. Unfortunate that it comes that close for Gaming Gladiators, but Alcadzia hold on to this clean sheet.
Again, it just feels like we see Gaming Gladiators, they have an initial idea, they have an initial plan, that's worked out, let's get in there, get that bot, but then after, they just, the hand-holding's gone, and they can't really think for themselves as individuals. So it gets very, very tough to move fluidly, and I think that CROSSFIRE, you need an awful lot of that. It's very fast, as we've seen there with the clutch that nearly happens. Kills can just come in from anywhere, so yes, the macro looks good, but they just cannot win out 1v1s, cannot win out the heads-up fights. And it's costing them a few moments, a few post plants that they potentially could convert.
Yeah, this could be a very different scoreline, right? This could be 6-2, this could be 6-3 potentially at the end of the half, but instead, it's Gaming Gladiators fighting for glory here, trying to dislodge AKT, who has had just every bit of highlight action for himself. Another multi-kill for him, and again, another clutch for Spoxy to try to attempt that as this half comes to an end, but still just boxed in from every single angle, every which way, and now they've notched in that 9-0 start, a chance to complete a perfect game of CROSSFIRE.
We're going to see about that port then, I suppose. Has it improved since yesterday, really, is going to be the big question here. But if this is how they come bursting through the front door, God knows what it's going to look like into that second map. Gaming Gladiators I hope they've got an idea themselves and they've not just gone, oh yeah, they lost it pretty heavy yesterday, should be fine. So it's a risky game plan if that is the case. All the same, will it be our first flawless map here at EWC for Alcadzia? That is, of course, the big question. Gaming Gladiators once again on this A-sided default. No one getting aggressive, though. Alcadzia, see how they are able to pick things up here. As we did see some coordinated aggression yesterday. It was pretty effective. Nothing coming from the B push, though, as Gaming Gladiators lose their first player.
I think that's through the smoke as well. Just spam from action. Dislodging Dizane before he can really even get involved on this global risk side. And now the hit is coming in. The double swing is through. Lion Claw can only find one. Too many targets on his screen. Now VNC trying to accelerate back into this B bomb site. It's only Spoxy really remaining around the area. Flex considering the rotation as well, caught between a rock and a hard place, deciding whether or not it's right to commit to that B bomb site. And unfortunately, that's the wrong decision. The sway back from Alcadzia, back over to A, leaving just RFF just alone in that back of the site.
Charging towards A, yeah, this is going to be a scary look now, as the numbers obviously look good. MG holding the flank, takes one. I was going to say, yeah, I think he'd spotted the other, a little unsure of Spoxy's approach. He's also going to go down, only able to pick up one, so it's Riffin here on the A-bomb site. Surely they kind of have to know about him as well, because they've killed the B players that were pushing through. Not taking any chances. I mean, full respect here. Alcadzia could, with their scoreline and the state of the round, just charge in towards that A-bomb site. But this is an awful lot of discipline that I think we don't see from a lot of teams in CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, I crave this level of discipline from the CROSSFIRE teams that I like to enjoy watching. But Raffin still wants to punish said discipline in this 1-on-3. Has found one. He's taken MG down low with that missed shot. And with 8 seconds left, it's got to be the digits punched. It's got to be a clutch on the 1-on-2 here. And he's taken out MG very quickly. Leaves it all up to the 1-on-1 against Silva. Silva pushed to the back of the bomb site. Low HP now for Raffin, and he can't find it. Silva will complete the 10-0 sweep here on Ankara, and it's domination from front to back here for Alcadzia.
Yeah, you can maybe see in that final round why they don't go super disciplined. Sometimes it's just against the character of the game and the players. But yeah, really, really solid stuff. Alcadzia, just fantastic, and showing an awful lot of different facets of the game, different parameters that were effective, mechanically looking good, macro looking good. And of course, as we mentioned there towards the end, just seemingly they are very calm, they are very collected and able to work together super, super effectively. Winning out in the clutches as well, another area that was effective. So yeah, I think a fantastic game all around. It doesn't get much better than that. It wasn't like it was a complete blowout, 4 or 5 players surviving every single round. There were a couple in there that Gaming Gladiators were capable of winning, and Alcadzia turned it around multiple times.
Yeah, this just showcases the top-to-bottom performances in every facet of CROSSFIRE that you could ask for, right? You talk about the early aggression to start the tempo in terms of that global risk side in the start of Ankara. Then as the game continues to progress, they slow it down a little bit. They've got some solid rotations. There were a couple of reads on that A-bomb site, having 3 players in terms of that CROSSFIRE. And then you think about just the clutches that they were able to get over the line. You think about the mid to late round retakes that they were able to get. I mean, that's just quintessential global risk that they were able to produce there, and fantastic work from Alcadzia.
Alcadzia Esports, this is why they are the big favorites from Brazil. Pretty insane stuff from them in the 10-0 tonight. I mean, that was not very close, guys. I know you've talked about this quite a lot. It gets a little bit repetitive where you're like, oh, they're really good, and then they win the 8th round, and then you're like, oh, they're really good, and then the 9th round. And yeah, it just felt like Gaming Gladiators, they didn't really wake up at all, and they're also going up against a really strong team, so just ended up being this one-sided blowout, and I think that kind of the same thing happened to Alcadzia yesterday, where they showed up not at all in the first map against King Zero. They got 10-2 essentially blown out. It's not a 10-0, but it's close enough. And then they eventually woke up and they're like, okay, we're on our game. So seems like they're definitely on their game today. I just worry for the side of Gaming Gladiators because that was not close, and I think Port might get even worse.
Yeah, I think the whole series for Gaming Gladiators relies upon port, right? Ankara was going to be a lost affair any way you really slice it. But it was the question of how competitive can they keep Ankara? You know, do you have the individuals of the Gaming Gladiators? Are they awake and ready to go? Are they winning these like man advantage scenarios? I mean, you think about that 5v3 that they were able to have on that A bomb site. That needs to be a confirmed round 99% of the time, and that's how you get the ball rolling. That's how you show, okay, the fundamentals are flowing, the communication is there, and there's something to kind of hang your hat on moving into port and say, yeah, you've got this guy that can step up in this situation, you've got this call that worked out. Those are things that you want to build off in terms of a foundation. I didn't necessarily see that foundation in play here today.
Yeah, I think we are somewhat disappointed that Gaming Gladiators couldn't make it more competitive. They will also know that they should have done, is kind of the key thing. So there's a good number of rounds in there that just didn't deliver, and they will be kind of kicking themselves. And the thing is, it started a bit competitive, then they lose these situations, then they get even worse, that 5v3. And then from there was just like nothing. You know, there was like overfaces, the team play out the window, and it just got worse and worse as it went on.
That it definitely did. Well, guys, we do have a nice little video here describing the road to EWC for Alcatia Esports. Take a look.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandstorm and I'm here with AKT and MG from Team Al-Qadsiya. Have a little chat about their journey making it to the Esports World Cup. Gentlemen, welcome. First time in Riyadh. First of all, talk to me about that. How has it been?
A estrutura é muito boa, muito grande, supera todas as expectativas.
Talk to me a little bit about your journey. Qualifying to the Esports World Cup under a new organization, Al-Qadsiya. How's that been for you guys?
Então, nosso time já é o mesmo do ano passado, é a mesma formação, então a gente apenas manteve o trabalho duro e continuamos trabalhando até chegar aqui.
Now, speaking of that hard work, you guys managed to secure second place in the most recent World Championship, or 2024 rather. Talk to me about coming into this new season. Are you guys hungry for that first place spot? Is that the first target and the only target on your mind, or what's the goal for this tournament?
A expectativa é ser campeão. É isso. Estamos confiantes para esse campeonato para ser campeão.
I like that attitude, and I love the confidence, boys. Now, talk to me about any kind of like challenges or issues that you face. And
acho que é ter a disciplina, né? Acho que o mais difícil de tudo é a disciplina, é todos os dias querer treinar, ter a vontade de treinar, que tu não vai ter a vontade todo dia, mas disciplina é isso.
When it comes to like Vasco Esports, what has stayed the same and what has changed since moving from Vasco to Al-Qadsiya?
Eu acredito que não, acho que não mudou nada, acho que a gente é o mesmo time do ano passado, acho que muito mais maduro e a energia é a mesma.
What was the team's reaction? What was your reaction after you qualified to the Esports World Cup and knew that you're going to be coming here to Riyadh?
Com certeza, desde que foi anunciado que a EWC entraria no CROSSFIRE, não foi o nosso principal foco. Não que não tenha foco nos outros campeonatos, mas com certeza era um objetivo 100% da equipe estar aqui na EWC. A gente pensou todos os dias nele quando foi anunciado e graças a Deus a gente está aqui.
And that's the mentality that I'd love to see in teams. And speaking of mentality, how do you guys mentally and strategically prepare to play against some of the strongest teams and the international teams coming into this competition?
Nossa preparação foi focando bem no nosso jogo, porque a gente sabe que a gente é um time forte. Nós somos um time forte, então a gente jogando nosso jogo, a gente está entre os tops. Então, por mais que tenha bastante time forte, a gente sabe que nós também somos, então nós vai fazer o nosso jogo e focar no nosso jogo. Sim, a gente não pensa muito nisso, a gente pensa mais no nosso jogo, em corrigir nossos erros e aprimorar nossas técnicas e é isso.
Now, speaking of those opponents, your competitors, is there anything that you'd like to say to them before you get into the competition?
No.
Or like that. You know what? Well, I think they're going to let their gameplay talk. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck in the upcoming days. See you guys in the next one.
Well, it's very clear that they've made their gameplay speak for them. They didn't have to say anything to their opponents. They just come here to the stage and they outplay them. They get a 10-0 and more to come, I would say, from Al-Qadsiya. Definitely very excited to see more of this team and just how far they're going to go. They said their goal is the championship only. And, to be honest, I would say out of any strong team, that should be your goal always.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there's always going to be that looming threat of how do they perform against China as a region. And it's been tough. The results haven't necessarily lean their way. And they spoke about in that interview how mature they've gotten and that improvement from Vasco to Alcadzia. And I think that maturity goes a long way. You start to see a little bit more of that discipline in play. Maybe they've got enough dimensions to them to actually take it all away.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? We can see so many elements of the game on that first map for us personally here on the B stream, and then yesterday also looking pretty good. I do believe we are into the action here, so going to get focused up on port as Gaming Gladiators will actually start off with that first blood. Hopefully a game plan is what we were saying coming into this map for them, right? And they've not just looked at yesterday and decided to jump with both feet, as it were. But all the same, a keen frag to kick us off.
You want to build here. You want to get this first round on the board. Go off the mark here in terms of the series, mind you. And see if you can put the hurt on Alcadzia, the not favored side per se here for Gaming Gladiators, but they've got an opening entry. They've pushed MG off the angle up on his perch, and now they've got a real opportunity at trying to find their first round here in this upper bracket. VNC rather has gone down. It leaves it all up to Silva in the clutch, and now you see a little bit more noise.
Yep.
Out of GG, and deservedly so. It feels like a pressure has been relieved off of them, that maybe this port decision was not too bad after all.
Yeah, and also on the server itself, you see them playing a bit faster, getting more aggressive straight out of the gate, rather than just letting the round unfold before them. Much more get up and go to them, which I think is exactly what we want to see. Bring the game to Alcadzia. Of course, easier said than done, and it's only one round so far. You know, I suppose it is baby steps for them. AKT back with a vengeance into this round. A great first map coming in from him. MG as well, also chiming in here. So may well come crashing back down to earth in just a few rounds' time.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to rack up rounds here on the Blacklist side. You think about how you have to encroach upon that A bomb site. You're going through quite a number of sight lines, and you're going through one of the most powerful sniper positions in the game of CROSSFIRE. That perch up in that heaven position for MG is just going to be such a thorn in the side for Gaming Gladiators, and not having entries into this round makes things all the more difficult when you've got that rifle rotation, a couple of them, mind you, over there into A, and this turtling up from Alcadzia as well to make matters worse. No trade frag potential available in any circumstance.
Oh, Spoxy spots an edge of a player. Going to need him to entry in here if they are to have a chance in this round. The one flash comes in and they decide to bail, in fact. So really just begging for a peek here. Begging for someone to overface on that Alcadzia side of things. Damage through the smoke, nearly a kill. So little bit by little bit. Oh, that's big damage. Yeah, Spoxy's going to be afraid to take those entries that they need him to find now. Looks like it will be a B hit to end things. Fefe is ready to go here, misses the timing, trying to just slow them down and buy time for those rotations. Everybody blinded up there. On the Blacklist side of things, they'll overwhelm the two site defenders. However, AKT's back with a trade, so man advantage worth its weight in gold right now. Quick moves from Silva to close it out, just catching them while they were trying to get that bomb down. And unfortunately, just too many members to get through.
Silva's lurks have been fantastic, or not necessarily even lurks, just these flanks that he's able to have. The timings are very well done. You think about the retake that they had in terms of that 5v3. He was the one who kickstarts that one. And now here, making sure to jump the gun. And as soon as he does jump that gun, they're completely caught off guard. This time they're speeding things up, though. They've caught out Feifei on that B anchor position, and Flex has all of these backs turned. He's got 3 kills lined up and rearing to go for him. MG will try to turn things back, but the captain now steps up massively.
Super, super clean, and again, good to see from Gaming Gladiators that they're not just sitting back on their heels and letting the punches come to them, so to speak. They're able to reapproach the strategy. They're able to change up that pace. It's something that we just noted and talked about a lot on Ankara that they never really did. So here we go, some competition on our hands. You know, after you've just seen a 10-0, you do think maybe it's going to be one round that turns into 10 in the blink of an eye, but Al-Qadsia immediately stopped in their tracks. So exciting stuff here from Gaming Gladiators if they can keep it going.
But it does feel like a gimmick round in that previous there where you catch the rotation off and you find the side anchor as quickly as possible. How can you replicate that into a couple more? 3-4 rounds on that blacklist side, you say, yeah, you've done your job, you've gotten enough that you needed in the half, and you lock it down when you switch back over to Global Risk. But for right now, you don't go for anything gimmicky per se. It's a big slowdown. You've got a second player now into that B bomb site, making sure that that issue doesn't happen again. We'll keep an eye on that conditioning as this game continues to develop. Do they punish this B bomb site again and again? Do they now go back to A in that underman situation? We'll wait and see. But for right now, still a minute 15 left on the clock, and no Al-Qadsia members offering up a fight here for GG.
Certainly learning that they're going to have to respect a little more. It's not going to be plain sailing here on port. So yeah, just waiting up. A minute left in the round, so got to get a move on. It is going to be the execute coming through here, but as you can see, the Brazilians pretty prepared for this and just need to try and stay alive. It's a lot of damage done, but no kill, unfortunately. Fefe very, very low here, extremely blind as well. VNC trying to bail him out. AKT and Fefe still around. Fefe's in the thick of it, and he finds 2 big kills to keep the dream alive in this round. Will be traded out, however. So Gaming Gladiators have also kept themselves together. There's a flank of Flex. There's a bomb on the deck, but it is that sniper of Spoxy to find a big kill. And again, you can see the voices getting louder.
Well, look, they found what works for them, right? It's that B bomb site. No matter how many players are there specifically, they find a way to work around the chaos and the smokes and the commotion. The flash grenades are fantastic, making sure that Fefe and VNC are limited to essentially just 1 or 2 kills. You compare that to Ankara, you compare that to the massive multi-kill potential of any player of Al-Qadsia, and you get a very different scoreline. So Gaming Gladiators finding something that works. You got to give credit to Flex there in terms of identifying that weakness. And now racking up rounds in the process as well. For Al-Qadsia, I don't necessarily know what you do in terms of trying to bolster that B defense. You don't want to commit to the 3 stack. Eventually, that A bomb site will be undermanned. Yes, sure, you've got MG performing very well. And now you've got Silva performing as well. So maybe this is something that could change things up here with this double sniper setup.
Yeah, he's close to a couple of these shots for sure. The first one also just a bit ridiculous to get away with. But yeah, now we'll see. It feels like the first sort of conventional round, as it were, where we have someone find an opening pick and then just drop back rather than these super chaotic late site hits from Gaming Gladiators. So curious to see how Gaming in particular deal with this situation. And they do look deer in headlights, a little lost, it is safe to say. Flex is going to go on another lurking, flanking sort of play. A lot of control up mid there towards B here. Will look to rejoin with his teammates, but not loads of time. It's going to put them under some pressure. Utility looks decent for Gaming Gladiators to break into the site. However, Al-Qadsia, we feel confident in the setup, feel confident in the numbers. Silva fresh on this TRG, drops back, baits them in, and it is perfect. VNC so clean round the corner, leaves it all onto Spoxy, and the round never gets going here. VNC with a huge 4-piece.
That's exactly what you want. I mean, if you're an Al-Qadsia fan, that showcases that, look, we finally figured out how to sort B out. You've got Silva on that initial angle to take that contact, and if he doesn't find anything, I mean, in that situation, he didn't even take a shot. He just fell away as soon as the utility came in. VNC was set up for perfection. I mean, even if he just gets 2 there, there's still enough impact out of him as far as things are concerned. And here's a little bit of a replay from VNC. And now to make matters worse for Gaming Gladiators, another good start here for Al-Qadsia. An opener from Fefe. This scale back from GG. This is where I don't enjoy their level of CROSSFIRE. It's when they turtle up and they get very hesitant. They get afraid of what might be around the other corner.
Yeah, very second-guessing themselves, isn't it? And I think that's not what we want to see. As there's been a lot more confidence to them in some of these rounds, but when those ideas run out, they really can struggle. Spoxy tagged down extremely low there. Lucky to be alive. Ooh, the nade as well might find its way over, but no, he survives for now. Bit of screen shake, of course, but he's still here, trained in on some angles, trying to find an overstep from Al-Qadsiya.
7 HP, keep in mind there. This time they try to scale into A, and MG is not up on his perch. He doesn't have an opportunity, but he spots an arm. And now he can move over without really being spotted and completely change up his angle. This is going to be really hard to read for Lion Claw, and he doesn't necessarily find him, but Silva is continuing laying down the hurt here. Finds another one onto that sniper. With 50 seconds left on the clock, they don't really have an idea as to where they want to end up. They have a little bit of map control over here to B, and it's worked out for them in situations where they have 5 men. But now, with Feifei here and a rotation easily callable, this should be a lock and key round.
Oh, and VNC's in the same spot as the previous. It doesn't find as much success, but at least his teammates are able to work off of him, keep control, and even up the scoreline now. So, looking very dangerous. Al-Qadsiya starting to pick up speed. Certainly does feel like their port is lacking, perhaps, all this excitement around Brazilian port and whatnot so far has not shown up, but all the same, they're getting there.
Yeah, and you know, the map data doesn't necessarily promote any great Al-Qadsiya port play. But hey, they're improving round by round. Silva now donning that double sniper, finding a 2-piece for himself. VNC chiming in as always. And this B bomb site is under lock and key. They figured this one out here, Scriv.
Yes, absolutely. Even with the change up from Gaming Gladiators. Spoxy does find a good kill on his pistol, so we'll see if they're able to get back into the round. Got to retrieve that C4 though, and of course not together here, so 4 versus 2, it doesn't look good. You don't even really have those kinds of advantages that we look for. Flex making his way over, but still looking to lurk around and get those individual kills. Again, hoping for an overface, but it's something that we commented on map 1. Seeing it again here, Al-Qadsiya doing a very good job of respecting and playing around that discipline. MG quick with it, leaves Spoxy with it all to do here. He has retrieved the bomb. That's about all he's got going for him at this point in time. Trying to find a way in, spotted out, doesn't see the player, and an easy finish. So quite quickly here, it feels like Al-Qadsiya taking the lead.
So they've gone back to be, what, 4 rounds in a row? They've now lost it 4 rounds in a row as well. You think about just the adaptations here from VNC, from Silva as well, and you've got to wonder, what do GG do here to change things up? Because there has to be an adaptation. There has to be some punishment elsewhere. There's got to be a different kind of mid-round here. Because they figured out how to bolster this B-bomb site. And if you can't figure out another response, then what do you really do? You're going to run out this advantage that you had, and you'll be right back to square one. So they are changing things up here. Flex takes a significant amount of damage, down to 48. And they have their eyes set on this A bomb site. MG has not had to be really called upon in this series all too often. And what do you know? I don't think he'll be called upon in this round either, because they're going back to B once more.
You would say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it's relatively broken. Yeah. I think Gaming Gladiators stuck in their ways a bit too much here. Maybe a timeout going to be required just to get their heads back into it. You know, you saw a lot more vocality from them in the early 1 rounds. That seems to have quietened off. Although they've not had too much to celebrate. We got the execute coming in here, as they will charge forwards. VNC not as comfortable as he usually is. Goes down easily, as does Silva. So the initial defenders on that B-bomb site not working out. The late round burst, pretty clean for Gaming Gladiators, and they're back to finding success with it. Still got to hold on to the site, though.
Interesting. I mean, it's interesting that you really didn't feign too much A control to warrant the 3-player set there. And BNC Silva And we're going to have to continue to develop this narrative that we have of, yes, it's good sometimes, the defense there on B. Sometimes it's very poor. This time we lean over to that latter category, and it's up to Feifei and MG here, both finding a couple between them. AKT has gotten so much space here, though, and still can't find one, surprisingly. And with how far the bomb has gone, this is GG's round every day of the week. He'll hold on to his KD there. But for the most part, I don't necessarily know how to characterize this defense on B, because I thought they figured it out. And we're right back to that initial set there on that B bomb site where BNC is like caught between two angles in a transition period, and Silva can't really get his gun out in time.
Yeah, I think certainly panic sets in when they see those smokes come over the top and whatnot. They lose some of their composure. So yeah, very, very curious. The half coming to a close in just a moment here. Riffin with a nice find onto the first. AKT knows that he's in a dangerous spot, cannot get away. A-bomb site vulnerable. They tried changing up themselves on the Alcadzia side, and it has not gone well at all. No kills for them as yet. The bomb, okay, as yet to be planted. The trade is instantaneous. It will indeed never get going, so here we go. Gaming Gladiator is certainly looking more competitive. A couple moments in this game where we said, oh, wow, Alcadzia 10-0 last map. Can they tap into that again? Are they going to take over again? And Gaming Gladiators have slowed them down and eventually stopped them.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that there's some struggles here on port, and as far as blacklist sides go for Gaming Gladiators, that's as good a half as you can get. Now you're on your favorite side. You need 5 in total. But don't get me wrong, Alcadzia, when they can set the tempo, can also be a team to fear. This time not upping the tempo all too often. They're still caught in two minds, seeing if they can punish someone here in middle and have that easy rotation that's split into the A bomb site. Spoxy not really having to do much here. But MG will spot out Flex. Feifei gets nothing there. A bit overzealous, I'd imagine, trying to bound up that ladder. And an instant 5v4 here for GG, ripped back by from AKT. That's what you kind of want to see from him. He had a fantastic map 1, but very quiet in terms of the offensive maneuvers here on map number 2.
Indeed. Weird sort of game state here, not really sure of what to make of the A connector position. So they don't really have too many options. Got to head towards B. And we'll see the first test of the defense that we've been putting under the microscope for the side of Alcadzia. We'll see how they take it. First kill is clean. Lion Claw at the back end of the site, giving them a lot of space if they should choose to take it. They're not going to go flying in. They actually look to pull away. Cutting off a flank, MG finds a key kill. I do like this idea. Yeah, we've got a little fake out, not fully committing in towards B. Didn't feel confident with it. And again, another aspect of the game that I think some of the teams are not as likely to go for. Alcadzia, the communication really on point to pull off something like this, but they have lost some momentum. They have lost another player. They don't have loads of time. Only 30 seconds to get in now.
A wrap in here from Silva, and he finds Lion Claw. That sniper up for Spoxy still there, and he's still finding kills. But the C4 should be able to cross safely, hit the dirt, and thrust Spoxy into this 1-on-2. He spotted VNC. The Flixa is not available. And the connection for that C4 will be there. Now time ticking. MG spotted. Now he knows where both of these players are, but can't connect the shots. And he's been quiet so far, and he will stay quiet here with MG collecting that kill. And Alcadzia find a way through. It's a bit, I think, a bit too complicated there in terms of the late round, in terms of how they were slowing the pace down, in terms of how they wanted to aggress into that A bomb site. I think either speeding things up on A or B was the call there, but they get it over the line nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in there, isn't there? We can kind of call on some tactics and say, hey, you have to just commit, just fly in. Never that easy. Flex once again, being a nuisance. We'll only find one this time, though, and he's fully traded out, so they don't have to worry about him in the same way that they did in the previous. Great flashes coming in here from the global risk side of things. They will be able to stop the advance of the bomb. A key kill, that drops the bomb, in fact. So looking very, very good now. They're able to recover it all the same. Alcadzia, the straight up A long, does not work.
I like the brute force aspect of it, but hey, A is always going to be tough to brute force in general. The sniper's doing some key work there, and just the instant rotations from the Gaming Gladiators makes all the difference. It's a complete slowdown here from both Silva and MG, hoping that they can catch a straggling global risk player. But instead it goes the other way, Raffin with one. All up to MG in the clutch. C4 on the ground. And nothing really being offered up here for the Brazilian sniper. I say that. He's found Raffin. C4 recoverable now. Question is, what can he really find here? Nothing is being given.
Still got a decent amount of time. Hands on the C4.
I got a route to B.
Well, being watched by Spoxy, unfortunately, at least the route that he takes there. So Gaming Gladiators back on again. Not seeing the same streaky performance, the same domination from Alcadzia. It's definitely going to be hard work for them to take the 2-0 here and advance through to the playoffs, where maybe, again, they look down the barrel of a 10-0 and think that could be an easy run into map number 2. Not the case. So Blacklist side going to have to be pretty effective from them.
Which is a tough ask. It's a really tough ask. And if you want to talk about the outclassing of Alcadzia and Ankara, this would show another dimension of that on port if they can do it on the offense. But so far, a mixed bag for Alcadzia. Flex now going a little bit more aggressive here on the crates. BNC will silently try to meet him on the other end. So keen about this angle. I mean, it's just so GR-sided with trying to climb that ladder up. But two players do get up here. Nades through. Flex trying to bound away, or at least punish before bounding away.
Yeah, he's been working this angle in many different ways, of course, the past few rounds. I think maybe felt in the previous that getting instantly traded is more dangerous than it's worth. Tough to say. But either way, they're scared of him on that Alcadzia side. So it's good that he's created a presence and a monster at that angle. Nades rolling in. Very far back for Alcadzia, considering we've only got a minute left. Not lots of map control for them to work with. And you see there's pretty heavy pushes here from the global risk side of things. I don't like the look of this. It's going to be a bloodbath on the way to be. An interesting setup from Gaming Gladiators as they try and indeed change things up here. Oh, the crossfire looks deadly to me. AKT got to get this trade. He does. Oh, and it's Lion Claw that struggles a little into the 2-on-2, actually. 2-on-3, excuse me. So they have kept some pressure into this round. Silva making a lot of noise, but finds the kill. Flex fluffs his lines. Only 20 seconds to get across. So this bomb cannot be dropped on the way there. And you can see MG really taking his time about it. A little panic to get over. He nearly got caught there, but it looks like he will make it away in just about enough time. Maybe as close as it comes, and he couldn't even afford some sort of an exchange, really. Down goes MG very quickly. It's going to be Silva left into the clutch here. He can't track them. And it's Spoxy to find the final two. It's dicey there for sure, but Gaming Gladiators starting to solidify their lead.
Yeah, that's fantastic work there from Spoxy. Not necessarily jumping the gun and maybe trying to shoot pot shots and give a tracer away through that smoke on the cross, waiting for it to go down and then punishing right after. It looked very good there. When you think about the mid to late round, allowing Silva to try and rotate back over to A, looked pretty solid from a macro perspective, but I think just MG takes a little too much time there. I don't necessarily know if there's any way you could have sped it up per se, considering how many angles you had to deal with. You know, you think about ladder, you think about the flank, you think about the cross as well. And that all being said, it's just you got to commend Gaming Gladiators for just having the right protocols in place in that 2vx.
Yeah, looking very, very solid here on port, which is, again, good to see. It was one of the big questions for me that have they just tried to punish Pick and maybe not as confident on it themselves? But no, it looks like they are controlled here. Do indeed have a solid game plan, and it is working pretty well. Never over till it's over, but hoping for a way back in if they play their cards right on that Al-Qadsia side of things. Tack pause could be from either side, to be fair. Felt like it was more of an Al-Qadsia call, but they're both going to have opportunities to talk things over and just sort of change it up, try and get that new lease that they may well need. Al-Qadsia, a pace change is always what we like to see here. Keep it sort of simple, but not seen any hard executes out from them thus far, so they might be talking that over a little as well.
It's interesting how much they want to bully that A bomb site and have not gotten really anything they could ask for. I mean, they're getting a little bit out of control. They're getting up that long side now and again, but they're just losing so many bodies that I have to say, like, consider the B bomb site. It's not a unlosable site in comparison to A, I'd say. It's something that GG found success in. But perhaps there isn't a set piece in the playbook for Al-Qadsia, and they don't have that potential of sending the smokes in the right spots, the flashes in the right places, and dislodging the side anchors. So if that isn't in the playbook, then yeah, what do you really do? You try to look for a pick here and there between MG Sniper. You've got Silva on one as well. These TRGs not finding that impact that you'd hope for, especially after their performance in map number 1.
Again, it is Flex that is scaring them in this angle. He's changed it up once again, and efficacy for the first kill. Got to be careful not to get traded out here. He's confident to stick around. He's maybe called upon some support as well. Really solid look from him, and just an area that he is completely closed off. Fefe, though, threading the needle. It's a weird spot to be in. Yeah, what do I do with this? He's kind of saying. Got to be very, very careful, though, as Flex is, maybe going to see him in the periphery. Oh, no! And Spoxy's timing check. They smelled a rat. They thought something was up, but it's created enough of a problem that the main attack is able to come through and bring it into a 3 versus 3 here. Rotations round. Are they going to be fast enough to stop this bomb from being planted? I think the answer might just be yes. It's going to be Riffin that they really have to look towards, and he's unfortunately spammed down. Dezane as well, taken out, and Al-Qadsia, it's dicey. It looked like the damage had been done and the idea had been stopped, but Gaming Gladiators fall flat.
Even with that flank not working, there was just so much attention to, oh, is there another body? What is the real game plan here? Are they committing to B in some sort of situation? How have we found this hole in the defense? But Al-Qadsia, and credit to Silva there, a huge double from him. Completely changes the scope of that round. Once they get that C4 down, making sure that Lionclaw and Dezane can't get anything, but Flex has been unreal this map. Doing so much work offensively in terms of the lurks, and now here on the defense as well, showcasing a lot of poise, and now going forward, that's a little brazen. I think that's the first real over-aggression, I'd say, there from the captain. But it's still a man advantage, and it's still a chance for GG to get that 8th round on the board.
Next couple of exchanges will be very important. Silva tries but fails. Spoxy is too quick with it. Down to just 2, and really a kill that they could ill afford to give away. BNC clearing the angles. Looks to be a B hit. Going to have to be flawless from here. Spotted out through the window. Can't really return too much. An awkward flash as well for him to deal with now. Finds himself at the back. Trying to just jump spot things in, but there's not any opportunity. And again, they're playing super, super safe here. It's always a worry that you give too much space across in this game, of course, but just hiding away. Really well played. VNC not ready. Yeah, as Riffin had fully sold his teammate down the river, but it works out in the end. Gaming Gladiators back on the board.
That'll do it. That'll do absolutely well there for Gaming Gladiators, figuring out that, the mid-round play, the potential of actually taking into that B bomb site was there, and just giving the respect and space for that round to essentially play out. Al-Qadsia do not have that same level of flair. The chaotic screams that you get at the end of the rounds have quelled very quickly. And all of a sudden, a map 3 possibility is very shockingly possible. And when you look at the scoreline up at the top left of your screen, you'd say, how the hell are we in this kind of situation?
Going through the motions on port seems to be a problem for Alcadzia. It may well be a real sticking point in this tournament if they're not careful as well. Perhaps have to shift up the bans, because I think a lot of teams are going to look to try and take them on this map. Spoxy holding up on the ledge will again scare them away from A, so he's been doing a great job, but they just battle for that first kill. That's all they were looking for, weaken up the defense a little. Now trying to catch some aggression over at B. Riffin spotted, not going to go down, but the B bomb site is very awkwardly set up. Alcadzia again, though, pulling away, not fully committing here. Playing a very confusing sort of mind game at the moment.
Yeah, they didn't like what they saw. They were hoping that they could punish Raffin. And if they did, then yeah, there's a round there, but that's a problem. Lion Claw finding one, instantly traded out from VNC, so maybe there isn't too many problems here. They've got the A-Rap looking good. A triple push into B from that global risk side, but Alcadzia should be able to get this C4 down and thrust this into that 3-on-3 post, but they're taking quite a bit of time to get that bomb planted. Smoke finally deployed, and MG's there to potentially punish, but he's got his pistol out. He can't actually find the kill, has to bound away. Now it's AKT's turn, and none of these Alcadzia members can thin the herd whatsoever.
Yeah, not for want of trying, to be fair, but the shot's just not quite landing for them. They still have a lot of utility at their disposal, or rather they did. It's now gone down, but the smokes are going to really keep that GR side at bay for quite some time. They have to go dangerously moving through them, and it just does not work out. Not enough time to get it going, and one smoke really making all the difference, as it often can in this game. Big find from Alcadzia. It looked dicey, you know, you're missing these shots as they're trying to come in for the retake. Your luck runs out the more shots you miss, I think. And I really figured that 1 or 2 heads were going to roll there.
Yeah, real awkward scenario when Lionclaw gets this kill here. But once MG gets to that perch there, he understands how to close the round down. And this time around, Feifei and co want to go forward into that middle of the map. Into the underpass here. And RFF has been spotted, but he hasn't been punished. He's always found a way to live. Instead, it's Lionclaw that hits the dirt. X with the response over there in the middle, and Dezane will push in through as well. His B bomb site, though, under threat.
Fefe leading the charge here, trying to just find one of them. He does so. Taken down, needs to be traded. Oh no, AKT keeps it maybe doable, but they really had to deal with that player quickly. I think that might have thrown their chances by the wayside now. 2 versus 1. A big round here, AKT. They've given him the space to get the bomb down. They're not afraid of mounting the retake. He knows that something is up, though, that maybe there's someone coming from that backside. They've also looked to group together, and he has plenty of time. No need to rush it. I'm a fan of this idea, at least in theory. Whether it still results in the victory remains to be seen, but he has messed them up a little, right? Their whole idea now not going to work, and he's really taking his time, really hoping to just catch a straggler or someone having a check on a missed timing. Still checking those angles, eventually going to dedicate to the bomb plant here, looking for something a bit more open as well that he can work with. He's really trying to draw them in, I think, with the fake outs there. Again, not working, and takes even a couple of seconds to be like, wait a minute, it's not B, it's A. So panic now, maybe going to start to set in for these two GG players. AKT not super healthy. Going to need a quick kill to kick things off. Oh, the flash is good, and it helps him, and AKT going to get it. Oh my goodness, the timing. What a read, what a move.
That changes everything. All of a sudden, all the hard work feels like it's thrown right out the window. You've got a clutch like that, and it just fries the system. Absolutely shocks you if you're gaming gladiators. That's one that cannot be lost. And you think about just the way that this round started off, the punishment here by Dezane in terms of the double kill potential, and this is the fact that it's a disconnected situation, the 2-on-1. Two players kind of crossed in this mind of it's got to be B. There's no chance that we can have that rotation in on A. And then you notice, right, you pointed that out correctly, that little hesitation that they had of, oh, is it B, is it A, really sealed their fate in a way where they had to kind of join hands, and by the time they did, the flash wasn't well placed, and it just gave free reign for AKT to fire down range. Fantastic taps there from him. And he's now right back to the winning ways in this 8-on-8.
Really close stuff then. GG hoping to get it over the line, right, and not get pipped to the post at the very last time of asking.
That's got to be just the worst way to lose.
Yeah,
a game, right?
I mean,
you get 10-0'd. You have a real opportunity to shut it down on this global risk side, and you fall 10-8. That would be just gross, really.
Indeed. But that is the nature of competition. I mean, that clutch in the previous round, we might come back to revisit and to sort of name it as the turning point. Looking for some control out at B House. They will unfortunately not find the kill that they're after. A heavy B lean here from Gaming Gladiators as well, with Flex in that rotational position, ready to go. Oh, gotta be careful here. He's slowly moving closer towards the action, but doesn't overstep the mark. There's snipers waiting on the other side of things. It will be a mid-move here, though. And Flex has got a decent enough read. Goes dropping down at the perfect time. Trade is there, however. VNC with a big find on the lurk play. AKT also trying to just stop some of these rotators, looking very good indeed. And my goodness, another super difficult round to read. Where do we put the resources? Where are they coming from? Oh, there's a guy here, there's a guy there. And they just don't know where to look. They don't know where to turn. Alcadzia move up to 9, most likely. And they do indeed. And at the very least, securing the overtime, which at one point looked less than likely.
Yeah, that was a fantastically round call there from Feifei. You know, you get the mid control there, you try to get out of the underpass, and as soon as they get that one kill on a Lion Claw, they go 1 for 1. It feels like the entire map opens up. The B hit can come through, and now the B anchors feel so uncomfortable having to catch their mind between both of those positions, and as soon as that happens, that's when you're just done as a global risk player. It's just never going to come out your way. And the split is absolutely magnificent. It's that clutch, man. It whirs this entire team to life from a calling perspective, from the cohesion perspective as well. And now you've got the cheers going on as well. And all that being said, Gaming Gladiators now have their toughest round of the competition ahead of them, a chance to potentially push us to overtime and keep this series alive, or just heartbreak here in this winners match.
All to play for. Alcadzia, it's been hard work, and I think that we were not necessarily expecting it to be this challenging for them coming into the series, and of course after that first map. So a long battle for them. Spoxy going to be tagged down low. They know that he's like playing that angle. They can't find the kill though. Dedicating a lot of resources there. 3 or 4 players round the corner to try and take him out. But again, it has drawn attention and really well disciplined. Something that we keep talking about. Alcadzia, they'll peek in, they'll try for the kill. It doesn't work. They pull back. They've got another idea. So a lot of push and pull here from this Blacklist side.
They back away straight away and want to actually double dip here. Considering both going back to long and potentially triple swinging here and knocking down Spoxy, and he continues to take damage. 1 health point on him, then that nade should do him in. Now is a chance to just barrel into this A bomb site, but Dezane, the last bastion of hope here for Gaming Gladiators, will find a double. Feifei will continue this wrap in onto that A bomb site, has a chance to potentially dislodge this final global risk player, but Flex will find death from below. Feifei with another brings it back into a 2-on-2. The nade slightly off the mark. MG on the lurk does not find what he was looking for. It's got to be Feifei, the captain in the 1-on-2. Grabs over the sniper, spots out ahead. Nade is just a little shy, and he gets the kill, but it's not enough. He needed 2 there. The fuse is through, and we've got ourselves extra innings.
Yes, indeed. I mean, a wild round once again. What the hell is Lion Claw doing? He was just running through them, in behind, all sorts of mess going on there. And I think enough of a distraction to just buy the space for the Gaming Gladiators rotators to come through. But here we are, a map absolutely deserving of an overtime here to try and decide things, and maybe indeed that golden round if it is required. So looking very, very scary to say the least. Pacey pickup here as Gaming Gladiators move on to the blacklist side quickly here.
They wanted to barrel back into that A-bomb site, but as soon as MG doesn't give up anything, they say, yeah, it's just not worth it. We'll back away. We'll reset things a little bit. It's very interesting to see the change up in terms of Alcadzia's GR side versus GG's, where you got Flex very aggressive on that crate angle. But really, they leave a lot of devices over up to MG, and he finds nothing. He goes down, Flex will find an opener, and they want to just capitalize upon that. I like this. Trying to utilize this momentum into their favor, and they've gotten the smokes down. The nades are well placed. They really only have to dislodge AKT, and he doesn't find anything. There's Raffin as well. BNC is caught between a rock and a hard place, and although he finds one, it's just not enough at the end of the day. It's all up to Silva here in the clutch, and he won't find anything. Gaming Gladiators get the first in OT.
Yeah, damn. I mean, looked good for a second, honestly. There was so many nades to slow them down. Felt like the rotators were in a good spot. They just didn't really bolster the site necessarily, and they didn't capitalize on what could have been good flashes. So a little nervy there, I think, from Alcadzia. I felt there was potential for them to get an early kill. We've got a close player here in the form of MG, in the form of AKT. Both of them spammed down low and finished off eventually. So it's going to be another quick A hit to come round, and so far so good. They'll be slowed down. They're going to take a leaf out of the Alcadzia book and just pull away after their first kill.
Yeah, you'll definitely have an opportunity to go back to that A side, but double sniper setup means that Silva still will take up that heaven position. Now this reroute back to this B bomb site that was so fantastic for them in regulation. And only VNC, who's had some moments, mind you, but it required an extra teammate. AKT will get some information here moving through that ladder position. But it's false info. It's false info because they're moving back over to long.
Well, I think he might have been seen slightly. So yeah, they're a little unsure of what's going on. But as the nades come round, it wasn't a full dedicate. He's also in a very, very, very good spot here, looking to get in behind and be the hero. Quick drop on 1, 2. He's losing teammates, but it's caused a bit of chaos in here. Silva's coming round with the pistol, finding 2 of his own. So this is complete carnage, but it's just a couple of players on the Alcadzia side that have got it done. Flex is incredibly low, trying to look for this player in the con position, but he's gone. VNC on the rotation to try and help out. Silva, completely clueless. Uh-oh, indeed. That is a really costly move. Just flying out, not checking his angles at all. Must have had some false information or something. I don't know what else would explain that. And now Flex, he has options. VNC feeling a little nervy, though. Feels like he's got to be the one to make a move. There's not a lot of time left. He's got good timing here. Just keep it as silent as possible. Where is this player? And down he will go. Oh, goodness. A little bit of a heartbeat there. To be honest, it looked free, and they nearly let it slip.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a gross way to lose it. I mean, Flex has been fantastic on the map of Port, but at the end of the day, Alcadzia finding a way to make it work, and it's credit to AKT, who, if they can complete this comeback on Port, you got to give him the MVP. Just on the notion of how impactful he's been in terms of the clutching, and now this impact play on the defensive end. This GR side has been very lackluster, I'd say, as far as a kind of summation of that first half. But if you can get plays like that, rounds like that out of AKT, perhaps they'll get enough on the board to make this one doable.
Indeed. Flash comes in for a peek there. Flex loves this connector area for sure. At the top of the ladder, crazy guy, but nothing presenting this time around. So going to look to go for a different avenue of attack. I'm going to take it back to B. We've mentioned it a couple times here in the OT as we've seen Gaming Gladiators move on to the blacklist side. They were big fans of this in regulation, so looking to once again repeat history perhaps with a heavy execute, plenty of utility.
Yeah, that execution has been so good for GG. Flash is solid. It does slow things down temporarily. But Feifei has moved back around. Silva very close by as well. The kills, though, immediately there for both Lion Claw and Raffin. Silva can't get anything done. And GG go back to what works for them so splendidly. 4 kills in quick succession. It leaves it all up to MG. Smoked off as well. Flash in his face. Nades to boot. He's thinking about just going through this. Spoxy's watching it. Of course he is. GG now get themselves 11 rounds. Inching ever closer.
Yeah, I mean, just so solid. A great read. They knew that setup before. I think they had even got into the bomb site. They were like, right, this is what we got to do. This is where I think they're going to be playing. Really clean. Really, really clean. So about as impressive as it gets. Things flip over here. And Alcadzia, so much work to get here. It would be a real kick in the teeth if they let this slip through their fingers. The seemingly easy 2-0 at the start of the day has become a very difficult challenge.
Weird spot to be in for Alcadzia because, yes, you had this little bit of momentum that burst you to overtime in the first place. But beyond that, it was a very lackluster idea from Alcadzia in terms of how they wanted to bully that A bomb site. And not really having a true B take. No real set piece. Be curious to see what AKT has in store. Raffin on the other end. I don't know how you spot this out if you commit to this B spot. Because there's no sound cue being given over. I think a foot has been spotted. I think AKT, yeah, AKT's coming this one over. Action is well aware of what's on the other side. So with that one kill being locked and loaded potentially here, they want to commit to this B bomb site, and rightfully so.
Well, we'll see. It's still a deadly little setup. Maybe that was all part of the plan, but unfortunately, Flex on the sniper just misses his mark. And they have burst in. They have made it look easy on the B take. Goodness me, the kills just keep on coming. Set to be a flawless round here. If things work out well, Spoxy does deny that, but the round itself ultimately not looking likely. Down he will go on the trade attempt. 11-11. Once again, all the way down to the wire here. Crazy work. Really, really effective stuff. And yeah, just off the back of one little spot with the wacky angle that maybe you save for overtime, I don't think we'll see that again anytime soon.
Oh, no, not at all. Especially with how much it kind of blows up in their face. Now at this point, Gaming Gladiators just want to hold on. That round there completely collapses. And again, the slowdown here from Alcadzia. Now they want to barrel through. Mid has been very kind to them. This underpass wrap into B has also been very good. Lion Claw hits the deck. And now the map opens up here for Alcadzia, but there's a response. There is a response from both the Zane and Flex. AKT with a response on the other end, 3-on-3. But the bomb is dropped in a global risk spawn.
How's it got there?
Oh!
Okay, Silva with a big find. He's having a pretty solid showing in OT. May well have just done enough to get the bomb back. They've also split up massively, so it's really weird. Set up the tag onto MG. Lucky. Very, very lucky indeed. Riffin goes down. They know where Spoxy is at, and he's caught reloading. That was a little dicey for a second. I thought, you know, be careful over-facing into that pistol. Can be deadly in the right hands, but not the case here. And now it is Gaming Gladiators backs up against the wall. Such a hard-fought battle for them. It would be, as you mentioned in regulation, a heartbreaking way to go down. Getting flattened on the first map, fighting tooth and nail to stay alive on map 2. Just for it all to fall, but they go rushing straight through, and down they will go. I think we're going to the golden round here.
Yep, that absolutely might be the case here. An all-in B approach on the initial attempt, and it's the quickest response from GG. Spoxy nailing every timing there alongside his cohort and Dezane. I mean, this one would be one for the ages if MG could pull this one off. C4 enshrouded in smoke. So many players on the other end. What do you really do? Out. Doesn't find anything necessarily.
Oh.
Raffin will play that pixel angle and gets every bit of information that, MG's still around.
Yeah, still looking to get a little excitable here. They are all on the B-bomb site. Looks sort of comical on the minimap. But he is actually making his way over there, it would seem. Yeah, spotted out now, so they're going to know all about him, and they don't even need any extra help, Spoxy, to take it to the golden round here. As, again, the storyline continues. It looks so good, though, Al-Qadsia. I feel like they won a key round, and it was very up and down, very dicey, and then just sort of taking it a bit simply. So we'll see here what the game plan is for this sudden death one-round shootout.
I feel like they figured it out. I feel like that underpass play was very kind to them in regulation. And now they have that 4-on-4. They've gotten rid of the secondary sniper in flex. The map slightly opens up in terms of if they want to continue on their aggression there, but Gaming Gladiators have other ideas. They go aggressing into B similarly to that round previous. Don't find anything, so they rejig the setup. Spoxy still very dangerous off of Heaven as the rotation from Raffin is also there. Oh, this aggression though. This aggression from Raffin, it could be punished. Both damage dealt on both sides, but no kills coming through makes things a little dicey. This position from Raffin should have netted him at least a couple there, but can't find it. But AKT jumps over with the pistol. It leaves it all onto Lion Claw. Heartbreak City here for Gaming Gladiators unless the Portuguese can conquer. And now, in the 1-on-2, what do you do?
He found a big kill to get this going. Making us believe somewhat, and he has slowed them down, put the fear into the remaining Al-Qadsia players. They are waiting patiently just to try and spot him out here before getting that bomb down. There's the information, though. That's what they were desperate for. Double swing comes in. Lion Claw with a change-up in position, but AKT is there faster. He knew what was up, and he will indeed dish out the heartbreak. Man alive, you have to feel for the Gaming Gladiators. It's a winner's game. They're still alive, of course, but taking a map here against one of the favorites would have been such a good omen for them, such a good series potentially on the cards, and they fought so very hard. They were ahead at points, and they perhaps could have closed it out at points. But Al-Qadsia proving, as we look to give them the full litmus test of how are your retakes, how do you look when you're ahead, how do you look when you're behind, we get to see a bit of everything, and they come back into that game to take it over the line.
Yeah, they qualified to playoffs, and I think that'll be, sweat off the brow for sure. They had to work for it in terms of that second map, but I just think deservedly earned that spot in the playoffs. They had quite literally everything that you could ask for from the team. You had the clawbacks, you had a real test for Feifei from a calling perspective, and really trying to figure out how offensively he has to get back into this game. And you had some really nice macro decision making to find a way. They found that underpass position to continue to abuse and wrap back into B. You had the idea to wrap back into A late as well. And both of those options really forced GG's hand. And yes, you had these moments from, Dezane, from Spoxy, from Flex as well, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough. But at the very least, Scriv, it feels like you have some silver linings to write home about Gaming Gladiators. Can they be that second team? I think they've shown enough in the second map to suggest that they possibly could. Yeah,
absolutely. And there's a couple things in there that I think they've clearly been working on. Their global risk side of things looks good. They have a few coordinated moves, so we'll see what they're able to do. But on the other side of things, we do have from the victors. An interview on the way.
Congratulations on your flawless victory, Silva. What do you think was the key factor for you guys to take down another top team in the West region, and what was your main focus?
Silva, meus parabéns primeiro de tudo. E o que levou vocês a derrotar essa equipe que é tão forte, né, na região deles? E quais foram os fatores principais para a vitória de vocês?
Primeiramente, obrigado. Mandar um bom dia para todo mundo lá no Brasil que está assistindo. E o que a gente fez para derrotar essa equipe foi se preparar bem ontem. A gente sabia que ia ser um confronto difícil. O primeiro mapa não foi, mas o segundo foi. E é o que a gente esperava mesmo.
So yeah, first of all, good morning to everyone that is watching us. And it was a very kind of easy first map, but the second one was a little bit tough, but we prepared a lot. Yesterday, we watched the team play, and yeah, that's how we got to win.
Perfect. So now that you advanced into the playoffs, you'll be playing against Group D, which is All Gamers, VP Navi, and Team Stallions. As the first match for your playoffs, which team are you keeping in check the most? Which team are you worried about the most, and why would that be?
Agora vocês indo pro playoff, jogando contra o Grupo D. Qual time que vocês estão mais assim de olho e que vocês querem enfrentar, assim, que vocês estão mais estudando?
A gente, sinceramente, não tem nenhum adversário em mente. A gente se prepara para qualquer um que vier.
So we don't have any opponent in mind, so we are prepared to every team that comes against us.
Prepare for every team that comes against us. So by making it to the playoffs, your team has now secured the prize money of $75,000. Before we wrap up the interview, do you have anything to say to your fans or any shout-outs to your family? Any remarks you want to leave before we wrap the interview up?
Com essa vitória de vocês já garantiram o prize pool de $75 mil. E se você tem algum recado para a família, para a galera que está assistindo?
Eu queria mandar um abraço para todo mundo que assistiu, a família de todos os jogadores, que lá no Brasil é bem cedo, 5 horas da manhã que começou o jogo. Então agradecer a todo mundo que fez o esforço para assistir e para torcer.
I'm thankful a lot for everyone that is watching because it's 5 a.m. right now in Brazil. So I'm really happy to be playing and sending a big hug to all the family of all the players from the team.
Thank you, Silva, for the interview, and congrats, Alcatia, for the 2-0 win. Let's throw it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Spence, for that great breakdown with Silva. Great to hear from him. I love the hug to all the family members of all the players involved there. Also, shout out to the Brazilian fans staying up late to watch this one as they barely scraped by on port. This is becoming a thing now for our Brazilian teams, where we came into the tournament and we said, they're pretty good on this map, but so far they've been really heavily challenged on this one by a whole slew of teams.
Yeah, I thought that Gaming Gladiators' ideas seemed sharper. I mean, I just think about that Xe on the B bomb site that they would continuously put through, and the adaptation just frankly wasn't there from Alcadzia. So it's definitely something to note for the Chinese teams, and they absolutely will go through their prep work moving into that playoff position. They talk about Group D being that position that they potentially have to go up against. All Gamers, they will be there looking at this port map and saying, we've got a weakness to potentially exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they do have to be very, very careful now, the Brazilian teams. It's interesting to say, is there perhaps a bit of lackadaisicalness coming into it from these squads, that it's like, okay, usually it goes fine, we should be all right just going through our regular kind of play. But yeah, you do mention just a couple of basic fundamental things with an execute to fall back on even. Yes, you don't have to lean on it as much as Gaming Gladiators did, but where was it? It just wasn't there, So I think they really do get lucky to take things over the line. Resilience is one thing, but when it comes to just setting up a foundation for the map, it just didn't seem to be there for Alcadzia.
Just wasn't there, but they got across the line in the end. Let's take a look at the MVP of this match. The first one from the upper brackets, as it will be AKT Action here with an incredible KD. Even, obviously the first map was 10-0, so everybody's going to have some really big numbers, but also just the fact that he was able to die a very small amount, compared to his teammates on map number 2, and also just very clutch at certain moments. One of the best riflers from Brazil. It's Action.
Yeah, the impact in terms of the clutches was the biggest thing for me, is that you've got this guy that can be very aggressive. You don't necessarily put him in the clutch all too often, and when they do, it's like they're not necessarily put in that scenario all too often in general, so you don't really expect them to come out on top, but it feels like he's got that extra facet in his game to potentially make him one of those elite riflers in the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's very, very true. I think that in terms of getting himself into impactful spots as well, he really seemed to be a right place at the right time kind of player. So I think that's something to watch out for, that they're giving him a few more resources and a bit more freedom, and he's using it very, very well.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Let's take a look at the bracket now after that victory from the side of Al-Qadsiya Esports, as they will move on to the playoffs. As you will see in just a moment, they took down King Zero Esports. Now they took down Gaming Gladiators, and they will move to playoffs. They're in the top 8 teams here at EWC for CROSSFIRE. Gaming Gladiators not out yet. They're going to await the winner of King Zero and Twisted Minds, who are currently 1-1 in that elimination match. So definitely, if you're curious about that match, check out the A stream as well. That's going on as we speak. And Gaming Gladiators, I'm sure, will, after this loss, immediately go over and start to watch that. So it's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I think that for King Zero, they would like to potentially get Gaming Gladiators and move on in the tournament, continue to show that Chinese dominance. But for Twisted Minds, I think they have revenge on the mind. I mean, just considering the fact that the way that series collapsed in front of their eyes, especially after how good they started off that initial series, they'll be really keeping this one in mind, in the back of their heads when they're going to that map 3 against King Zero, I'd say.
Yeah, excited to see. I think Gaming Gladiators, we've seen just the two sides of the coin, really. They've had some pretty weak maps. They've had some very good maps as well. And I think that their global risk play seems to have some structure and something that they've clearly worked on. But at times, we just see on the Blacklist side of things a lot slower and maybe too much respect or nervousness, whatever you want to call it. They just need a bit more punch to them, I think. And hopefully bringing Al-Qadsiya super close is going to give them that confidence.
Yeah, it's all about confidence at times. But guys, once again, it is time for a giveaway. So if you've been waiting for this, make sure you get this on your screen right now. You see the new code. This will go out to the first 500 people who put in the code. So make sure you're rushing to get this one down. The new AK skin looking super slick there. You guys, you don't have much time. I don't know if you're going to be able to type that in after this segment during the break.
I got to rush. I got to rush to get my laptop. And I don't know. I got to go back in the stream, take the screen cap.
Yeah, there's a lot of, it's a fair bit of work. So, being at home, I think, is definitely an advantage there.
Yeah, it's only the first 500 guys, so make sure you're jumping into that one. But guys, up next, we will have the match from Group B coming to you live in here at the B stream, as here are the arrivals from the team, starting off with Q9 from China. Definitely, we talked about the Aramco power rankings, where it seems like they were put down towards the underdogs level by the A-Stream guys. But they're going to be going up against Team Liquid here, and it will be a pretty interesting match. Should be a close one between these two teams.
Yeah, I think Baisha and EPG was the matchup that we were kind of touting, but this one's not really far behind, I'd say, in terms of Liquid being that team that is expected to perform for Brazil, and for Q9, a team that is also just kind of falling by the wayside in terms of the Chinese power rankings as well. So I don't know. I feel for both of these teams, this is one that they'll really imprint their face on in terms of the scope of the teams here in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely a couple of the Chinese teams look more vulnerable this time around than they usually would. So I think that Team Liquid, given their performance yesterday as well, small hiccup towards the end of their second map, but I think that they could take a few names here, and obviously some legends on that roster as well that we're hoping to keep the action coming.
Yeah, should be a really awesome matchup. This is one of the ones that we're definitely looking forward to, but we'll have it after the break. You're watching CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup. Stay tuned.
Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way. Starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here joining with YU and XJ from EWC Club.
Hello， 大家好，我是秦九玉。大家好，我是秦九小杰。
Welcome to our game. Today I got 20 quick questions for you guys and you need to answer me immediately. So are you ready for that?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
First questions. Who's your team's certified aim god?
KY. KY.
Who's the most clutch under pressure?
KY. KY.
Who's most likely to run into a grenade twice?
我吧。玉。
Any CROSSFIRE weapon you secretly hate but still use?
QBJ03。其实没有吧。
Which teammates loves making risky plays just for fun?
没有，对，没有，这个没有。
Who's the biggest trash talker just for fun?
我可能会跟英俊吧，其他的就不怎么开玩笑。外勾吧，还有那个 SXMY。
Who's the loudest on VC even when he's dead?
这个应该是我。
Who hypes the team with the worst motivational speeches?
就 XMY 吧，我觉得一样。
What's your team's group chat name?
1301谨慎生存人员。
秦9日练5000。
Who's the last to show up to practice?
这个我不知道呀，随便说一个的话你就是我吧。
没有最后一个到的。
Who's the team's best foodie?
XMY。
XMY。
Any gamers here with surprising hobbies? Maybe painting, fishing, dancing?
没有。平常的话我除了端游可能会玩会儿手机游戏，或者看电视剧吧。
这个没有，就平时就空闲时间就看看电影吧。
If one teammate had to become a TikToker, who would blow up first?
KY 吧。
KY。
If you weren't a pro player, what would you be doing instead?
我可能会去学习一些生活上的那种就是能对工作有用的技术。
就跟家里面学习一些就是电脑计算机嘛。
Any hidden talents we should know about?
就是我可能会比较运动的时候体力会好一点。
我可能比较擅长唱歌吧。
Would you rather win EWC with a game-winning ace or as a support with 0 kills?
我更愿意就是单局全歼 EWC。
一样。
Would you rather play a whole match with sound only or minimap only?
只看小地图。
只看小地图。
Would you rather chill with your team at the beach or a LAN cafe?
去沙滩上放松吧。
沙滩上。
Would you rather have unlimited nades or 200 ping and perfect aim?
我选第二个，200延迟，但是要准一点吧。
一样。
So, the last question for them. If your team had a theme song, what would it be?
EWC 的主题曲就是我们的主题曲。
Okay, that's all from us now. I wish you the best luck on your upcoming matches. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
This land is calling.
Hello and welcome back to EWC CROSSFIRE. We are here at the B stream and streaming all the best games today with the winners matches happening here. We did just get through one where we did have our Brazilian team taking the victory, Alcatia Esports, but now we're going to be moving on to our second match of the day. I'm still Valdez, joined by Paladin and Bench at this point in time. We're moving into Q9 versus Team Liquid. This is going to be, in our minds, one of the closest matchups that we do have of the day. Any thoughts on this matchup briefly to begin?
You got two methodical teams going at it in two very dominant regions, and that honestly will just breed a fantastic game. And that, to me, is going to be a huge indicator of who is the better of these two sides and kind of how is the region on region dominance kind of leaning.
And when it comes to China versus Brazil or just any other region in general, I think it has to be the Brazilian region that comes any close in having chances to take down China as a 2-0. Clean games. Of course, Q9 Esports, definitely not the top tier Chinese team we say. We did put them in the dark horses if I'm not wrong. Team Liquid definitely has a pretty good shot at taking this team down, but the roster from Q9 looking oh so strong. Valdez, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty stacked roster. It's not like the top tier, like the best of the best in China, but it's right below that, and those guys are still insane. Like, there's only so many spots on one team, so eventually you do get to the next level, and I mean, these guys are great. I mean, look at that jump. Look at that form. Incredible.
We call it the superhero landing, don't we?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, I think about players that I'm looking towards here for this Q9 side. Koi is one that always will jump to mind in terms of him trying to break open the game a little bit more and be a little bit more unpredictable. And I think that is required if you have these slow, methodical rosters. You need someone to shake things up, and if you don't have that, then you become pretty one-dimensional. It becomes very readable and you kind of fall by the wayside. So having that extra dimension, I think will go a long way here for Q9 as we get to take a look at Liquid's roster as well, who I think performed very well yesterday. I think the Rifle Corps looked fantastic. I think you didn't have the most out of Gokun, but when he was called upon, he definitely stepped up to the plate. And this is one of those cohesive rosters that makes me very excited for Brazil as a whole in terms of this tournament.
Yeah, and the progression of yesterday's game for Team Liquid, definitely, Gokun definitely wasn't the top fragger, surprisingly enough to us, and you guys as well. Danimal is just stepping up to the plate huge, big times. The real question will be, are they going to be able to do it again? And especially for Danimals as well as a personal question, if he's able to just perform outright to himself just like how he did yesterday, then we might be able to see, man, Q9 going down.
Yeah, it really does come down to the form on the day, I would say. Like, Q9 is a very strong team, but so is Team Liquid. And yes, Team Liquid did look very strong in their match, but I think that this is the next level, right? We were able to cast them, watch them here on the B stream yesterday, Team Liquid, so we know a little bit more about how those games did go. But Q9 as well with the 2-0. Felt like a very dominant thing to get going. Are you guys expecting one team or the other to take the win? Who are you favoring in this match if you had to choose one?
I'm leaning Liquid just slightly, just because of the depth of the roster and then the ways in which they win. I like WY in the clutch as well that we didn't kind of mention. There were a couple of rocky spots in their series yesterday, but having those win conditions to lean on will just make me very excited. And of course, if you do have those sleeping giants that are activated and players like Gokun, then automatically the level of Team Liquid goes very, very high for me.
Oh yeah, definitely justifiable top paladin. But to me, I still feel like Q9 has that upper echelon edge on top of Team Liquid, just because of higher performance in the CFPL. Sure, the map scores from CFPL doesn't necessarily describe everything. It's not the best map scores they have gotten, but now in the global stage, things could take a turn. And let's take a look at the map. Band picks Black Widow, Subbase, and to wrap the BO3 up, it's going to be Compound. So first time, I believe, to see Subbase getting played on B stream, isn't it, Valdez?
Yeah,
we had one of them.
Not entirely sure.
Did we? Actually, yeah, I think maybe like the first match.
Yeah, it would have been.
It was like right at the top of the day yesterday. I really like this Ankara ban against Q9.
Oh,
I think that banning Ankara against China in general is a very good idea. But they immediately go into Black Widow and Subbase here for Team Liquid. Definitely one that a lot of our Brazilian teams, especially Team Liquid, should be comfortable on.
And no port being selected. It's been a hot point of contention for both TL and Alcadzia of, do they want to actually lean into that regional dominant map for them, the one that they've played the most? But even in this situation, they're opting against it here, Bench.
Yeah, we've been actually just talking about how the map pick of port for the Brazilian region has not been all that great in EWC over at the casters at Stream A as well. So justifiable that Team Liquid will ban this map out. So yeah, these three maps, all in all, seems to be more even towards both of these teams, so we'll just have to wait and see how this one gets played out. Definitely strong expectations are coming in for a possible 2-1. Don't know who's going to take the lead here, but we can only wait and see, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If it's a 2-0, I think that's upset one way or the other, right? Like, Q9 should be good enough to take at least one map, as should Team Liquid against Q9. I think I'm a little bit with you, Bench, although it is very close. I think I would have to favor just the Chinese region in general, the CFPL. That league over there it's the best, right? And it has the best competition, and so while Team Liquid are one of the best in their region, I'm not sure if it's going to compare to Q9, but I suppose we're going to find out today, right? As we're getting the cheers going, and it looks like our players are just about ready to head into game number 1. Onto Black Widow, which hasn't been the most popular map that we've seen, but is going to be played right here, right now.
Yeah, I really do like the Black Widow pick here from Q9. I think that they can allow Koi to be a little bit more aggressive in certain situations. You can have these aggressive mid-rounds, which is really nice. But overall, I think Liquid will still definitely have their hands full here to start out the series.
Well, it looks like we're just about ready to hop into map number 1 of Black Widow, as I'm going to leave it to you guys and the teams to bring us this wonderful gameplay. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Valdez. Looks like we are just about ready to get into the first game. Black Widow Q9 Club versus Team Liquid. Let's kick things off. It's going to be Team Liquid on the blacklist side of all things. Q9 defending on the global risk side. Team Liquid already starting off with an aggression down towards A long, trying to clear the angles out. The C4 left just outside of spawn. So Paladin coming into this matchup, in this map specifically, we've seen Brazilian teams go quite aggressive down towards middle, trying to make some executions through splits, trying to get some flanks in. What do you think how the progression of this game is going to continue on?
I mean, yeah, you want to get those mid splits going. You want to have that mid control as well. But these long scales are also not the worst strategies in the world. It allows you to at least put the hurt on the defense as quickly as possible. And XMY wants to get stuck into the action straight away from this short side.
Stuck in the short side indeed. It looks like Q9 wants to hold on to bomb sites in the backside of the angle. Here comes the setups. Executions has been thrown out. Cross could be made any moment soon. Or will it be yet another fake being sold? Looks like it's been a ghost sign. Koi already dropping. Dynamos on the cross, and all of a sudden, some wind has been taken out of the sails for the side of Team Liquid. They're going to force it through, though. They're going to brute force it down onto the bomb site, but already XMY has made it onto the bomb site, taken out quickly. Koi's there to respond. The second kill for him. 7-7 in the duel goes down as well. All of a sudden, down to the ends of Gouken, and Ryu Zhao comes in swinging his XJ. The wallbang is accurate down to the ends of Gouken. The superstar armor can't do much. Here comes the shots. YU will do the job. And Q9 already starting the rounds off nicely in a 1-0 manner. Paladin, how did that round play out? That was absolutely nuts.
First of all, it's going to get very loud in here. I can tell you much. Yes. I can tell you that much for free.
I'll get loud too.
It is fantastic. Yeah, feel free. We'll make it the loudest game that we can have here on the B stream. And it's just the crossing players that were connecting every single time. Koi with a no-scope there, catching a couple players crossing. You had XMY chiming in. He's taking that initial duel. And again, this time around, oh my goodness. That might have been a collateral straight away in through the long doors. And sure, you got the Danimals trade, but Q9 feel locked and loaded in terms of the trade game.
Yeah, this time around, Q9 spicing things up with some extra pepper and salt. They decide to take control of A-Long, where in the first round they were playing rather posted backside, but this time around they are going to be going a little bit aggressive to take control. Danimal sure was trying all his best shots to get some kills back. Eventually he got traded out, so down to a 3v2. Team Liquid, they do have mid, they do have the C4 on them, trying to get inside of Catwalk, looks like. Don't know where they want to aggress towards. Sure, B is only held down by YJ, but who else but YJ to do a 1v2, isn't it?
Definitely has the capability to do it if they do go over to that B site. But the blacklist end come over to long once more. They're just waiting, snakes in the grass, waiting to pounce forward, and I think a little bit of an over-aggression there from XJ leaves XMY all alone. 7-7 sniper sidearm combo to get a couple in that one.
All of a sudden,
and that 1v2 does have to come out from XJ after all.
Absolutely, and all of a sudden it does feel the tie is very imminent. Down to the hands of YJ. Has rotated out from B, and now in Catwalk, they might just join hands with the players of Team Liquid. YJ, does he realize players are right behind him? By his back, Rizal swings out, the spray is there! Team Liquid catches them quickly. Rounds are now tied at 1-1.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from Liquid, and I do think that the overextension there is my real issue from XJ, trying to jump the gun in terms of getting long information, but I don't think it's necessary. You have a crossfire set up with your sniper rifle, that should be it.
That should be it too.
That contact comes through, then it should be wonderful. But a nade kill comes through, a couple from both YJ. Animals there on the trade, but damage already done, and again TL in a deficit.
Yeah, down a player. It's gonna be 4-3. Early long aggression not paying off dividend 2 rounds in a row, as Q9 anticipating what was coming underway. Nate stacks it. We've seen them from time to time, and unfortunately, one of the players had to eat that potato to the face, you know. Gets taken out from the lobby, and the rest of Team Liquid looking to rotate out from A, and now in the face of B Hut. I think Koi is boosted? Not entirely sure. So inside of B Hut, players do usually opt out to boost themselves up on the top of the boxes. Usually go for a kill or two, unless some pop flashes come through. But in the meantime, Team Liquid spending the clock, spending the timer. Here comes the pop flash. Koi has to respond. Players are getting ready to enter. C4 rotates out towards connector though. So this round is going to be a rather slower approach given out from Team Liquid.
Interesting. They want to make this split work here. Spam is just off the mark. XJ hits the dirt. And now this B bomb site is very under threat. C4 from Ryuzao is not optimal, but that should be the round right there. 7-7, taking down Koi.
I mean, Koi didn't necessarily have to step down from the boxes. It looks like he...
No, not necessarily, but I think
a little overstep.
He would have been limited to 1 kill max in that situation.
True.
So it's a very precarious spot there for Koi.
Definitely, and now down to a 3v2. The C4 now getting planted by XMY, and Windows coming out. Cheeky with the first shot. However, YJ, oh, so reliable, is going to take down Dynamos now on the backside. Takes down 7-7, a quick double kill for him. Down to the hands of Ryuzao. Yesterday, sure, he was able to clutch up big time, but can he provide for his team tonight as well? Now, the bomb timer ticked down to about half. XMY already posted inside of the site. Ryuzao gets caught out. XMY with the pistol gets the job done. C4 gets defused, and Q9 starts to lead out. 2-1 for the rounds.
Over-aggression there, I'd say, from TL in the 3v2. And it's discipline being the name of the game here that I'm looking towards from both of these sides. Mistakes on both ends, and more importantly, the punishment of said mistakes from their opponents. It's difficult to continuously get that punishment and convert it into rounds, but at the end of the day, Team Liquid just cannot make less of them, really, in this kind of situation.
And I think this is probably the right time to call attack pause, try to, cut off the momentum for the side of Q9, and at the same time, go back to your strat books, pick out the strats, and see what you can go from there. For now, though, 2-1, Q9 kind of anticipate that they will lead out on the global risk side, but for Team Liquid to stand a chance, as long as they have about 3 or 4 rounds on the blacklist and switch over and have a solid defense, then yeah, taking map 1 is definitely not impossible for Team Liquid as well.
No, not at all. I actually do really like what PSK1 has done with this side. The tactical pauses that he calls and then the response straight after always feels very well done from Team Liquid. And I'm very curious to see how that call and response goes in this kind of situation when you go up against a much fiercer opponent in Q9. You've got oodles of talent on the other end, and you've got to find a way to counter that via calling from Danimals, or you got to look for these mid-round situations where you can have your stars come alive as well.
I mean, here's my take on best out of 3s, right? Like, for sure, second, third map, you're all warmed up, but for the first map, it just comes down to, like, whoever gets activated first more often than the opponent team really determines the follow-through of the map. But Looks like we're ready to get back into the game. Reminder, 2-1 Q9 leading out. As this time around, after the pause, Team Liquid, they're going to be posting Ryu Zhao deep and long, gain control, and the rest of the members are going to be posted outside of B bomb site, hinting to us a possible split maybe. The C4 still yet to be picked up, dropped at the blacklist spawn.
Yeah, willing to slow it down here, TL.
Q9 as well, showing similar difference to round one.
Yeah, they have a forward-facing short player in you, and they're very willing to potentially do that mid-crunch, but not really springing that trap since there's really nothing being shown here from Team Liquid.
Koi outside of water, activates himself, gets the drop onto Danimals though. Oh, it's going to be a great opening for Q9. Instantly falls back. YJ as well though, thinking otherwise. Trying to get a kill of his own, but WY gets a quick drop onto him. Comes the equalizer down to a 4v4. Koi gets knocked out from 7-7, so that's going to make things a little bit more interesting, Paulin.
Very disjointed in terms of how they want to retake that hut, and 7-7 being very aware of that potential punishment reclaims the man advantage, and now they go back over to what's worked for them. It's at long scale. And yes, you've got a potential wrap building here between X and Y and U, but eventually, once this cross comes through, the retake will be very difficult. X and Y will actually play forward ahead in the short side to catch a crossover, and he spots Ryu Zhao and collects the kill. He's got another one on his plate, and he'll capitalize there too. XMY has gone nuclear, and XJ to respond as well. What a response from Q9 as a whole.
And the whole squad of Q9 starts to get more vocal, trying to taunt the players of Team Liquid as Liquid also gets loud from time to time. We've seen that happen yesterday. Just not there yet for tonight. 3-1 though. This time, sending 2-3 players out towards A long, then they not taking away much of an HP. But here comes a replay of XMY. Absolutely dropping some bangers. 3K quickly with the quick scopes.
Those crosses seem to be a real problem for Team Liquid. Because yes, the smokes are deployed in the right areas, but Flash is not too much on point. That short side player has gotten so much room. And it's really up to Team Liquid. If they want to continue for those long scales, you've got to figure out how you want to place the utility a little bit better. And that'll make the job a lot easier for TL moving forward. You and... who's that? You and YJ?
Well, this time around, after a failed cross, they're going to invest a bit more util on the crossing side. They do have some flashes, so this time they might just pop flash over. Gouken being contested. YU swings out, gets the kill. Gouken goes down in a blink of an eye, leaving Ryu Zhao in no man's land. XMY by the staircase, trying to hold the angle, but Ryu Zhao some way, somehow gets the kill. 7-7 as well. Adds on to the kill point. All of a sudden, Danimals on top of the bomb site. Can't do much. 7-7 into the clutch, but Koi quick with the shots, and Q9 starting to assert some dominance here.
This secondary sniper setup has just been decimating.
It's working wonders,
the Liquid side. Yeah, XMY off the short side, and now you've got a swap up from Koi. Koi doing his job in spades as well. I mean, you look at these 12 kills between them, it's all impact all the way.
Yeah, Q9 playing scrims almost at this point.
Yeah.
4-1. And Team Liquid, as you can tell by their positioning, they are not really willing to go aggressive anymore. Looks like they've been tucked backwards for a bit. And Q9 absolutely loving their passive setups for holding on to the bomb sites. Been working out for the past 3 rounds, and the first round as well. The one round they dropped, I believe, Q9 was trying to reclaim control of A-Long, went out a little too aggressive, and Danimals traded out 2 players. I think that's how it progressed. So, yeah, might as well go with the plan that worked out. Doesn't necessarily need to devise something, you know, too spooky to get more rounds.
Ooh. Those nades nearly on the mark there for Q9, but instead it's utility shaved for Team Liquid. They move back over to mid, and we kind of spoke about these splits looking like a likely option, and haven't been getting enough space to make it a warranted idea here.
And this is what's funny, right? Like you mentioned, Team Liquid, they have all the room they could work with, as we can see on the minimap, but they can't, as Q9 is playing pretty passive. But Team Liquid is cornering themselves by themselves, and that might just cause enough trouble for them to not pick up more rounds. But Team Liquid finally showing some sort of movements out towards A long. Gets the drop. It's going to be 7-7. Gouken as well swings out, takes down you, but traded out eventually. Well, it's going to be XJ on the hold by himself onto the A bomb site. The rotation not coming in quickly enough from Q9 may just cost them this round. 30 seconds remaining. The C4 has rotated just into the bomb site. Plant is right up.
This is an unwinnable situation here for Q9. I'd like to imagine, unless this flank from XJ could find some significant damage, WI is on the prowl. And it all really comes down to this. If there's a kill here for XJ, maybe there's a round to be played for, but 7-7 does thin the herd even further. XJ and YJ hoping to climb back in, and they absolutely are. All of a sudden, Ryuzao is alone. The double swing is in. How is this falling apart here for Team Liquid? But the timer is ticked. I don't know if they have time here to bench. This one's, yeah, it's not it. Team Liquid live.
Team Liquid finally catching up to that of Q9, 4-2. Does finally put out a round after 3 rounds lost consecutively. Rather, going for the slower pace may have thrown Q9 off guard a little bit, and they might just opt to do so, but here comes another tactical pause. And now, Q9 may have to, think about devising a different plan, as their current default setups are not paying off dividends at all. And to me, Paladin, it does feel the way that they should be claiming more territory as the global risk. And even that last round, they just gave too much room to Team Liquid. Timer, sure, it was burnt down to less than a minute, but there's too much ground to be controlled by Team Liquid. They were able to go inside A long, make the cross, get the frags. XJ tried all he's got to hold it down, but eventually if you're in a 1v4 with 4 guys spraying you down, there's not much you can do. So yeah, after this pause, anticipating, us casters could be a curse, but anticipating that Q9 going for more ground control maybe.
Yeah, certainly. I do think that Team Liquid are finally getting a little bit more pep in their step in terms of trades. I think 7-7's entry there was key. But building off of that is the real question, because right now, I don't think they have a complete idea as to how they want to commit to the takes, these passive defensives that Q9 have set up.
I mean, even then, right? Some of the executions from Team Liquid was a little bit iffy from time to time. But yeah, back into the game, 4-2. This time, Q9 trying to gain control outside B, sending 2 players into the hut. And Team Liquid creeping up on Catwalk here. YU is going to be holding this one down. Looks like he has spotted the tip of the head of the animals. The information passed away right away. And the rest of Team Liquid rotates out in a blink of an eye. They are booking it quick. But where do they want to aggress onto is going to be the real question here, Paladin.
Seems like that hut position is the more the idea that they're looking for. Koi's been solid here from this hut position, but he's alone. He doesn't have that instant rotation. And that could be a cause for concern for Q9. Continue to try and clear out this position. They get quite a bit of information, right? They realize that there's no aggression in from the B end. And that really it is just Koi on the other end. Meanwhile, YJ and you get more information off the cat side, cut this map in half, understand that this B hit is imminent.
Yeah, Q9 made a guess that it might be an A hit. Sends another player down towards B, but Team Liquid, with just about less than a minute, what are they willing to do here? sure they have tested the water out towards B. Ruzel out on catwalk. Saw the player from Q9 peeking out from catwalk, so possibly they might just send it down towards A and brute force it out. There's only 36 seconds. There's no turning back. If they give it a go sign, it will be a brute force. Walking into catwalk, XMY holding it down, whips the first shot, looking for the second. Not gonna happen as Ruzel guns YU, and Danimals has gunned down XMY. All of a sudden, A completely pried open. YJ steps up from the staircase, gets one, but Danimals is quick to trade. All down to the hands of Koi and XJ coming up from catwalk, can't do much. And now Koi dead stuck in windows. What can he do? Got to clap 4 players to win the round. Not a single kill as well. And Team Liquid stepping closer to a tie.
Yeah, the short side execution is very nice. They get really making XMY feel uncomfortable on that secondary. And not being able to get involved with that sniper, all of a sudden the rifle core actually looks pretty flimsy there from Q9. You finally have entries that come in from Danimals, Ryu's out, chimes in as well. And these are the guys that really led the way for a couple of moments in terms of our last series, why I talked about the depth of Team Liquid. It doesn't have to just be the Gokun show. You've got other people to potentially step up to the plate. For Q9, where does that depth go beyond their secondary and their primary snipers?
Good point, because even that last play made by XJ, trying to go a little bit aggressive out towards catwalk, eventually costed him his life. So, as a global risk, if you get traded out, if your bomb site gets completely isolated, then you're expecting a 4-2 or 4-1. But here comes another aggression down towards catwalk. XMY has to jiggle peek, and he does get the drop with Ryuzao, looking for the second one towards Golkin. Can't hit as WY now starting to open up, firing of his own gun. And Golkin looking to recover the C4. Successfully gets it. WY though already in B bomb site, spotted out, goes down. But the information has been passed in the rest of Team Liquid. Looking to just take it on towards A, but XMY on bomb site. Can he win the sniper duel? That is going to be the real question here. 7-7 out towards long. He has to start making a move. Help his teammate out. Not going to do that just yet.
I mean, he's hoping for the repeat to come through, and 7-7 is not getting anything to use here. Gokun also searching in from the short side. Finally, the swing comes through, and 7-7 finds his man. Now the cross is available, and YJ and U, the double Ys, have to step up big. No scope misses, and they'll chime in one apiece. We're right back to winning ways from Q9.
The Ys will do the work. And Q9 picks up another round. Even then, kind of looked a little flimsy, didn't it? Wasn't the cleanest round of all times. 5-3. Team Liquid now. Just about a round before we switch sides, they are looking to pick the final round up, and beginning of the round goes down. It's going to be 7-7 out towards A long. And Q9 trying to get more aggressive on their global risk side is going to gain control out towards A long. Does have a player who tried to look out towards B hut, but eventually fell out. And now down a player. Where does Team Liquid want to take this one into?
They're in a real pickle here because long control very firmly established for the global risk side. Having to retake that will be a problem and a half, especially with the instant rotation that Koi can provide and get that crossfire set up as soon as possible. So YJ will take this first contact.
And he's the first responder. Gokun trying to crack some angles. Cleared out long. Now got to clear the back side. YJ at risk. Gokun does not miss that. Takes the hat off of YJ. And the rotation comes in from Q9. But Team Liquid, they're waiting patiently. They still have a minute 15 to work with. Lines up the executions. Koi from underpass. Can't do much. Goes down to Gokun. Double kill for him. And here comes the push to shove. Yuzao takes on XMY. Danimals also takes on YU. All down to the XJ in a blink of an eye. 1v4 and a dream. Can he do some wonders? Comes out from the smoke. Creeps up. Gets the planter, but he has to fall back right away. Yuzao follows down and catches him off guard. And Team Liquid puts out 4 rounds on the scoreline.
Yeah, very needed there from Team Liquid. I mean, it's a tough situation to boot for Q9, but again, it's the double snipers having a chance to potentially get things going between Koi and XMY, but neither of them connecting, and again, the A defense looks flimsy. You look towards you look towards someone else, to YJ, and you just don't get it.
And you know what's funny is we were just talking about it doesn't necessarily have to be a Gouken show and everyone else can step to the plate. Well, today was a rest of the team doing all the work and Gouken finally stepping up to the plate, so double kill for him. Gets to round 1. As we now do look at the side switching, it's going to be Q9 on the offensive angle on the blacklist side of all things. Team Liquid has to hold this one down. Trying to reclaim control of HUT. We do have Danimals stepping out a little bit overextensive out towards Catwalk. Takes a bit of damage. Has successfully fallen back.
This is the slow style that you kind of expected from Q9.
Yep.
As soon as we swap over to that blacklist side. But Koi still peering into the B hut, seeing if he can find anything to potentially accelerate this round. Smoke deployed on the doors.
Yeah, I think Q9 just wanted to burn through the utils by playing time. But now with less than a minute remaining onto the timer, they will now start to have to make some move here. It's going to be Catwalk. I think it's being watched by 7-7. But he is down to 17 HP, and here comes the pop flash. The execution is on. 7-7, good for 1. Can he get the second kill? Yes, he does. Looking for the third. The quick scoop is so accurate. Gets the job done. Yuzao double kill for him, and Team Liquid now tied back up at 5-5.
That's their best round yet. I mean, you finally have the secondary sniper, something that's worked so well for Team Liquid in the past from 7-7. In some situations, I'd even argue he's looked better than Gouken. And, I mean, what a map he's had so far. 13-7, offensively working that rifle, and then swapping over to the TRG now. All of a sudden, Q9 feel a little hot under the collar, but they do get themselves one. The danger man of 7-7 hits the deck as XMY, the counterpart of the secondary, puts in work in his own regard.
And there's the replay. 7-7 clutching it with just about 17 HP, but nothing more. Gets the job done. But in round number 11, Q9 did find the opening frag. 7-7 did go down. And another Catwalk takeaway. Are they going to force it down towards middle? But it's going to be a tough one. Ruzal waiting behind the doors, and Danimals could swing back in anytime soon. Ruzal's going to be the one to swing first. He does get the first drop. And the flash is good for him to fall back towards the B bomb site. And Q9 left just scratching their heads outside the Catwalk.
Dropped the bomb there as well.
Yeah, looks like the speed has been just halted for a little bit for Q9.
Yeah, I mean, they have to reset in that kind of situation. They have no choice but to reset. And with that reset comes the decision of where you really do want to end up. They'll try to spam through the doors a little bit. Ryuzao's still very gung-ho to hold on to this positioning. But this A-split is very much on the cards. Gouken will have to watch in through here, and Danimal's on the other end. But Ryuzao's got a flank going. It's just a question about whether can he get there in time or not.
Gouken gets dropped though. XJ with a quick spray down through the wall bang's going to take Gouken. Drops down to underpass and gets the second kill. Looking for the third. Ryuzao spotted out. Well, it's going to be WY and Ruzal to take a kill each. Down to a 2v2. C4 now getting planted, but the rotations are now coming in hot. Can Q9 hold on to bomb sites? Koi sure is holding onto a sniper of his own. Has a pretty good angle. Ruzal and WY, they're going to look to double swing. WY has been spotted out. The gun, the tip has been shown. Koi has a good angle to get the drop. WY, though, is going to do the crouch peek and does some damage.
Oh,
and somehow that just works wonders. But the C4 timer has been dropped down to half, and it's good for YJ to just wipe it up. Q9, what a round for them.
Finally, YJ comes into the equation now. You've got a little bit more rifle prowess from Q9. And it was very necessary to get that one over the line. Wow, a great kill from XMY. These mid kills have been fantastic. Catching WI on the cross, not an easy shot to collect. But the split looked fantastic here from Q9. I mean, you're getting the side anchors feeling real uncomfortable, basically not having any long control, not having any short control either.
But that replay though, the animal just completely caught his pants down.
Yeah, I mean,
XJ, he doesn't
know where
care.
to
He
look.
just drops down. So eventually that costed them the round. But yeah, like you've mentioned, Q9, their rifling core finally stepping into the plate here. 6-5. Still has to pick up more rounds to solidify their win on this map of Black Widow.
Koi brings out that sniper to see what he can get done. And it's the long scale. Flash through, nade in, so much utility being dumped in by the global risk side. But Q9 seem relentless to at least show some face here. It's all a fake though. YJ and Koi will showcase just a little bit. They won't even fire a gun. They'll go back into the B hut and they'll go charging straight at Danimals.
Yeah, especially with a player down. If they are able to isolate B, it's only Danimals holding it down, but if it's anyone else to hold it by himself, it's gonna be him. Gets the first kill. The C4 is down. The nade does a bit of damage, but he does get to fall back and buy enough time for the rotation to come in. C4 being dropped inside of the bomb site might just cause enough trouble for Q9. Gets recovered, and they're gonna force it all the way into the bomb site for the plant. However, this could be a tough one for Q9 to hold it down. C4 now being planted. Now the rotations are already arrived for the side of Team Liquid. XMY though, quick to the shot. Danimals goes down, and Ruzel tries to step into the bomb site as well, but now he gets spotted out. XMY quick scopes him out from the lobby, and 77 in a 1v4. Has to get all the kills. Not gonna happen. And Q9 starts to lead out. It's gonna be 7-5.
And that's just masterful work there from Q9. Tactics now taking shape for Blacklist. When you think about how they feign that long presence so well, you retain two players on the A bomb site, the mid players floating and looking at the cross as a potential hit, but it never comes through. The side anchor on the B bomb site gets pushed away and can't find anything. Now you get a little bit more aggression out of YJ and XJ. Koi with a triple. Sorry, double rather. And it's all up to Ruzel, which I don't really fancy his chances here, Bench.
I mean, this round is pretty much down and dusted, isn't it? Because Team Liquid tried to opt out for the aggressive play, sending two players out towards HUD, and can't do much as YJ and XJ was watching it down. Ruzel, the last one alive, will have to work wonders. Not going to happen as Koi steps him from the back. Q9 just one round away from taking the map point. It's going to be 8 rounds being picked up for the side of Q9.
And it's gone completely quiet on the other end, right? You don't hear a peep out of Team Liquid considering
no, not at all, yeah.
how much of a difficult spur on this is in terms of trying to come back consistently. And now they're out the long doors. I don't find the men they were looking for, though. Smoke up in their face and they bound away. So reset from Q9, and they've got plenty of time to play as they please.
And Q9, by burning the clock down every round, they're able to just burn through the utility of Team Liquid and have an easier take when the actual push comes to shove. Q9, thinking about directing themselves towards the B bomb site, has all 5 players, no fakes being sold. Goken, sure, he's holding one of the windows, but Q9, they are going to line their executions. Let's see what Q9 is opting out to do. Here comes the pop flash. Goken has to respond. He gets a collateral! Huge double kill for him. YU and YJ goes down, and all of a sudden the push is completely halted. The rotation from Team Liquid has arrived there though as well. What a call at.
Yeah, magic in the air here for Goken, always pulling the rabbits out of the hat. And he'll try to hold on for just a little bit longer. Another one through the smoke. XJ and XMY wonder how in the hell has all their teammates just hit the deck, hoping to punish some sort of aggression that won't come. I say that. Goken flirting with the idea.
A cheeky boost.
Oh, 4 kills for Goken. He wants the ace, but Ryuzao will be there, and that's something to reinvigorate Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid basically shouting that we're not going down without a fight. 8-6. Just need 2 more rounds to tie it back up. And we heard them get a little bit more vocal, Paladin. So hopefully that round is just enough to get themselves rejuvenated, like you said. And that call out from Goken, just clapping 2 players at once. Huge round for himself as well, and finally seeing him step up. But, oh man, unfortunately, he just continues for the side of Team Liquid, trying to cross or even, poke and prod and get some information. 7-7 now, this time realizing, okay, crossing mid might be just too risky.
I mean, he goes
out
into
to
short.
catwalk, and now he gets clapped, so...
He comes into short, and it's a sick shot there from Koi.
Yeah.
Here's a little bit of a replay. It's just a sliver, just a leg being shown.
So just unfortunately, it's just continuing to not work out for 7-7 after some huge rounds on the Blacklist side when he was playing on the first half.
And now Q9 can really play the man advantage here. Try to notch map point as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they can isolate one of the bomb sites, if Blacklist has a man advantage, at max, they're facing 5v3, so as Global Risk, you have to really maintain your numbers against the Blacklist side to have an equal fight, or even a chance of having an equal fight. Q9, they're definitely burning through the utils of Team Liquid right now. A bunch of smokes has been already spent. Fake setups are being thrown out as well.
It's the same fake from that previous round. And yes, you've got WY and Ryuzao playing forward, but still, no shots being taken. Danimals has gotten the rotation through, and again, it's just Goken on this B bomb site. Can he pull that rabbit out of the hat once more?
Well, I mean, he's looking to do so just right now. 30 seconds, and looks like Q9 really has to send it down. Goken caught his pants down, and YU springs out, gets the drop as well. So all of a sudden, Qingju completely taking out the B bomb site. Koi as well, just taking down Danimals. I don't know if WI can do it. I mean, he sure can pop out from windows, but it's being watched. XMY gets the kill and the round, and Q9 reaches the map point. It's going to be 9-6.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that Team Liquid have fallen hook, line, and sinker to that twice. But now you get just the tactics looking far better for Q9. The rifle core is looking much stronger in the clutch situations. And of course, Koi and XMY have been really leading the way, powering this team to this point. A mere round away to capitalize on Team Liquid's lethargic start to this game. But Goken wants to extend play a little bit longer with that opener on Koi.
Maybe that one kill is all they need, Paladin, to keep the dream alive. But here comes the push down towards the B bomb site. WY has to hold it down. YJ stepping up to the plate here. Entry fragger not getting activated. Danimals gets him down, and a double spray down for him to get the kills. And WY so close. But he was able to take X and Y to about 5 HP. 2v1. As a sniper, it's not impossible for him to clutch this one out, but looks very tough, Paladin.
Well, look, they're giving him 1v1s, which is the big thing. A lot of respect. He's made the crossover. Goken coming back through the underpass, having an opportunity to potentially punish him. But with these one-on-ones, this comes a possibility. And head spotted. XMY is so well aware of what's on the other side. Oh, and he can't catch him. He can't catch the rotation back on the other end, and 7-7 will capitalize. We play on.
We keep playing, boys, as Q9 not being able to close this one out cleanly. Team Liquid still catching up to it. Just 2 more rounds as we go. We are looking at a possible overtime. And quick reminder, all the tactical pauses has been used, I believe. So can't go back to the drawing board anymore. And if Team Liquid can just hold this one down, they still keep the chances alive.
And now finally the bait and switch setup that Q9 have been effectively deploying has been neutralized. But Q9 are still so hellbent on trying to break open this B bomb site. And they're going to see if they can catch a little bit of a timing. They dump an entire util set here and a triple rotation into this B bomb site from TL. But this time, Q9 hold the brakes. They don't actually execute beyond that. And that's really going to cause some indecision here for TL. What's going on in the heads of Q9?
Yeah, I mean, Q9 still has 2 more shots at closing the map out. But Team Liquid, not faster all that much, will maintain their default setups as Q9 is now gathering all the players. Call to arms here for taking onto the B bomb site. Lining up some flashes. They do have a couple flashes to work with. Here comes the pop flash. Swings in. It's going to be YU, but he gets team flashed. Ruzao, knowing what's coming on his way. WY behind the boxes, activates himself, gets the first kill. Looking for the second. Ruzao swings out, gets a drop before going down. So all of a sudden, this round looking like Team Liquid's XMY and Koi has to do it all. The sniper duo can recover the C4. However, with a man deficit, can they hold onto the retake that's coming?
He didn't actually even recover the bomb there, so now he's going to have to cross dry. It's an awkward scenario, but Koi's actually been given free reign. 2 crossback, overshot on the Goken, just whizzing past the Brazilian's ear. Resmoke in, and that C4 should be planted inevitably. XMY just watching if that smoke push comes through, but they're getting boxed in very slowly but surely. The Animal's on the other end.
Here comes the race against the clock. The Animal's running, could have caught XMY off guard, but XMY just quick on his feet is going to be able to dodge that. The timing off by these 2 players. The Animal's first one to spot him out. The pistol play from XMY is so good. Gets the job done. Down to 2v2. The timer already ticked down towards half.
They're on the defuse. He's sticking it all the way.
But Goken goes down. 7-7 gets the kill, but is that enough time? XMY. Oh, he's way back out. 7-7's going to stick it. Half almost done, but the shot is there. Q9 closes the first map out.
That's exactly the kind of competition that you want between these 2 sides. It's slow, it's methodical, it's brooding, but Q9 showcase the better macro. They showcase a little bit of better micro between their snipers, and now are in pole position to try and capitalize on Group B. And this Team Liquid that still seems like they're trying to churn back into this game.
I mean, even then, Team Liquid has put out what a fight. Didn't go down easily like the first series we had today.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you still see that fight from players like 7-7 on that secondary. You think about the great work that Ryuzao was able to put out in terms of some of the entry work. But at the end of the day, I think Q9 just showcases that they've got a little bit extra depth. This is something that I was hoping to see in this game develop, and initially it was just XMY and Koi, but you had XJ step up, you had you show up as well here and there, and some of these clutch scenarios eventually going in the favor of Q9 showcases to me that there are just multiple ways to win here for the Chinese.
But then the game, because of the characteristics of the Brazilian region, as long as these players get the hot hands on and starts getting activated, then you never know what's going to happen in map 2 and map 3, and this first map of Black Widow just hints to me that looks like all of the players on Team Liquid is now fully ready to get into the battlefield.
I'm not necessarily sure, right? I don't think you can keep it that reductive, because in a lot of situations, yes, you know, they did come alive towards the end there, but from a macro perspective, if sub-base is figured out by Q9 here, this one is still going to be wraps, I think, because from what I can see, Q9 have got the better ideas being pulled forward, and I think they are completely catching TL off guard.
Maybe that is the case, but as we're reaching the end of this replay, some accurate shots from these snipers, and even then, most of these teams opting out to go for the double sniper setup, absolutely working wonders, and Q9 definitely gets some of that. They're the winner of the first map.
Pretty incredible stuff from this Q9 club. I mean, they are facing a really, really strong team. And there were a bunch of incredibly close matchups, or rather, a lot of incredibly close rounds that we did have between these two teams. And I just want to say, like, they were really impressive in the clutch and just being able to take out the really crucial rounds that could have tipped it in the scales towards Team Liquid. So really big props to Q9. And now, as you guys were saying, they move over to sub base here, which should be very comfortable for them. Does feel like, you know, again, the Chinese region just seems to be that little bit amount stronger in terms of macro, micro, all these little things, how to close out rounds, how to be clutch. And I do worry for Team Liquid a little bit here going into map 2.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is like the prep work. It's like I see some clear development in things to change and chop in terms of how that Black Widow went. But then I think about Team Liquid on the other side of the spectrum, and I didn't see that revolutionary mid-round, anything that really they could abuse as far as their offense is concerned. And that really does beg the question of how much different is their sub base moving forward. It is something a little bit unorthodox for them in terms of the pick, but I'd like to think that there's a little bit more in the tank there as far as the blacklist is concerned.
Yeah, definitely a lot more questions to be answered by Team Liquid to prove that they're capable of taking down Q9. But yeah, in terms of map stats, I think Team Liquid sub base is not half bad. They just need that extra fizz, provide Pepsi, to win the rounds up. So all in all, I feel like Team Liquid, all they just need to do is start getting activated, you know, have more trade kills come through, because the rounds that they lost on the first map, some of the losses happened due to not being able to provide the trade kills for your teammates.
Do you feel like there were any specific players on the side of Team Liquid that overperformed or underperformed in your mind that you would like to, well, 7-7, I guess, in terms of overperforming, but maybe somebody who's got to step up to the plate here a little bit more?
Well, the biggest thing that I liked about Team Liquid was having the clutch potential from players like WY. And in this situation, yes, he's got some tough roles. I mean, you're calling him the B anchor. In a lot of situations, he's on an island expecting to come up with multiple kills. But I can only extend that grace so far. And for me, I needed a little bit more out of him on the defense and on the offensive side as well. I just don't think that he had enough characteristics in those post plants. I was really looking towards 7-7 and Gokun to try and get it over the line, which, yes, you're always going to give the snipers the benefit of the doubt, but you need a little bit more out of the rifle core, and I think WY is the guy that I'm kind of looking at the most.
And to add on to that, Gokun himself as well, sure, towards the latter rounds, he did start stepping up in the plate, but I mean, he was pretty quiet for most of the first map, so sub-base especially being the map where your sniper core really has to start crying out loud. If he's continuing to be more quiet, then I think it's going to be a tough one for Team Liquid to come out alive.
Yeah, and there's always that focus on the club championship as well. I feel like Team Liquid have that on their back a little bit, where it's like so much pressure to really, in the clutch here, get the win right now and secure playoffs, because, I mean, any team on any given day, given their form, can take them down, especially if Team Liquid get a little bit tilted by a loss or something. So they really want to come in here and take the win tonight and make sure that they can book their playoffs ticket and, you know, potentially bring Team Liquid to a club championship here at the Esports World Cup. Nothing is decided yet. It's still very early on, of course, but again, this is a really strong team. I think they should have learned a lot about the way that Black Widow was played there by Q9, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring here into this sub base.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight on the back for both of these teams and all the players. Looks like they're just getting ready to get into the second map, but like the slogan, nothing is granted, everything is earned, and Team Liquid or Q9, they both have to get through these obstacles to claim the prize, claim the club championship. So all we can do is wait and see all this.
I'm thrilled to watch more Q9, to be completely honest with you. I really enjoyed just the ideas that they put forward on that Black Widow side. And if they've done their homework here on Subbase, Team Liquid are going to certainly have their hands full. I've completely switched my tone, folks. I don't necessarily back Team Liquid as much in this situation. I've been convinced by the Chinese.
Well, guys, game number 2 starts right now. Subbase, take it away.
Here comes early aggression down towards the machine room already. All guns blazing. But eventually Liquid is able to step out without losing a player. So Q9 already showing some signs of aggressiveness, trying to get into the faces of Team Liquid, taking the fight right by the front garage. Eventually Q9 is going to reset and try to gain some control down towards the mid area. Team Liquid playing more so default. The Animals trying to get counter boost into Venser as he's just trying to hold the single down.
It's interesting that there was so much initial aggression there, and TL just completely pulls away. Don't find anything really. Complete change of pace from that Brazilian squad.
So here's my take on this map, right? Sub-base. It's either teams are going to go super aggressive very early on in the rounds, first 10, 15 seconds, they're going to either run into Machine Room or run down the Nook, or they burn the clock down, try to catch any rotations because it's easier on this map to spot the rotators, so they're either just going to play with the clock. There's no mid-round type thing on Sub-base to me, so we'll just have to wait and see. And this time Q9 is, of course, opting to go for the latter case.
WI hoping to get aggression coming his way. He's got a little bit of a crossfire setup. He bounced back away. He goes back into A, and now Danimals is left alone to his own devices. He can't find anything, but his teammates certainly can. 7-7 and WI chime in for a couple. And there's another one for Q9. It's such a fantastic start there in terms of the trade game. But right now, TL trying to fight tooth and nail to get back into this one.
Yeah, Ruzal swinging back from the Nook was able to get one kill, but the rest of Q9 has already rotated down towards the B bomb site. C4 now down, timer against Ruzal. In a 1v2, still possible if he's able to bring it down to a 1-on-1. Spots XJ, does he realize? Well, there's Koi right behind him, looks the wrong side, almost gets the job done. Not quite there though, as Q9 is going to be able to take the first round there. That's going to be 1-0, Q9 in the lead.
Yeah, I really like how they were able to swarm that A bomb site, and then realizing the risk they potentially have to run if they do plant the bomb on A. As soon as they actually get into that global risk spawn, you think, okay, let's just commit to this B bomb site and see what we can do in the post, reset the situation. But boy, oh boy, the number of wallbangs in this round here, all over the shop, and that box has seen a lot of bullets.
0 HP there. But yeah, Subbase is one of those maps where wallbangs are quite efficient, especially these double doors through middle.
Yeah.
Completely wallbangable, so once the smokes are set out, you can see like the snipers just emptying their magazine through that gap through the smoke, hoping for some lucky shots. We've seen a bunch of those happen in the past events. Not happening here just yet. Oh, and also, players would sometimes go for the XM in the vents.
Yeah, so viable strategy for sure.
Hoping to see one of the shotguns come into the play in Subbase.
Here comes a little bit of utility exchange in the middle of the map, but again, this B bomb site seems to be the name of the game here for Q9 initially. They'll waltz out. Gokin has to get his gun out initially, but they're actually going through the smoke, just waltzing all the way in. And the flank isn't necessarily working, and Gokin has hit the deck. That is a fantastically worked split onto the B bomb site.
And look at Y's position.
Yeah, and you will be able to cut off even more rotations.
Well, Team Liquid now has to go for the retake, but like you've mentioned, Paladin, YU's position is so strong. They will have to clear this one out. Danimal swings in, goes down. While WI is there for the straight kill, but it's down to 2v3. Timer ticking away. WI goes down. All down to the end of 7-7. Is good for one, looks for the second, goes for the secondary. Swings to the left side. There's a double stag, and here comes the swing. Q9 gets the job done. 2-0 for the rounds.
And again, just a fantastic macro play there from Q9. Making sure that mid split goes initially, that Gokin kind of has to split his attention back over to mid. And as that whole play is happening, just walking through the smoke, completely silent. No flashes, no nades, no sound cues to give it over. This time aggression in this position, and YJ, they chime in together to punish that aggression, give themselves a fighting chance with this 4-on-3.
Looks like Q9 is going to be the winner for the Machine Room skirmish, as they were able to take the life of Ruzal and WI in the process. And down to players, Team Liquid, they're going to have to go for that 1-1-1 split, but it definitely and significantly weakens up the defense.
Complete standstill now for Q9. Hoping that they can punish any sort of re-aggression here. from anyone. 7-7 really the only forward-facing player, though. Crouches up and down to get a bit of info, and he spots a couple of tracers, so he's well aware of what's going on here. Fires off, but as soon as he fires off, he takes a nade out. Used there to capitalize. Gokun now doesn't really know what to do. He's got to bound away. Koi able to potentially shut down these rotations. Yeah, unfortunate. But now Gokun and Danimals have a way back in.
Well, Danimals coming down from the nook. Good for the drop, though. Looking for the second. Sprays XJ, but here comes the double swing. Gets the trade. Gokun in a 1v1 now as he gets the drop. Gets the pistol out. Can he get the job done? So close, yet so far. Q9 just continues to lead out. And there's more work for Team Liquid to do now. And it has to come fast, Paladin. Otherwise, it might be just around too late.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in this situation, you got to commend the micro for Q9. Making sure to simplify that round there. Capitalize on the overextended Danimals. Make sure that he's restricted to only one kill at maximum. And then from there on out, you force Gokun to produce a difficult clutch. You certainly wish that he could have connected on the pistol there, given quite an opportunity, but squandered by the legend. And now Q9 this time have to start off on the back foot, 4-on-5 without XMY. Danimals should have been spotted there, and he will go down. Fantastic work on the flashes. And so we're back into 4-on-4.
Danimals couldn't do much. WY by the nook is good for one. And that does stop the aggression from Q9 as Koi and YJ, the last two players alive. For the shot, 7-7 almost goes down. Here comes the swing at the pistols, good for it. On top of heaven, but Gokun drops down. One with the sniper, two with the pistol, gets the job done. And Team Liquid finally puts up a round.
And finally, you have something to smile about. Gokun redeeming himself after that failed clutch. A quick double and surging forward ahead of that utility. I think that one is so overzealous in certain circumstances. There's only a very few number of CROSSFIRE players that can pull something like that off. But of course, leave it to Gokun to make it look so easy between the sniper shot and the switch over to the sidearm.
And that was a much needed round too. Couldn't happen too late. And this just might have been the right time for Team Liquid to start pulling back. And during this tack pause, I feel like Q9, sure, their early aggression down towards the machine did some beneficial work, I guess. They were able to get a man advantage, but they just weren't able to thread the ties together with the advantage they had. So let's just hope that if Q9 can just bounce back, they still are in the lead. But however, the rounds they've won weren't the cleanest of all as well. So that's a good hint to us that Team Liquid was still putting up a pretty good fight. A pretty darn good fight, Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, from a macro perspective, it still seems like Q9 have got a great understanding of how they want to approach sub-base. That goes without question. And now it's really the individuals of Team Liquid looking to change things here to make Q9 feel uncomfortable and start having to go to plan Bs and plan Cs. But we're not there yet. Still a lot of work to be done here from the Brazilians.
Definitely still a lot of work to be done, like I've said. But the pause is over and the gong is ringing. The round is beginning. It's going to be 3-2-1 as Q9 still in the lead. And after attack pause, let's see what the Chinese squad wants to do. No early aggressions from both of these teams, looking to just play more default of all things. Not necessarily risking much. So, a hot take for sub-base for me is that Global Risk would, from time to time, counter boost a player and try to go pretty cheeky near the blacklist spawn and see where that takes them from. But Team Liquid just not opting out to do that just yet. And so is Q9. I don't think they have sent a player in towards vents except that one time we saw YJ or XJ in it.
And now you're considering that as a position to just potentially split into this A bomb site. Keep in mind, 7-7's got that secondary to potentially lock and load, but Here comes the hit. WI, a guy that I've been hoping to get a little bit more out of. Another island situation. Doesn't find anything. Smokes deployed. Execution is there. And Team Liquid now with a very difficult retake on the cards.
Yeah, with all the smokes being put out to obfuscate the visions of Team Liquid, the retake was going to be very tough. 2 players tucked up in heaven and nobody making the flank down towards the Nook. Well, here comes some extra utils, and they're going to send it down towards the staircase. Danimals goes down as well. YJ just tapping heads after heads, but Goken and Ruzawa responds pretty quickly. Eventually, Q9 takes all the kills and starts getting very vocal.
It never gets old. It never gets old. It's fantastic work there from Q9. Roaring back to life now. And that's what I speak about, is that, you know, the macro is still fantastic for Q9. The execution onto that A bomb site is phenomenal. And now you've got these individual plays coming through as well. Top to bottom, really no real weak link for Q9. And for TL, you're hoping for that flare to come back, and it's just not there. There is no one to really turn to at this point.
Yeah, you just saw it in that replay. YJ just clicking heads after heads, so wasn't a tough deal for him. Made it look so easy, but reminder, it's not that easy. And after a successful A hit, Q9, they're gonna switch things up and try to control middle, try to control machine room. And finally, we do see that double stack down towards vents. They're gonna pop flash out. Shots being thrown out, but unfortunately, nobody was at the other end of all things.
Interesting that 7-7 was so keen on holding that with a secondary, and this time thinks better of it. Not even near that position. Now maneuvers back that sniper over to this hallway.
Ooh, Goken.
Goken has another opportunity to make a round out of this one. Tries to flash through. Oh, but the switch over to the pistol is not good enough. It just gets him one. The trade from Danimals is good, though.
Well, down to a 2v2 now as YJ got a quick drop and a double kill on towards Ruzal. C4 bound to be rotated in towards the bomb site for the plant. And for Team Liquid, 7-7 on the sniper and Danimals on the rifle. Has been lifting the heavyweights for the team. The IGL looking to do more in this round as well. The C4 has planted. The timer is ticking. They're both going to come through machine room. But XMY is on the watch, and the angle, the So Sliver gets the shot done. 77 in a 1v2 and a dream. The timer still ticking away. Has to hit both shots accurately. Otherwise, this round is up and over, and Q9 gets it done. 5-1.
And you know, those are the 2-on-2s that you need to just kind of spark something back, and it just doesn't happen here for Team Liquid. You think about just the chaos that Q9 ensues in that round there. You know, you see them across the middle of the map trying to do some work over in the vent position. You see them maneuver back into the B bomb site in the late round. And now you're having these clutch situations also working out splendidly for Q9. This time Team Liquid want to turn up the heat, get a little bit more aggressive. They go 1-for-1. Make it a 2-for-1 with 7-7, and it's just pandemonium every which way, and Q9 still coming out on top. How many kills are they going to nab here in this mid-round? I can't tell you, but Q9 just will not miss a beat.
All 5 kills, Paladin. Just all 5 kills to clean up that round, pretty much. And if I'm Team Liquid, this one's looking very tough and dire, Paladin. I just don't think they have it in them. Only 2 more rounds left on the first half. They need to pick up these last 2 rounds if they want to stand a chance in advancing into the playoffs without having to struggle to go into the lower brackets.
You think about the great work that Q9 did in their opening matchup against Rock, having to take down the best in the West, making it look easy, and now laying down the hurt in terms of the Brazilian competition as well. They're making every team they face look so silly in Group B.
I mean, and that's what that is the caliber of the CFPL teams.
Absolutely. I mean, they simply are a cut above. The preparation, the micro positioning, the mechanics being there as well.
And the macro.
Absolutely.
But now, YU does start the round off by taking down WY. Here comes the pop flashes. It's going to be Danimals holding the Nook. sprays like a madman, can't get the job done. A is completely open. And now look at YJ's position, holding heaven by himself. Gokhan and Ryuzao all to do. Oh. Gokhan though, what a quick scope. YJ goes down on a 2v3 on the retake. Needs to find a couple more kills before going down if they want to stand a chance in taking sub-base back into their backpack. All the C4 timer ticking. Gokhan jump spotting from heaven. Can't quite hit the shots. Ryuzao swings in. Good for one, but gets traded out. Down to the hands of Gokhan. On the secondary, needs to click 2 heads before going down. XMY and YJ some way, somehow gets the job done, and Q9 absolutely asserting dominance right now.
And you spoke about needing those 2 rounds, one already falling by the wayside, and it's just pure domination trying to go down into that A bomb site. The executions just look so solid, man. I really do like how they approach both sides of the map. There is a game plan in place every single time. If they want to punish the aggression, they can do that as well. No wrong can Q9 do. And now Team Liquid have another 4v5 to climb against. 7-7 completely unaware. This time a contact play out from Q9. The Chinese just don't know when to quit.
Yeah, even the very last round of the first half is also not going the way of Team Liquid. Sure, Gokhan did find the equalizer, but the bomb site has already been compromised. C4 is going to go down. So the race against the clock begins, and so is Team Liquid's hope to go into playoffs. And here comes the retake for the Nook. Does leave Gokhan in heaven. Sure, he was quite reliable. Not quite there this round. They're going to send all 3 players down towards Nook. It's going to be XMY on the response. Whips the first one. Gokhan gets the first kill. Here comes another drop. Gets the drop done. It's down to the ends of YJ. Clicks the first head. Looking for the second. Clicks the second head. Some way, somehow, Q9 just make these rounds look so easy. It's going to be 8-1 on the scoreline, and Team Liquid, there's not a breathing room left in them.
No, not at all. I mean, you look at the score, doesn't paint a pretty picture, and the rounds themselves, even less so. So many opportunities in terms of the 2v2s, the 3-on-3s to maybe make this game seem a little less lopsided, but I mean, now you've got YJ chiming in as well. It's just, what can you really do?
I mean, the dream is still there. It's not over yet, but I feel like Team Liquid, they're just about to wake up from this nightmare where the destination is going to the lower brackets. Y opens up double quick headshots. What the hell is he doing? The Animals keeps the dream alive as well. In a blink of an eye, it's all down to the hands of XMY and 1v4. But needless to say, there's another big flank coming in from Ryuzao. Doesn't matter as Gokhan snipes him out. And like we said, boys, the dream is still on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it helps that WI hit some absolute bangers onto that A bomb site. 2 instant headshots to make things easier.
What a bonker, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's not going to rev up Team Liquid entirely, but it's a step in the right direction. It showcases that there's something for Team Liquid to get excited about it and use moving forward. But for right now, Q9 have another chance to get locked and loaded. It's back into this A bomb site, this time back at Koi, and he gets knocked down straight away from 7-7. Danimals with another entry, and they found something that works here, Bench. It's this A bomb site, and it's those sick entries.
The Brazilian tempo absolutely working wonders. Sure, XMY got the shot done, but it was a leg shot. So the bomb site gets completely wiped out, and Team Liquid tries to keep the dream alive, gets a little bit more vocal, but still has a lot of work to be done. Another attack ball is coming in. Not entirely sure how this one's gonna benefit any of these teams here.
I mean, it's absolutely going to benefit Q9, I can tell you that much. Because in this kind of situation, when you've got back-to-back rounds where the A bomb site falls in the first 20 seconds of the round, you have a problem on your hands. You've got to figure out how you want to bolster that side of the map. Do you want to add in another sniper into the situation? Do you want to add in a third rifler in that situation? Or do you want to turn towards something else? What is the solution here in terms of the adaptation for Q9 before this kind of spirals out of control?
And you know what's scary is Q9 has 6 more rounds to figure that answer out. So
yeah, and I do credit them in terms of their adaptation. They figured out Team Liquid a couple of times on Black Widow there. I won't put it against them to try and figure it out here in terms of a sub base as a whole.
Let's wait and see. But the Brazilian squad just looking to go out aggressive for the past 2 rounds, and they might just continue to do so on the upcoming 3rd round into the 2nd half. But this time, I have a good feeling they might just spice it up and go down towards Machine Room and try to hit B fast. As to our eyes on the caster desk, the anticipation from Q9 would be, okay, another A hit might just be coming, so let's invest one more player down there. So
yeah, I think you lean into the conditioning. I think you do send in that second rifler and play him on the bomb site proper. Don't allow for them to encroach upon the hallway that quickly. That's the real issue that I have. Now, they aren't really changing up anything. In fact, it's even a bigger lean over towards the B end with just Koi on that advanced position with the sniper.
Team Liquid is all going for the slower play. Has control over Machine Room, has control of middle, but can they capitalize on top of those information that they have achieved so far?
Smoke's being deployed, flashes also on that B end. But again, just very passive in how they want to approach this TL. Koi being much more passive in this circumstance, very willing to give this space over and reset, take a shot off, but I'm just very worried about this A defense. Perhaps it won't even really come into question, considering the slight lean from TL onto that B site.
I mean, for Q9, they don't necessarily have to play aggressive, as they have stacked up many rounds in their back pocket. Challenged in middle was Gokun. Almost got his hat taken off, but didn't lose HP. Still alive. And gets another chance in Team Liquid. They're going to gather outside of double doors. Here comes the pop flashes. YJ completely blind, and here's the go sign. Dynamo is leading the charge. Gets in the faces of the smoke. That's got to be YJ to hold this one down. No, Team Liquid, they're going to go all the way towards the spawn area. But look at YU's position. He's been favored in that spot from time to time. XMY on the hold. That's going to be YU to help him out. Gets one kill, but Team Liquid gets into the bomb site pretty clean, only losing Dynamos in the process. Down to a 4v3. C4 soon to be planted. The rotation has come in. YU has to start clicking as he gets a quick double spray down. Down to a 2v2. Well, it's going to be Gokun and WY. The players are going to be taken out quickly, and Team Liquid keeps the dream alive for the comeback.
I mean, you really had that one making me feel like Q9 could pull it across the line. Caught between too many targets there. Gokun, in terms of the middle of that floorboards there, just does enough in terms of the pistol play. And another round that kind of revs TL back to life. I think they're starting to believe that this comeback is well and truly on. They figured out the A bomb site. The B wrap actually looked pretty splendid, if I do say so myself. You're starting to see things that work from a macro perspective here that makes this whole dream a real reality.
This round is going to be the crucial round for Q9. If they are able to pick it back up, then they're in a pretty safe spot to close the series out. But if they do lose this one, the dream is still on, and going on is going to be Team Liquid in towards heaven. 7-7 is good for the wallbang. YJ goes down. Dynimo's on the huge flank onto the bomb site. He has to get Koi, but Koi is booking it up the nook. Ruzao from Vents gets the drop, and all of a sudden, let's go Team Liquid trying to directly close the round out. C4 has rotated into the bomb site to be planted. XMY behind the smoke. Dodges the flash. He has to get the kills. Ruzao in all hopes to hold heaven by himself. The smoke is helping him out. And the rest of Q9, they're going to be on top of the nuke. XJ is good for one, but as he realizes there's another player, Dynamo's holding it down. Sprays one, sprays two. Team Liquid keeps the dream alive.
I mean, the instant reaction to move into the A bomb site is fantastic. I think the split in from that machine room is the most important part. The fact that they were able to get a couple there makes things work really well there for Team Liquid. And again, now you're getting more and more win conditions going in your favor.
That's so close yet so far, isn't it? And this time, Q9 trying to take the fight to the faces of Team Liquid, but Dynamo says no. Diaz gets one kill, switches to the secondary, does a bunch of damage. 77 is there for the hope that he gets taken out as well. However, there's the equalizer, and there's the advantage. WY with a double kill. Team Liquid on a 3v2. They have a pretty good position in the deep side of A as well. But if... oh no, the C4 rotates in with the team as well. And looks like Team Liquid has isolated towards the spawn area. It's going to be XJ to hold the bomb site down. Here's out. And XJ tries to get the control of the bomb site. If he's able to find one kill there, might just be it. But he whips all of the shots, gets the nade out. Not going to help him out. And look at Ryuzao. He steps up to the board, gets the kill done. Down to the hands of Koi, gets one. Needs to find two more. But the timer is running against him.
Yeah, certainly so. Koi resets the position very quickly, and Ryuzao and Gouken are so sure that that's where he's coming from, but this reroute could be everything to at least get a jump on one. The immediate trade should be established, so the crossfire looks good enough, and I think Gouken has spotted this one out. Yeah, it looks like the changeover is there, but no way! How does Koi pull off the 1-on-2? He's got time for the defuse, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Q9 have just found a second lease on life.
Q9 looking to close the series out. They have reached the map point and the match point here, Paladin. And that round might spin off of a heartbreaker for Team Liquid to lose their momentum. I mean, they had a pretty good showing for the past couple of rounds, but that last round, man, losing that 1v2, that might just drive some spirit out. Look at that replay, though. Quick scope on the first kill. Switches to secondary. Taps the hat off for the clutch. Team Liquid now really having their backs against the wall. Has to work wonders. They have players out in vents and 3 players towards double doors. Here's the go sign. YJ is going to be the first responder. Animals swings in. YJ springs out, but it's going to be 7-7 to get the job done, and a double kill for him. The dream is still on. YU completely flashed out, fully blind, but somehow he gets a kill. How does he do that? It's going to be down to a 4v3. And Team Liquid is going to be going for the reset.
Yeah, they're going to completely abscond the A bomb site regardless of how many entries that they were able to get. The split's looking good. And XMY, with that secondary sniper, is going to have to go to bat. He's done some great work so far in terms of this comeback, where he's trying to stave off the comeback, mind you, but he gets dealt with.
Not this
7-7 there. And now at this point, Koi and you, what can you really do on this flank?
Not this time around. Paladin XMY is going to be taken out from the picture. It's going to be a 2v4 retake. I mean, Koi clapping 2 players last round. Can he do it again this time around? Says no, it's going to be Gouken. YU goes down. Koi in a 1v4. Can't do much. Team Liquid still in the talks. But the chances are pretty slim here, Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's going to be difficult to claw this one back, but they're still staying loud. They're still staying active. And at the end of the day, they will not go quietly off into the night. Machine room now established for Team Liquid.
Do not go gentle into the night, they say, don't they?
Nade through. The Animals not necessarily spotting anything out yet through that smoke, so this B lane will stay put for the time being, hoping that they can get a little bit of map control to settle down things on this side of the map. And you've still got feelers from 7-7 to punish some aggression, so things look good, at least in the initial stages for TL.
Definitely running through the clock here. They're going to start inching out. Koi has a pretty good angle, gets the first kill, instantly falls back. What a maneuver and a movement. Saves his life, and Team Liquid will have to start off with a man down, even before getting into the faces of the bomb sites.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for Team Liquid. Your backs are up against the wall in this series, in this map as well, and you don't have that man advantage that you've relied upon in terms of this comeback in general. And now you've got to manufacture that opening. Who do you turn towards? Is it Gouken? Is it Danimals? Time is running out ever so slightly. A minute creeping up on the clock. and you've still got utility being set up here from Team Liquid. It's the end result of this B bomb site. Let's keep your eyes on Gokun here.
This is going to be the end game for Team Liquid. They have to make it or they're going to break it. Here is the go sign. That's going to be Coin to open up. Ruzao goes down. Koi looks for the swing. It's going to be 2 players already down and dusted. All of the players down and dusted for Team Liquid. And it's going to be Q9.
Well done to Q9, man. I mean, fantastic work there. It was a grueling affair in terms of stopping back that comeback on sub base, but at the end of the day, they were the better team. Top to bottom performance from them. You think about how they were able to get through that Black Widow, the back and forth affair. It comes down to some solid executions, and then, I mean, the game plan here on sub base was also fantastic in its own regard. You think about the explosiveness in terms of their Blacklist play, and then when they switch back over, it's the clutch factor from players like Koi, the guy that we kind of mentioned in the pregame to be the one to break open the game for Q9 despite their slow, brooding style. And at the end of the day, I think they well-deservedly should be in the playoffs.
Absolutely, indeed. But at the same time, Team Liquid, although they will have to suffer from an 0-2 loss, they did not go down without a fight. They did make it pretty close, and they were fighting tooth and nails. However, the round deficit was just too big of a gap to close out. Eventually, that is the name of the game. You have to win the rounds to win the series, but eventually, just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, you think about the 2v2s and the 3v3s that fell by the wayside for TL, and I think that's the biggest contributing factor, right? The fact that you aren't able to get these clutches, you've got to like essentially kickstart your comebacks off of nothing. And the fact that these kinds of things happen, it just makes TL's life very, very difficult.
And these replays, though, just Team Liquid, they have the individual mechanics in there, but the macro does fall behind from time to time just a little bit, and that in little bit just made the difference. But it looks like we are ready to interview our MVP.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are here, of course, with a clean victory for Q9. I just wanted to start with asking you about Team Liquid, how you were feeling coming into this game. They looked very strong yesterday, so did you have any worries about them?
首先就想问你，就是今天来到这场比赛之前，你当时有没有什么担忧呢？因为昨天理亏战队打的，他们发挥还是挺好的，挺强的。然后你们这次有没有，虽然是很干净利落拿下一个2-0的胜利，但是就是赛前有没有任何担忧呢？
我们昨天也跟那个 ROC 打了嘛，所以说我们昨天状态的很好，然后今天保持了昨天的状态，没有什么担忧的。然后我们也有去研究对面嘛，然后今天就是可能自己比较紧张吧，可能，然后队友都很棒。
Well, even though Team Liquid had a great showing yesterday, we also had one against ROC Esports. We beat them very handily as well. So I'll say that we were more focused on just being able to perform at the same level that we did yesterday, which we did. I felt that my teammates probably performed a little bit or a bit more calmer coming to this game. I was a little kind of stressed out myself, but I think everyone did a good job and we did what we had to do.
Yeah, I suppose the next question I'd have is based on how you guys feel coming into the tournament, right? Because I think that there has been a few question marks around how things will look internationally, a few more teams starting to compete with the Chinese region. So were you guys feeling confident coming into this, and maybe how are you feeling about your CFPL performance this season?
也能不能跟我们说一下，就是你们战队来到这次比赛，就是整体的信心是怎么样的呢？因为现在来到这个国际舞台上面，你们也相当于跟其他战区、其他世界全球的一些顶尖战队里面对战，有没有会想到，比方说有没有担心其他战队、其他地区的战队可能他们水平也会比较高呢？会就是挑战这个中国战队这个统治的中国战队统治力呢？
我们的信心来自于我们的枪法，我们队伍比较偏年轻嘛，然后就是我们就是可能就是顶级一点的，就巴西嘛，所以说我们也有认真的去好好的去研究他们。
Well, we are very confident in ourselves. Like personally, our team is a fairly young team, so we're very, very confident in our aim, in our mechanical skills. We know that other regions such as Brazil, they have some very, very strong teams in the region. So we've definitely done our homework. We've analyzed some of the replays. We've looked at what they're capable of. So we've come into this tournament very prepared and very confident.
Okay, and final question, just very quickly. You guys have obviously made it through to playoffs. Who are you hoping to maybe face there as the tournament goes on?
那你现在成功的晋级到了淘汰赛，就想问你，你后面希望能对战哪一支战队呢？
对战的话，应该还是我们国内的吧，就是可能白沙吧。
Well, I do hope that we will be able to match up with some of our fellow Chinese teams. So right now, I'm mostly looking forward to Baisha.
Of course, all makes sense. Thank you very much, and back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Scriv, for that breakdown in that interview with you. And yeah, it was really awesome to just hear from him and to get his thoughts. Obviously, it feels like always the Chinese teams and the players are like, we want to face our brethren. We want to face the other Chinese teams. We want to get revenge for what happened at CFPL. We want to be proving to everybody that we are the best Chinese team. And so it's not a surprise to me that here in that last question, he's like, I want to face off against Baisha. They're known to be the best. We want to be the best.
We hear it from every Chinese team, and I think Baisha just have that target on their back naturally, considering how fantastic that team is. But I mean, for me, I think for them, just getting a little bit of revenge for all that CFPL is probably the biggest name of the game for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Baisha, I think they're playing a game just right after this, so we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. So if they do win, then they proceed into playoffs by winning twice in a row. If they do lose, they will have to play another lower bracket. So yeah, just gotta stay tuned, right?
Yep, gotta wait and see what happens there. But let's see who the MVP of the match was for this second match that we have here on the B stream. It will be YJ with his awesome performance here. Almost 1 kill per round and a very positive KD. It felt like in this close series, he was the very consistent guy that was doing a lot of work here for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about XMY and Koi ad nauseum in terms of Black Widow, sorry. And I think the biggest issue that I had was the rifle core. And YJ was the guy that stepped up eventually, got enough clutch kills in terms of the mid to late round, and then was a huge proprietor of making sure that sub base looked as good as it did on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, especially YJ taking crucial positions in both of those maps really just paid off dividends for his team to win the crucial rounds, taking the momentum away from Team Liquid from making a comeback. So yeah, definitely well-deserved MVP, I would say.
Yeah, well, after this victory, we have to take a look at their standings here in the bracket in their own group, Group B, as Q9 going to end up advancing into the playoffs. They took down Rock Esports, and then they took down Team Liquid. They have yet to lose a single map. Team Liquid will be waiting for the winner of Rock Esports and EWC Esports, which has not even begun on the A stream just yet. So just waiting for that matchup to see who Team Liquid is going to be going up against. And they're currently in the first map, so we'll see who wins that one.
So the loser gets their keys crushed, don't they?
Yes.
Oh, God.
The keys get crushed, and the winner moves on to face Team Liquid. And it's not going to be easy. You know, potential revenge, I suppose, for the side of EWC Esports. But guys, we do have yet another giveaway here, so make sure you are paying attention. We do have that on the screen in just a moment. And there it is, just an AK skin for EWC, and make sure you copy down that code. The first 500 people to put it in will be getting that skin, so make sure you're doing that as soon as possible.
Gotta go fast.
That looks sick, man. I gotta say, I've looked at it a couple of times now, and I love the level of detail that you have on that skin. So get to typing.
I mean, unfortunately for us, we don't have our laptops with us, so it's gonna...
Yeah, I would have loved to jump on that myself.
To jump in the ship, but yeah.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have the next matchup on the way, and this is the big one because it's the match of the day, right? This is the one we're all looking forward to. It's Baisha, the team with the target on their back, known to be currently the best team in China and maybe the world, up against essentially their rivals now, Evolution Power, who were able to take them down in the grand finals last year and are looking to potentially take another win today. And so certainly going to be a very fun, and I hope this one is actually close, because we've said that these matchups should be close. But this one, I think, actually should be close.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think so. I mean, they've been so back and forth in terms of the head-to-head in this year. I mean, you think about 2024, you add that into the factor. It's like such a toss-up between these two squads. Who's better on the day? Who's got the better rifle cores? I mean, at the end of the day, though, I still look towards Baisha, and I really do love their experience. I love their veterancy. I feel like they've been through so much together that EPG will certainly have their hands full.
I mean, this matchup to me, it feels the way that it shouldn't be happening right now. It almost feels like the grand final of all things. But hey, the draws has been made, and you guys got to now fight tooth and nails. Baisha, of course, being the public enemy, and Evolution Power being the winner of the last grand finals. I can't really tell who's going to come out on top, but what do you guys think?
I want EPG, man. I want EPG in this situation to kind of make that head-to-head a little bit closer this year.
Yeah, I kind of want that to happen, but I predict Baisha to win. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in that matchup, guys. As first, we're going to have a break. We will come back with Baisha up against Evolution Power Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Wendy. I'm here joining with N9 and Xiao from Baisha Esports.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙俱乐部的 N9。
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙俱乐部的潇潇。
Today we're going to play a little game where you can create your memes. I'll be showing you guys some pictures and you have to come up with the text. And the other players need to give the points out of 5. Are you ready?
OK， 准备好了，
准备好了。
Let's go. So, first picture. This one.
谁在看我？谁在呐喊？谁
？4分。
The second.
对面是谁呀？怎么实力那么弱？好恨啊我。
3.5分。
The next one. Ooh.
为什么不理我？为什么不理我
？3.5分。
So the next picture is gonna be this one. The championship moment.
有点不太好配啊，我想一下。
你就看那个，就是看他拿奖牌的那个。
我就看他拿奖牌那个是不？这奖牌金的还是银的？怎么这么好看啊
？3分。
So okay. Oh wow.
这次有点配哦。
这很难配哎，爽，太爽了。
3.5分。
This one, ooh, with the coach.
教练，
你一下我，你一下我。
3.6， 3.6分。
The next one. How about this one? 恩周，你来看看，有什么想说的？
什么？我们真的拿冠军了吗？
多少分
？4分。
So the next, this one.
你们好棒。
5分。
So that's it. That's all the pictures. I wish you the best luck in your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Bye bye.
拜拜。
拜拜。
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Hello and welcome back to Crossfire at the Esports World Cup as we are getting ready for our big match of the day. This one is going to be huge. I'm Sil Valdez today, joined by Scriv and Bench for this one, and we got Baisha Gaming versus Evolution Power Gaming. It's the big matchup between the two Chinese powerhouses in Crossfire. What do you guys think about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it had to be the game that we have to pick to watch, right? Even on the A stream where they're not going to get to see it live, they had to pick this game. It is the big game. It could potentially be a grand final or a semi-final, right? Really, really, really cool stuff to see these guys meeting early on. Might give us a taste of what we're going to get later on as well. So very much excited to get into it. There's a lot of history here. These two teams clash an awful lot at the top end of the Crossfire Pro League as well. So yeah, really looking forward to this.
And this is like the cherry on top of the cake, right? Baisha Gaming absolutely dominating their opponent yesterday, and so was Evolution Power. So these two teams has already proven on the stage of the EWC that they can absolutely destroy their opponents. But now when you put those two teams together, I actually don't know what's going to happen. But let's take a look at this squad of Baisha. They look oh so strong, isn't it, Scriv?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think that they're really in the groove and looking very, very good. No real test as yet. I think you could say that for both teams, actually. So could be in at the deep end, could be a little scary for them if there's a few pocket strats that have been saved potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this squad is so gigantic in China that, you know, they have millions of fans. I would not even be surprised to hear. And Nine, their head guy, he is incredibly popular, just as a personality as well. And he's ridiculously good at rifling and at the game. And it's part of the reason why this team is so strong. They have, you know, revamped the roster a little bit. You know, they've got YDSS in with Lai as well, and they already had 577 and 9 and Xiao, and it's a very nice core. But here is Evolution Power Gaming.
Yeah, obviously a team that we saw yesterday. They also looked very, very good from the Lion's Den, and a lot of X factor within this team, it felt like. Yeah, really, really impressive. Minnow and XQQ just able to take over a number of rounds, which I think other teams just wouldn't be able to do. They just don't have that level.
And I really have to give a lot of credit to Mino for blending in the younger players with the older players, especially players like Zay, YZK. Young and really good, but they do lack the experience, they do lack the composure, but Mino really keeps them in check and let them perform at their best of 100%.
Yeah, he's definitely the big brother of the squad.
Big bear brother.
Yeah, and you know, he has taken a little break, he comes back, he's right back on the horse. This is a squad that has a championship under their belt, a grand finals under their belt, and I think that if any team is going to challenge Baisha, it will be them.
Yeah, I think there's an awful lot to kind of get into the weeds with in this matchup, and it's very difficult to say what sort of version we're going to get. The veto comes in here. Will it be, again, a very important point of contention? Perhaps not, because they play each other so often. They have, obviously, an affinity for Ankara, but everyone in the region tends to have that. But yeah, I think there really is just going to be a sense of nuance. Who's winning the clutches? Who's getting those multi-frag rounds when they're in a spot to do so? And you have to get that extra 5 or 10%, really.
Yeah, and the map ban picks also look quite even for both of these teams. No new Mexico, no new Eagle Eye. Unfortunately, it's going to be sub-base being played once again, compound being played once again. And what was the first map again?
Ankara, of course.
Ankara is, of course, one of the most even maps in Crossfire. So, yeah, I just can't wait to get into this first one, because that's going to actually dictate to me the vibe of the game, like who is going to come out on top.
Yeah, I think the fact that Evolution Power Gaming get the map choice first, they get to choose which map comes first here, and they choose Ankara, shows a lot of confidence. And, I mean, they're fantastic on this map as well, so we'll see if they can get it done here first. Should give them a decent chance up against Baisha Gaming. But it looks like we're just about ready to hop into that first map, so I'll hand it over to you guys for the cast.
Yes, indeed. Very excited to get into this here, Bench. I think it's going to be a very exciting game. I have not had the opportunity to catch two Chinese teams against each other at EWC, and I'm aware that they are very, very aggressive. They love fighting, they love scrapping, they love getting loud, so it's going to be a lot of fun here.
But there you have it, Baisha versus Evolution Power Gaming. You get to cast this hot one especially. Already, you saw a couple players getting quite aggressive. That was Xiao
jumping in deep towards middle, took a pause shot through his connector, and XQQ almost took that to the face. But here comes the pop flash, here comes the bomb site aggression, and 9 tries to hold it down, but it's going to be YH to take him out. Here's the Traco from YDSS. Mino swings in as well, and there is the equalizer. However, the C4 did get onto the bomb site. 577 waiting behind the smoke. Here's Zay shooting. Down to a 2v3. The retake not quite arrived just yet. C4 is planted. Zay takes a whole bunch. 577 looking to spring out any moment soon. Here's the double swing with 577 gets the job done. Mino down very low, but he has clutched up from time to time after time, many a times. But can he do it again right here, right now?
Well, we're about to find out. I mean, 12 HP, I'd maybe go on the side of not. It would be nice to start us off with a clutch, but it's not going to happen. Really solid start coming through. And this looks dangerous already. Baisha with a clean beginning, just super, super comfortable to get things kicked off. I mean, what would you say if you had to make a choice? Do you want to start on the blacklist side? Do you want to start on the global risk side? Is there a map preference or perhaps an approach preference for these teams?
I would say, on Ankara especially, I would say starting off on the blacklist side is more beneficial as you can dictate the tempo of the game.
Sure.
And they are doing absolutely exactly that. They were able to aggress deep into B quickly, get the trade kills done and dusted. As Evolution Power now down 3 players will have to hold on to everything they've got to hold. As the C4 now crossing into the bomb site. N9 trigger discipline. And that might cost Evolution Power. YH though luckily survives that spray down. However, the C4 is on the bomb site. It is now getting planted. Xiao, ooh, such a close shot. But the retake is on. YH somehow gets the headshot of Xiao. Down to YZK and YH.
Yeah, I feel like he should have had that for sure. It wasn't the easiest shot in the world, but certainly if he took his time, still looks pretty good here. YH is incredibly low. And 9 with the angle as well here to just spot. Ooh, both of them gets caught crossing. Needs to be very careful there. He's left incredibly low himself, but just trying to bait them in as much as possible. Lai trained in on the angle, tap onto the bomb. Nice double swing. It's going to be a hold on the bomb, in fact. Oh, Lai does call the bluff and wins it up. Another big round going the way of Baisha. A lot of noise being made here so far in this series, as you would expect, but 2 big clutch rounds coming in.
2 big clutch rounds, and here comes the pause. And whenever you get to cast these Chinese teams clash with each other, one team will start to get very vocal, and one team will be a little bit more quiet, which in this case is Evolution Power Gaming.
That's
but
it, isn't it?
Once the tie happens, the team that was quiet, who conserved in their throat, will get very loud. I'll just tell you that.
Attack pause coming in here. Very early. Seems to be quite a trend. A lot of the teams just not wanting the momentum to get away from them, try and claw back around and just keep things as close as they possibly can. Baisha, though, I feel like they just look like they're not messing around. You know, we had a pretty big huddle from them, a lot of noise initially, the energy very, very high. A great start yesterday, and yes, you expect them to maybe dominate a few teams. Falcons was one that a lot of people coming in, Dark Horse could do well, are one of the best teams we've seen out of the Vietnamese region for a while, and they just ruined them. So for me, I think that this Baisha team are looking really, really in form right now. Their first true test against a team that we know for sure can test them, but ultimately, I'm on that Baisha train, I think.
We only looked at 2 rounds too, and I feel like every player from Baisha is completely dialed in to the screen and to CROSSFIRE. And for Evolution Power, unfortunately, they did lose 2 rounds in a row. However, both of those rounds were so close as well. Pause is now over. Moving to round number 3. Let's see if it has had any effect on EP to claw back some rounds.
Oh, what a spot here from Minnow. Nearly the triple spray down for him, but he will at the very least scare them off. Exactly what EP needed after a big timeout. Massive individual moment from the old guard, and he might just single-handedly have netted them around here. We'll see how the rest of it plays out, but so far, so good for EP.
2 players are down from Baisha. Lai as well, taking a whole bunch to himself. Has to rotate out from B and is now looking to possibly direct their aggression towards A bomb site. But look at Mino. He's already thinking about rotating out. Here comes Baisha in towards Vents. Xiao on the TRG. YH, he might just cross paths. Waiting patiently by the corner, but the drop from Xiao is so accurate. And here's the go sign. Zay has to hold it down by himself with the pop flash. Not helping out. Switching to the secondary. Not going to help him either. The bomb site has been pried open, but here is the rotation. You do see XQQ already hot off of Xiao.
Oh, big.
Mino, that was a big kill, and now the retake seems very possible. And the potato kill as well. Down to the hands of N9. 1v3 and a Dream. 2 players in front of him, 1 behind him. The flank could come in hot any moment soon. YZK and XQQ thinking about just jumping out the smoke. They have to get the trade kill done. Not gonna happen as N9 gets the smoke done. Looks the right way. Gets the second kill. Is this clutch? Very possible. N9 takes a whole bunch of damage. Runs out. Burns the timer on the C4. YZK has to tap it. He's tapping it. He's not gonna let it go. But N9 with the pistol gets the top of the bomb site. Gets the kill. And he clutches the round.
Man alive, N9, an absolutely huge move. So well played mechanically and just throwing them off completely. And it is, isn't it? It's that move to just go a little early through the smoke. Take that risk. They really could not afford it. Absolutely incredible clutch coming in. And again, they get so loud, and it's just going from bad to worse here for EPG.
That's definitely worth one of the STC clutch moments here at EWC CROSSFIRE. But Baisha now showing some dominance, leading out 3-0. Changing up the tempo. They're going to be playing quite default, expecting any aggression out early, as Mino was just very last round going out pretty deep towards the B halls and got a double kill with the third on towards Lai, and had to rely on the clutch to win the round. Doesn't matter. This round, no aggression in their faces, and Baisha is looking to gain more information out towards A. Smoke will dissipate that was thrown out from Evolution Power, which allows the room for Xiao to start poking prodding, sniff his nose at who is going to be in front of his scope. Whilst all that, N9 is going to bring the C4 out towards middle. Here is another setup down towards B. Could be a possible fake. We don't know just yet, as we do have 2 players still lurking outside of B long.
Yeah, for the time being, they've got a lot of options, I suppose, on the Baisha side of things is what they're looking for. And just chilling out. See if Evolution Power have got anything up their sleeve. Is there going to be some aggression? Are they going to come a little bit later on in the round? And eventually they will group up now that they've not had any aggression come their way. But Minnow, good sense of timing to just go swinging in there. Decent flash as well to keep them at bay, but they are not going to be thwarted. They will pick up the pace towards this B site. Looking good, Minnow as well. Rock on a hard place. What does he do? Absolutely nothing. There is a trade from YH, but it's going to have to get a bit better than that. The bomb site has fallen. Only 2 remain on the global risk side, so this feels another done deal for Baisha.
That's down to the hands of YH and the young gun, Zay. Out towards long, gets flashed. Not much for him to do as YH did fall down to a 1v4 this round. Seemingly Baisha, Zay goes down, and Baisha secures yet another round. Manhandling the heck out of Evolution Power right now.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, this is kind of how it can spiral, right? They're winning some of the really tough rounds, and they're being rewarded because they are just beating Evolution Power into the dirt. And we've talked a lot about the mental game. It seems to be a big factor here at EWC. Nerves getting the better of you at times. XQQ, unfortunate for a tag. Would have been great to start things off, of course, with a kill. IZK on that secondary AWP is going to come round and find said frag. Lots of damage done here, in fact. So probably the best looking round we've had for EP for quite some time.
But the problem is, can they translate these men advantage into a round win? Mino does get the drop onto N9, but we have seen Baisha clutch a 3v5. Huge one indeed, but things could be repeated, and says no, it's going to be YH. Gets the drop onto Xiao. YDSS gets on top and takes down the IGL of Baisha. Down to a 2v4 now. C4 in the hands of Lai, who once again is down very low. It doesn't matter, he does have the sniper. No rotation from Evolution Power just yet, still holding 3 players on top the bomb site. Where does Baisha want to take this one into? They do have vision down towards middle. However, if they turn their steering wheel towards the right side of the B site, they're going to be welcomed by XQQ, but they get double swung. YZK, though, responds with the first kill. Quick scopes the second kill. And there it is. Evolution Power finally putting up a round up on the board.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, starting off very, very well. Again, we like to see that proactivity from them. They get aggressive down B, and it does work out quite nicely. So, one round going to be good, but still a long road ahead, it feels like. You know, these rounds have been so difficult to be on the end of, I think, and Baisha could just pick up where they left off.
And Evolution Power, they did find the last round, but they do really need to pick up some space. Otherwise, Baisha will continue to lead out, and it just might be round too late. Just like how it happened to Team Liquid in the last series. Baisha, gathered outside of A, is waiting for another execution, but Mina with a huge flank gets one. Does a bit more damage towards Light. Just might be enough for his teammates to start swinging out and get the kills, and 9 responds, gets 1 kill, but at the cost of losing 2 of his teammates.
Oh, Lai spotted, does get the frag, but surely on these HP bars, they're not long for this world. Positions vaguely known of both players as well. There is a small gap towards B that maybe could be abused, but I don't think the bomb's going to get down there. Unfortunately, double swing coming in here, and 9's still up. Lai will get the trade. They just have to be careful here. YZK in from behind, and Lai eventually finished off. Little stressful, but it's 2 in a row now for EP.
Maybe that's what's important. Just got to keep the tempo up and keep the momentum going. Evolution Power may just have picked up the momentum that was desperately needed. And even that round had to rely on the IGL to go on some aggressive and risky maneuvers to flank all the way around spawn. Could have been a cleaner round. But now moving into round number 7. Evolution Power going for a stronger A defense. Adding another player to the mix. Whilst all that, Baisha will be going for the default spread out as well. The C4, though, will be walking towards A long. And all the skirmishes that Baisha is trying to take down towards middle may just be enough of a fake for Evolution Power to rotate more players out from A.
I think they're clearly trying to bait something forwards, aren't they?
Yep.
Into one of these setups. Nice find. 577, it works out. As Minnow tries to get a bit aggressive. He has been doing that so far. Bomb drop, though. YH needs a bit more assistance. Unfortunately, it is Zhao on that sniper that gets the job done. So, slim advantage. He recovers the bomb, and he's not quite going to dedicate in. Meanwhile, they've got players moving up towards B. A keen find from XQQ, just not ready for the next man. Very chaotic here on the exchanges themselves. The overall idea from Baisha I like, but the fights are messy.
What a movement from XQQ, though, with the secondary out. That's what players will do with the pistol if they have to rotate faster. They will just start crouch hopping, and that's what you just saw, tapping 2 players out. But now with less than 50 seconds remaining, Baisha, they did recover the C4, but they just don't know the information of where YZK could be present at. And looks like YZK has made the right bet. Was going to be at the back side of A. If he catches the first guy crossing in, Scriv, this round just might be Evolution Powers.
Not going to happen, though. Misses the shot, and Baisha will get it done. So the predictable story is the finish, of course.
Yet another caster curse. I'm
well,
sorry.
You know, you got to say it just in case it, because when it does happen, when you are right,
yeah,
what a feeling, man. What a feeling.
Oh, it feels absolutely
it's
great.
Like, hell yeah, all the thousands of hours I put into this game.
Well, Baisha leading out 5-2. This time around is going to be going for the mid setup, having all 5 players. Responding will be Mino. Has had some huge moments, but can he spring out once again to save his team from losing more rounds? waiting patiently. Baisha is going to continue to show their interest in taking mid, rather sending a couple more players down towards the underpass of B area. Looks like they're just going to start the game from here. Control mid, control connector, control underpass, and see where they can go from here. This is going to be their strat, and let's see if Evolution Power can respond to this. Some overnades will not land as XQQ misses that shot.
Yeah, kind of a key shot as well. Oh, a quick spot. That timing is pretty lucky. He was under threat. It will be the B hit, though, and I mean, they've just been distracted, I think, by the frontal hit, not expecting the underpass move. So it looks good here, as once again, they've gained control of the site, keeping them in pretty good control at the moment. Should be a 6th round, we'll see. 5-on-3 retake, we've seen a couple of these, certainly not impossible. YH moving from down below. YZK has found his, but YH going to go down, can't quite capitalize. Zay the only one left now. He's in on the site itself. They look to overwhelm him. They do indeed. Baisha looking good, looking very good indeed.
Evolution Power will really need to pick some pace back up, because right now Baisha, like I said before, is completely manhandling the young guns of Evolution Power. 6-2, a round score that we did not expect at all coming into this game.
It's true. Yeah, some of the competitiveness that we were maybe expecting, and even saw early on in the game.
Yeah.
After some crazy clutching rounds from Baisha, just seems to have completely pilted out. We'll see, though. I say that, and here we are. YZK starts himself off pretty strong. That spurs Minnow forwards, and the rest of the team looking pretty damn good here. 5-7-7 remains alone. And just as we talk about how one-sided it is, we see a keen find from Evolution Power.
This is going to be the last round of the first half in 5-7-7. Wants to finish at 72. A 1v4 is going to be a quite tough ask. Sure, he has clutched in the 2022 Grand Finals. Can he repeat the history? The answer might be a yes. He does find the first frag. Zay, who was already down low, but his position has been compromised. The information has been passed. The overflashes are going to blind him. Has a plenty of time to work with, minute 20. However, C4 down all the way deep in middle in no man's land is not going to help him out.
Slow but sure here from 5-7-7. Double swing comes in, though. Good timing. They will take him down. And we'll see now moving forwards if it becomes a gap close or if it is going to be another sporadic round for EP. Only time will tell.
6-3. Evolution Power desperately needed that last round. As now we do see the side switching. As Evolution Power now on the attacking side. Baisha, after showing some dominance on their offense, can they show and demonstrate a strong defense is going to be my question being asked here. It'll be a very slow-paced round as both teams not really showing any special strats, sending a player down, sending a player out. But the first kill is going to be taken by YZK out towards B. Through the smoke, it looks like.
Grouping up outside of A, looking to go for a burst move. I think, again, they've drawn things away. They are a very unpredictable team at the moment, EP. But Baisha is set and ready. So certainly not going to be easy coming. They're going through a smoke as well. Risky move. Zay with a quick trade, but it's Zhao hidden into this stairs angle. Super deadly, as always, onto the pistol. XQQ trying to take him down, but he's just so damn fast. Zhao holds the line.
4K from Zhao, the sniper for the squad. Just dropping naughty shots after another. Juggling his position by the staircase and dodging the bullets coming his way. Are we reliving in the scene of Matrix?
Indeed.
However, the round's going to be a 7-3. Baisha looking to close this one out any moment soon.
So nice.
Here's the replay. Look at that. The pistol work as well is just master shelf class.
Solid finds. Starts off with a 1-for-1 here. As Baisha actually opt to get more aggressive. So, relatively difficult now to get back into things, it feels. Slow but sure on this A side of things once again. As EP perhaps uncomfortable kicking things off on their blacklist tenure.
Down to a 4-4, like I said. Evolution Power. All they really need to do is just isolate one bomb site. Use that advantage. As long as you isolate one, you will have more men running into the bomb site headstrong. Aisha, not anticipating much. He's going to be playing quite default. The timing on Zay, he was able to cross without getting spotted out. Let's see if YZK can do so as well. All 4 players are ready to give it a go. Lai gets traded out. It's down to the hands of 577. Quickly taps one head out. Needs a second. Not going to happen. And 9, though, did arrive quite fast. Zay is down low with the nades being in his hand. Not going to happen. And 9 drops down. Gets the double kill. Cleans up. And that's going to be yet another round.
Yeah, I mean, listen to them, man. They are getting so vocal here, but looking very, very good. Very, very strong. And it really is... a scary prospect if this is the Baisha that we're going to see here at EWC. We're all here for it, I'm sure, but yeah, very, very impressive stuff. They continue finding clean rounds now. It started a bit close. It needed some of those clutches to go their way. There's a lot of individuality taken over these rounds, to be honest with you.
Zay didn't expect the night to be that close that fast.
Yeah, yeah. Just so loose, so comfortable at the moment, and I think playing like winners.
Playing like winners indeed. Baisha just 1 round away from the map point. Strong defense being put out as well. 8-3. Evolution Power will need to do anything and everything to get some rounds back. Otherwise, the vibe of the game, we say, is definitely going to be against Evolution Power for the rest of the day. Guiding themselves through underpass, it looks like. Shao is going to be up on Heaven. Flash is going to delay the push. He's going to go for the peek. No one is in front of his crosshair, so let's see what Baisha wants to do. There is the quick shot from XQQ. Will open the gate up.
Looking good here. YDSS around the corner. We've not seen much from him this game, but we might just have a moment. Beautiful stuff. Baiting them in. The crossfire just impenetrable. My goodness, Baisha looking really, really, really nasty. We maybe expect a map like Ankara to come close, given the region, given the history these guys have on this kind of a map, but anything but. They are looking super dominant. Just no way in. No room at the inn for Evolution Power. XQQ to kick us off here. Some big nade damage that could be capitalized on to stay alive, of course, for EP. Big trade from YH keeps the man advantage in favor of Blacklist.
They do have control of B. Evolution Power is going to send all their players into the bomb site, leaving only XQQ, but he's getting flanked by YDSS. What is this? There's a shot. There's the equalizer. However, the C4 will now get planted. Has to go on a retake, but it's going to be a longer retake of all things as all the players will have to start running from A.
Going to take a while to get here. Baisha on the retake for the map. Taking a clean dub if they can get this. But not a lot of time going to be left on that C4, so really got to pick up the pace here and just go barreling on in while blind. Never going to be the move. It's all down to YDSS. Big round in the previous, looking to do it once again, but I just don't think there's enough time. He's going to have to try and hold or something like that. He's got no idea where this last player is at either. And indeed, they both go down to the bomb, so kind of anticlimactic way for it to stay alive, but it will indeed stay alive a little longer for EP.
Evolution Power had a clean execution, but the post plant was a little bit rough, I would say. Had to come down to the wire. even though they were able to pick up the round, Scrib, it just feels to me that Baisha may just close this map out. Evolution Power will have to go back to the drawing board before getting into the second map, because right now, it's all Baisha to me right now.
Yeah, well, 100%. Really, really good luck for them. Still a bit more work going to be required, of course, and there's always a chance, isn't there, of the gap closing. Never over. Game like CROSSFIRE, so we'll see.
YDSS, thinking about going funky. He's going to be posted pretty deep out towards the B-long area. Luckily for him, he hasn't been spotted, so he does use his position to strengthen the defense, see if he can catch any people running through the smoke, as the rest of Evolution Power is actually going to guide themselves towards the B area, and YDSS is going to book it towards the bomb site. Smart move, I would say, Scrib.
Yeah, looking to really move in here. 4 players on B, though, or close to it at the very least, so it is going to be difficult to break in, as always. Lie on that sniper as well, going to open up. There is a quick trade in. YDSS just pre-firing, trying to hold, but YZK plays it well. Eliminating 2 on the pistol. Might just have locked it in for EP if they play their cards right. Another clutch situation going to be required from Baisha to get this one over the line. He's just not ready for that blank coming in. So again, these are kind of consolation rounds, building your confidence going into the next map, but still not getting excited about that overtime just yet.
So Evolution Power does pick up one more round, but it just might be a round too late if you think about it, as Baisha has made it to the map point. Just need one more round. Look at that replay, though. YZK with the secondary just being able to gun down 2 players, like 10 HP?
Yeah.
You don't see that often in CROSSFIRE, and he just makes it look so easy. 9-5 as we proceed into round number 15. Evolution Power. What are they opting out to do here? Has control of outside A. Has sent 2 players towards Catwalk. But Baisha is going to be playing quite default, so all of those information doesn't really matter. 577 and 9, the reliable rifling squad of Baisha is going to be on the response to hold the bomb site.
I like the spot here from 577. Actually going to pull away. Look for a different avenue, not feeling too good about the A bomb site. They indeed have been finding success in preferring the B site. But again, it remains well defended, and I feel like Lai is in a very, very good spot here to just, put a stop to them initially. Gets one, drops back. Now they have to commit in, it feels like. Pretty deep towards B, not looking good. As it will be the global risk holding the line at the moment. The bombers hit the deck. They'll try and join up these remaining 2 players, but this feels like a done deal unless we can have one of these heroes. XQQ, a great day yesterday. Unfortunately, not hit that same kind of mark. And he will lose his teammate, looking to stay alive as best he possibly can. They know where he's at. Give him the room. Give him the respect. And Zhao will take it down. Final kill comes round. Final round for Baisha. And a relatively clean pickup there, especially on the home ground turf for the Chinese region of Ankara. But some of those rounds, man, looked incredibly one-sided.
And to erupt the salt into the wound as well, Xiao with a huge collateral and a 3rd kill of his own onto the last player alive of Evolution Power. Wraps it up very clean. And all of a sudden, are we looking at a Baisha 2-0 here, Scriff? Because that was a very dominant performance, taking down their Chinese brethren.
Yeah, I think so. A really, really clean showing. And maybe an omen of what is to come for them in the tournament. You know, this is going to be one of the bigger tests, just to slay a bit of a demon, and then you have to face off predictably against some of the Brazilian teams in particular, maybe a West League team, maybe a Philippines team in there as well. But it is the Chinese teams that are always going to be scary and always have the capability. I think we've seen Q9, who maybe look shaky coming into the tournament, just absolutely trounced Team Liquid. So yeah, I think a very, very interesting showing on this map, but ultimately Baisha, as I said, in form. And for a while there, it just felt like it was going to be a super one-sided affair. Takes a bit of effort to close it out, but I think especially once they hit 9, they weren't really worried about finishing the game.
Absolutely, and looks like the rebuilding Baisha had to take last year comes out to a very huge success. Even the CFPL as well. And now at EWC, just comes to show how strong the squad is. Evolution Power did perform really well yesterday, but now that they're facing Baisha, I am not sure what is going on here.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that they've gone completely missing, but certainly a little more to be desired out of EP. Baisha, though, rightfully winning out that first map.
Baisha Gaming looking fantastic after that win in map number 1. And it was extremely dominant for a very long time. And then finally Evolution Power showed up and were like, hey, we're here to play. Well, it was a little bit too late for them. And Baisha, you know, they get the Ankara picked into them. They're like, yeah, this is very comfortable for us. I feel like it's a map that all gamers and Evolution Power definitely do heavily favor, so I understand why it was selected, but at the same time, you're not going to get any big advantages, I would say, picking that into Baisha. So it doesn't quite work out for them, and now we're going to be heading on to Subbase for map 2, which at this point, it's kind of hard to say that Evolution Power are going to have a big comeback, but at least they get a little break here. And hopefully they can turn this around.
Yeah, it's quick into the next map for sure. I think a situation like that, we'd call it a cosmetic comeback. You know, that it looks good and it gives you some of those intangibles we like talking about, the confidence, momentum, etc. But at the end of the day, you have still lost the map. And we can talk about that as pundits and analysts and whatnot, but players are often looking at it like, right, did we win? Yes or no. It doesn't matter if it was super close. It doesn't matter if it was super dominant even. They generally just look for the wins. And if they're not able to get that, especially on a map that they've picked, I think it can affect them pretty negatively. So slightly worried for EP now, especially if that, you know, Baisha monster that we saw in the first half in particular comes out again.
You're saying you're slightly worried about EP. To me, it feels like that Evolution Power has to be really worried now because Baisha Gaming and Subbase, there's a history that I cast at one time in 2022 Grand Finals that happened in Jeju against All Gamers. That was supposed to be All Gamers map pick. Baisha took it away and closed out the finals. So now we get to see this map getting played again by Baisha. Don't know what's going to really happen here.
Yeah, I mean, the history is there for Baisha on this map. I think there's a good reason why they select this one, and that's why my prediction will be that Baisha will be taking the 2-0. I mean, that shouldn't be a big surprise. They kind of just crushed them on that first map, and it's Subbase. It's Baisha's home turf now. So what do you feel like EP, if anything, have to do better to take down Baisha? Because it kind of felt like a lot of the focus was, okay, Baisha are just playing really well. They're steamrolling them. They're running at them, playing very aggressively, winning all the firefights. Is there anything that EP can do better to turn this around?
Yeah, well, I think just getting a grasp of the game in the early rounds, that's where it felt like it was the most competitive. That's where they lost out these situations, these clutches, the 5-on-3 that was in there. So I think just making sure that they don't allow those sort of silly mistakes to come in and catching themselves early. We'd hope that a team of this caliber would be able to now turn things around, or even within the map, but it felt like they maybe just checked out a little because they were frustrated with themselves. So I think just getting a firm look in the first few rounds and making sure, right, we've got a winnable situation, confirm it, don't take any chances.
And just to add on to that, the kill spread on Evolution Power was all not too different, so everyone is kind of contributing a bit to the team, but those small mistakes you have mentioned is costing them the rounds. So let's see if this break was enough for EP to, you know, get some fresh air and get refreshed up and perform out.
I would say that Evolution Power Gaming are a team that, you know, pound for pound, hand for hand, they can match Baisha. Like, they do have that ability. I think, unfortunately, we just didn't see it there in that first map. And if they play to their full potential, then I think we're going to get that really close back and forth, crazy map that we were really hoping and expecting between this one, or between these two teams, I should say. Unfortunately, that hasn't really happened just yet. Hopefully, Minnow and the squad can get everybody really hyped up. You see that on the side of Baisha as well. They're going to do their own chants, but yeah, gotta favor Baisha, but who knows? Maybe they can turn it around. We've seen some crazy turnarounds so far already in this tournament in best of threes, where you start off with a crushing defeat, but then they come back to win and take a 2-1 victory in a reverse sweep. So we'll see if Evolution Power can get that done here as we're moving on to map 2. Sub-base, take it away, casters.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to this one for sure. And a lot of unanswered questions immediately coming in for EPG. Hoping for some more competition, some more wackiness. It just seemed like it really died off. The flame never really got going.
At least for Evolution Power Gaming. They get to start on the blacklist side, so a little bit more favor in terms of stats, and they can somewhat choose on which tempo the game should be played upon. By Shadow, pretty quick on their feet. It's gonna send off an early rotation as well, as Evolution Power is gonna be lining up some execution smokes and still burning the clock down. There's still plenty, minute 40, but hasn't given us any hints where they want to direct the attack in towards.
Yeah, starting off pretty quiet, isn't it? I think there's some nerves, some tension in these early rounds, as that is, for me, where the game was won and lost, was maybe the first 6 or 7 rounds. So EP making sure not to fall to the same sorts of issues. Minute left, though. They start to make a move in. Lai trained. Finds his first. He's left pretty blind. They will try and take him. He survives a little longer than I was expecting, and maybe that's drawn them in enough. 577 here on the M14, looking super strong. Loses his head eventually, just in time for the rotational trades. However, YZK looking to clutch up. That's the first round for EPG. A nice idea, but again, the individuals from Baisha just looking so very sharp here this afternoon.
YZK, what a double kill. Has the chance to recover the C4. Does look at the right way. Not going to plant just yet. Has half a minute to work with, but YDSS swings in the right time and gets the kill done and saves the round for his own team. But that round, YZK showing what he's capable of, just was so close to the clutch there, Scriv.
Yeah, once again, pip to the post. It seems to be all too common for EPG today. Maybe those CROSSFIRE gods not shining down upon them, a little unlucky in places. A lot of kills coming in for them this round, though. Blink and you'll miss it, to be honest. Zhao will be left in the 1 versus 5 all of a sudden.
But then again, if anyone is put up to the clutch for the squad of Baisha, it's going to be this guy. Xiao in a 1v5. That's not impossible. As you can see, Evolution Power, they know they have killed 4 players, but they're going to be moving very slow. They're giving the respect. They're paying the respect to the last member alive of Baisha. XQQ may just have an angle if Xiao wants to swing out. Oh, he pulls it back. The C4 goes on to the bomb site. Xiao is getting now boxed in. On top of heaven is going to be XQQ. Xiao gets spotted out. Quick scope. And Evolution Power is going to be able to finding the tying round up on the board.
Yeah, pretty big that they do so, and comes in a nice way, as we say. Super aggressive, just getting in the face and not giving any space across, which is good to see. They've just lost a pretty tough round. Nearly the clutch, but not quite. 1-for-1 hit to kick this off. It does seem like EP are wanting to play things a bit faster in the following rounds. So far, so good, as they look to take control of B. However, down to the 3-on-3. A big find from Zhao there on the wall bank.
Chain room was contested for a bit. However, Evolution Power will retreat back and send YH down towards the Nook. YDSS is there to respond. However, it's not being able to find the headshots that he needs. Here's the pop flashes over the top, and Xiao from heaven, though, just continues to put bullets and lead into the faces of Evolution Power. 2 kills already, leaving YZK all alone. Already down to half HP. Not much he can do in the position, and Xiao will just continue to add the kill mark to his weapon.
So very loud once again. I think Baisha really, really getting vocal. Very, very confident in those 1 rounds. Looking good. Looking very, very good. Just after the consistency, I think, to keep EP at arm's length. So still
not over just yet. Oh, okay. The double swing coming in from EPG. Again, able to work together super, super effectively. A keen find, but it's these snipers at the back end of the site that have been giving them real trouble on the A side of things.
Critical timing mistake on Baisha. We'll have to lose 2 players, and Evolution Power will instantly rotate the players up. But look at this guy. No one else but Xiao just continues to find the kills, looking for the second, misses it, but gets it somehow. YZK at risk, does spray YDSG down, but Xiao just so reliable. 6 kills already in 3 rounds in. Lai will take down Zay and leaves YZK all alone. What is going on with Evolution Power right now?
It's a good question. If I knew the answer to that, maybe I'd be on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire rather than here. All the same, YZK taking it slowly, does have a lot of time. I think that's his one advantage in this 2-on-1. Slow creep in, he could get some decent timing here as Zhao trying to reposition, doesn't spot him. Big find from YZK, and there is the mistake, the unforced error that he was waiting for. Oh, and gonna go and play inside his own smoke here. Certainly an unexpected move, but it pays off. Beautifully done by YZK.
Such a smart play. Pop the smoke out towards the mid connector. As Xiao, before going down, was looking towards machine room. So YZK knew, okay, there's no global risk down that area. Gotta be A. And used the smoke to dissipate his angles and got the kill. But that replay from Xiao, the quick scopes, got the second kill as well. The sniper very ready to clutch his team up. This is going to be comfortably sitting at 2 KD. Tied now at 2-2. Evolution Power is going to once again test the patience of Baisha.
Yeah, there's a lot here to bear in mind, I think. Trying to split these 2 teams down the middle remains difficult on this map. The talk in between, the experience from the EPG players is going to be incredibly valuable. We're better than this, I'm sure they will say, and so far proving it. Subbase definitely looks more comfortable, but it is still very, very early doors, and you know the beginning of Ankara was also pretty close for my money and some very close rounds. Just this time around, EPG are converting a few of theirs.
Gonna be a minute left onto the clock, and Utils now really getting burned on the side of Baisha. Evolution Power. They will really have to choose where they want to go to. XQQ holding outside of machine room. Can he spot N9 hiding behind the boxes, or a lucky wallbang even? Might just do the dirty work. Until now. 3 players rotating in towards middle, and this is going to be greeted by N9, but he does get traded out. Xiao gets a quick double kill, looking for the third, does hit the shot.
Oh, imagine. Imagine. Down to the 2-on-2 though, only 30 seconds and the bomb has hit the deck, so really not a done deal just yet. Some odd positions as well from the global risk players. XQQ watching for this flank to come in, gets the catch at the back end of the site, a really big kill to leave it in the 1-on-2, but XQQ again, he does so well in the crunch, in the post. A massive find for EPG.
Lifting the heavy weight for his team, XQQ is going to be able to close the round out, and first in this series, Evolution Power leading out by a round. It's going to be 3-2. Sure, it's still early on, but that just might give enough life back to the spirits of Evolution Power players. And now, Baisha has given up the control towards machine room, so Evolution Power was able to enjoy the free information. Whilst all that, gonna be yet another very slow-paced round coming out until somebody pulls the trigger to give it a go sign, whether it be on the global risk, whether it be on the blacklist. Subbase is one of those maps where global risk could really take the fight to the faces of blacklist, especially one of those pushes out towards machine room, out towards double doors even. I've seen that happen from time to time.
We'll see if there's a change-up. I feel like if they drop this round, we might see a timeout coming in.
Most likely.
Just to really try and stay hot on the heels. A pretty tense round here. There's not an awful lot going down for the first minute. Slow build-up, slow wind-up here towards B. So look to move in through this tight choke point. It is risky, to say the least. Zhao is there and ready to pre-fire in. Oh, he takes a repeat. It lands the tag, but no kill for him just yet. Trying to bait them in a little bit. YDSS does well, actually, to keep it going, but the trades are, of course, there. They've just bought so much time for these rotations. 3-on-2 with a very low XQQ as well. Minnow in the thick of it. Finds a key kill. Just got to be careful not to let this get out of hand. The one thing we can see is the bomb is actually very far away from the site, so going to need a bit more to get that bomb in, and unfortunately, it's just not going to happen by the looks of things here. XQQ left to clutch up would be a huge, huge clutch if he can find it.
I mean, has done it last round, but with 6 HP, things are looking pretty dim here. Has an angle for Lai, but he only has 19 seconds to play with. Timer is slim. He gets the first one. Needs to find the second kill, and looks like XQQ has a pretty good idea, and he does hit it! What the hell was that? The clutch 1v2. Some way, somehow. I don't believe this, Scrib.
Yeah,
I actually don't.
Insane. I don't know how he ever gets away with that, but he does, and he just seems to be the player at this tournament so far that has the divine intervention on his side. Really impressive, really, really impressive, and Baish are going to be kicking themselves. Now getting a taste of their own medicine, right? They were finding rounds to a similar caliber as that on Ankara, but now they're the ones that are getting clutched on, as it were. Timeout coming in. I feel like this was already called. Getting a bit hectic on the Baish side of things, so they just look to keep it together, not let it get out of hand.
Definitely not. And sub-base, in theory, just need about 3-4 rounds on the global risk side, and once you switch sides, that's when you really start kicking in the gas on the blacklist, and that's what exactly Evolution Power is doing right now. So if you do flip the coin, it also means that Evolution Power needs to find at least 5-6 rounds on this first half, because otherwise, if they don't, when they flip the sides, when they flip the coin, Baisha is going to come back to bite.
Yeah, and I feel like that's Baisha as well, what they're sort of looking for. This, I feel pretty confident that it's their timeout. Of course, both teams getting to use it, but in terms of who called it. And I think that that's to give them that extra round or two to work with, just to give some breathing room, get off to a strong start on the blacklist half. But indeed, as you feel the gap grows, it is now in the danger territory of maybe snowballing into a disaster.
Let's see what is going to happen, though. 4-2. Evolution Power might just take the tempo a little bit faster here. Gonna throw some over smokes and see where that lands. Gonna be closing the angle on double doors. Pop flashes as well. That's going to be sending YH pretty deep with Mino helping out on the double doors. Going to be lurking for a bit. The C4 is going to fall back, so they're going to take it towards A, it seems to be. Bunch of utils being is flying across the map right now for both of these teams, but no major damage being inflicted, and Evolution Power is going to take the attack towards the A bomb site. The C4 is going to be joined as well. A being helped by only 2 players. Let's see how this one goes.
Lai, nice find from him, looking for a little more. He will actually go down quite quickly, but it's N9 who is in the perfect spot to capitalize as they fly around the corner, not checking their angles cleanly enough. Got to be careful here, though. XQQ's found one on the backside with the pistol, and YZK gets a keen trade. Maybe take the 2 kills and drop off the angle. It's easier said than done, of course, but suddenly the round is back on.
Down to a 2v2, somehow finding the equalizer, we say. The C4 was recovered by YZK. It's about 40 seconds remain, and they do have enough time to make a rotation if they do have a failed attack towards Machine Room. But XQQ has to start inch closer in towards the B bomb side as Xiao, nobody else but this guy, is holding on to the angle. Not gonna miss, gets the first kill, takes the secondary, and that's gonna be a hat off. And Baisha is going to recoup 1 round back, just like that.
Just like that indeed. Just like that indeed. Really good find from them, and definitely one that they needed to convert. It was in a position where it was an absolute win, and it got too close for comfort. But yeah, just this setup here, of course, as you see on the replay, working really effectively. But that's a 3-for-1 kill situation that nearly comes too close. So yeah, just something to keep your eye on. The super clean, super effective Baisha of Ankara. Maybe missing a bit here on the sub base. And 9. Got to be careful himself as they are on the hunt for that first kill.
On the hunt for sure, like a hunter, running through the jungle to find his prey. So it's going to be YZK just hopping casually through the map to find the opening frag. And this time around, Evolution Power is going to just glide through middle. It seems to be YH goes in. How does he get the kill? 577 goes down. And YTS has nothing to do about that. Heaven is now taken and lie on the deep side of the bomb site. Has to get these kills. Mino being sprayed. Somehow finds the head. And XQQ as well is going to take down N9. All of a sudden, down to the ends of Xiao once again on 1v5. YZK though is going to find a cheeky team kill. Doesn't matter. Zay's going to finish it off. And Evolution Power is going to find yet another round.
Yeah, EPG doing a really good job of, I think, keeping them under wraps, under the cosh. Making sure that they do not have the same sort of confidence on this map, that is for damn sure. Slow moving here, of course, from EP, but pretty damn effective. They're grouping well. The individual's a bit more alive on this map, it feels like. Got Zhao looking very, very good. The rest of the team for Baisha maybe leaves us wanting. And Zhao, as if by magic, chimes in to open up this particular round. He also spots an awful lot on the other side here, so just going to look to keep them at bay. I think they'll do just that. A lot of utility expended, though.
He's got a lot to respond to, and 9 comes into support. It's going to be YDSS to find the frag bound to XQQ. 577 gets straight out quickly, down to a 2v4. Zay and Mino has to do it all. Mino does find the 1 kill that was desperately needed, but look at Lai swinging from the backside, gets those kills. And what a flank that Baisha is putting out.
Solid round once again. But it comes down to, you know, the sort of mathematical pick-based crossfire as they will work off of the early exchange, try and bait them in. Baisha now on the swap across. Is it going to be enough for them? I suppose they are not that far behind. You could say a decent half for them. Certainly not dominating in the same way, but does the map hand itself to that kind of storyline? Perhaps not. Now things swap up. We might have a very different finish.
It's going to be Baisha on the blacklist side, you said. And we've seen, even just last map, how sharp and how accurate Baisha could be on their attacking angle. The setups are out. It's going to be A. 577 leading the charge. YZK, critical miss. Doesn't matter. YH is there to help him out. But N9 has already made it to the side. And with the pistol out, it's going to get the first opener for his team. YH has already stepped down, got the kill, looking for the second, has to juggle. Xiao spotted out, but bunch of damage has been done. Down to the ends of YDSS, gets 1, looking for the second. Mina goes down. That was so close, but down to about half HP. XQQ with the pistol out, whips the final bullet. That buys enough room for YDSS to reload, but doesn't matter. XQQ gets the kill and get the round.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I mean, again, another chaotic one. It looked good for Baisha initially. They just could not deal with YH in particular moving through. Super, super aggressive. And again, the excitement continues here. EP with a big round, I think. They did not want things to even up. And they win an unlikely round. Always going to be a big deal in this matchup.
And had to be nobody else but XQQ. I think this is the 3rd time he's been clutching up.
I think so, yeah. And certainly after yesterday, he's got to be involved in a lot of those unlikely rounds, I guess. 2vx, 1vx. Yeah, really, really good in those situations.
Well, after all that hassle, it's going to be 6-4 on the scoreline. Still, Baisha keeping Evolution Power at arm's length, we say. A very doable comeback, or not even the comeback, it's just tying it back up, we say. It'll be yet another slow-paced round. Some pot shots being thrown out. There was that one moment back in history where I think it was on the Blacklist side, shooting into the corridors towards Global Risk. Call out for 2 people and tagging a 3rd player. So sometimes the luck does work on your end.
577 in a good spot. Oh, they're going to try and draw out the sniper. It doesn't quite work out, but maybe the space that they've gained is going to be enough here. What a flick from Zhao. Oh my goodness, it falls apart. It looked good. They found the first kill, you know, they'd survived the onslaught, but no. A lovely little bait and switch kind of move coming round from Baisha. They respond immediately.
And now just really 1 round away from tying it back up. Well, let's see. This is going to be the key round, round number 12. Machine Room taken once again by Baisha. XQQ, Threat of Smoke's going to be looking at it, but let's take a look at this replay. Shout, quick scopes the first. Looks for the second, but the pistol out, and that's another head taken out. This guy, not only good on the sniper, but also very reliable on the pistol as well.
Indeed. Big round, really, really big round on the cards here as EP need to hold on to their lead and not allow Baisha to pick up that scary momentum you talked about for the Blacklist. Oh, this smoke starting to dissipate a little. XQQ ready and waiting to see an elbow, and there it is. Big find from him. Patience pays off. Could be a difference maker.
Down a player, Baisha will have to start leading in. XQQ is so good. 3rd kill for him. Looking for the 4th through the smoke. Not lucky this time. But the wound has been already inflicted to the side of Baisha. Down 3 players. They will have to make anything happen. That's 577 trying to poke and prod down towards the Nook, but has to fall back. Took some damage. Lion is going to be up on vents. 577 has sold a fake to buy the space, buy the room for Light to drop down and get the kills. Doesn't matter as Zay will do the job by himself, and Lion left all alone. Goes down, gets the first kill. Mino left the room. Doesn't matter. Comes back to clean it up. The Janitor is back. And that's going to be yet another round.
Yeah, man, they just cannot crack this nut, can they, Baisha? They come close, they win a big round, and then they just start a couple behind. So, scary prospects if they do start picking up momentum. At the moment, however, not looking as likely. The game that we were hoping for has now arrived. Crazy round from XQQ again. You know, he's putting the team in the backpack in a lot of these rounds. Chaotic one to kick off here. Zhao also, showing how it's done. A big find. XQQ on the pistol. Playing so very well at the moment. Fast movement here towards the vent, at least for YDSS. There's a cut-off potential as YH is looking to get the drop, and he will indeed find it. It's all going to be on YDSS. Somewhat know what's up. It's a trade of information for the life of XQQ. But it looks good here, doesn't it, to just keep him locked out. A lot of time to work with is his one caveat. He's got to recover that bomb, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. He's going to be finding himself above the Nook. Is going to be closing in angles towards the C4. Doesn't matter. YH springs out in the right time. Gets the kill. And another round. Baisha, as you can see, the frustration really kicking in now.
Yeah, somewhat. Definitely Evolution Power not quite as loud, but still getting vocal and still feeling good about these rounds.
I mean, 8-5 still within arm's length. And
yeah,
Evolution
it is.
Power now taking the fight to the face of Baisha. Contests Machine Room. And YDSS goes down in the process. The rest of Baisha is going to be full, sending it down towards A. It looks like XQQ has been hitting Some clean shots, but can he do it again? He does get the first one. Waiziki from heaven gets the second kill. All of a sudden, Baisha mightily struggling to even hold onto their dear lives.
Yeah, not looking good here. XQQ keeps the kills coming as well. And man, it might just be a flawless round here. It is the nade to finish it off. Man alive, map point being hit, and Baisha have just completely dropped off a cliff, maybe expecting things to change into the second half. They did briefly, but it has not lasted here. So I think as predicted, as you would assume in a matchup like this, it would appear that we are looking down the barrel of a third. 4 in a row going to be required from the Blacklist side.
There's still a chance for Baisha to get some rounds back, but needless to say, this is their last chance on this map, so we'll have to work wonders if they want to claw some rounds back. So, fast hitting B didn't work, fast hitting A didn't work. I think the rounds that they have won on the Blacklist side has been more so of a split form.
Yeah.
So I think it's just probably better for them to just go for another split once again, whether it be B, whether it be A, it doesn't matter. You know, draw some attention out from the players holding it down. Try to sell some fakes, try to bait out a rotation, and try to capitalize on top of those pieces of information that are left on the ground. This is going to be yet another mid push, and somehow Baisha just able to slide in through the gap of the smoke. This could be critical for EP.
Yes, it absolutely could. I think they're going to get blindsided by this. Even as the nades come in, XQQ is pretty trained in on that main position, and they ain't coming from there, buddy. So downhill go, and now it's a very strange game state to try and deal with, as they've lost an awful lot of their rotational control. Have the global risk players. Little 1-for-1. Zhao on the backside just get taken down, so you start to panic a bit, and the kills are just going the way of EP. 577 left in a clutch situation somehow, and he's going to lose it out. Goodness me, I mean, EPG just not putting a foot wrong for pretty much the entirety of their global risk half.
Such a clean retake. Absolutely clean retake. And Evolution Power is going to be able to close the second map out in their favor, tying us to a 1-1, taking us to a third map.
Looking good. Very impressed by the bounce back from EPG. I think that there's a lot to appreciate from them, and Baisha as well, showing another side of themselves, that they are indeed human. Some of those rounds on Ankara were incredibly dominant, but they were locked out. Cannot reiterate enough. Sub-base Blacklist side not going well for them at all, and now we again have to look to this team and ask them if they can bounce back and keep it together. The loudness, the vocality that we saw on map number 1 just completely out of the window. Very up and down kind of series thus far, as indeed would be expected, I think, from these two teams. But yeah, it's a real marathon game here, as Baisha leaving a lot to be desired, which I didn't think was going to be the case. I thought maybe if EP take this today with the form that we've seen from Baisha, it would be a close battle, but just not the case here on Subbase.
Just fighting tooth and nail is going to be Evolution Power, and somehow they were able to get some map scores back. And I feel like the rest of Evolution Power, besides XQQ, has put out some really good numbers as well, lifting the weight as a team. And now that leaves me this question of, now that Evolution Power is activated, can Baisha close the series out 2-1, or will they go down? Because that was that one question that I thought I was never going to ask.
It's very difficult to say, I think. Both teams have shown us kind of the weaknesses of them, and just the fact that sometimes they can get stuck in their ways. And, you know, where was like a basic execute on that Blacklist side from Baisha? A lot of questions, a lot of things. I'm sure if they go back and watch it, they will be disappointed in themselves, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely felt like Baisha Gaming got a little bit caught up in the I don't know, the yelling match, there was a little bit of back and forth. Certainly the first half was a lot more even here on Subbase, so maybe that kind of caught them off guard, and eventually they lost a little bit of confidence, and EP were not missing a beat. Like, it was very even. They had the advantage from the Blacklist side, but then when they moved over to GR, it was just lights out there. So you could say that Baisha were underperforming. Sure, like, they didn't have the best half there from the Blacklist side, but as you guys have highlighted already, like, the Evolution Power squad just shut it down entirely. Everybody was pulling their weight. This is like the very typical Evolution Power gaming way, where it's like everybody's pulling their weight, everybody's doing enough, and it's not just one person that's carrying. Whereas on the opposite side, sometimes they need to rely on Xiao to hit these like ridiculous flicks and do like a backflip and shoot two people at the same time or something like that. Whereas on the side of EP, it was just a team game.
Yeah, I feel like Baisha is going to come down to that Blacklist half for them. They just didn't set the half. They didn't set the rounds. They weren't like, right, we've got an execute that we can pull on you. We can play a bit faster as well. And they just, I think, allowed the rounds to unfold and maybe got a bit overconfident. You know, you mentioned the fact that Blacklist side is generally stronger. Maybe they just rest on that and they're like, it should be enough. We played brilliantly previous game. So there's a bit of this kind of catching yourself that has to happen that both of these teams have now fallen flat to, actually.
And now for Baisha, there's a bit of a homework left to do in this downtime right now. Like you've mentioned, the macro just not being there. The micro is there for certain players. Xiao, of course, doing the backflips like Valdez, you said, doing backflips, killing two players. 577 has to just swing in, get a double kill, triple kill. N9 as well, of course, doing some dirty work himself. But the team macro is not there, especially looking at the side of Blacklist, how things unfolded on Subbase. They try to aggress the bomb site as a whole, as a team, but the problem is Evolution Power is waiting with open arms. They are not able to drive any player out by selling fakes, you know, set some utils. It's not there. Baisha is just dry peeking into the players, and that's not going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, there was stuff to be said about that, and also I said earlier, like, it was a team game, but there were also moments where guys on the side of Evolution Power were clutching as well. Like, I forget exactly who it was, but it was like a 1v2 on the bomb side, and they just had to, XQQ just had to, like, basically clutch it out by himself, 1v2, and do an incredible job. And when it was called upon them to do that, they were able to do that. So it does feel like Evolution Power maybe a little bit of a wake-up call for them after Map 1, where they were like, okay, we really got to step up our game now, and they just looked so much better in Map 2.
Yeah, showing that they are capable of that, I think, right? They lost pretty much every 50-50 on Ankara, and I think maybe not quite as strong for them in that sense here on Subbase, but they won a lot more of them. They were able to capitalize and again just get that ball rolling a bit better. But it does worry me. I think that, you know, we still saw the odd round, a bit of competition on Ankara from them to just keep both sides up, whereas the GR side of things was really, really strong. There was just nothing for Baisha on their BL side. So I kind of worry slightly for that they're going to get in their own heads about it.
So Valdez, now that you have seen both matches, both maps being played out by these two teams in the green room, what do you think is going to happen on Compound? Like, what's your get-go for these two teams now that you've seen how they play?
I just feel like right now it's like both teams are on an even playing field. Like, it came a little bit late and it came a little bit slow for EP, and maybe like Baisha took a small step down, but I believe that now they're going to hit a similar level. You could say that Baisha is Compound's map, or well, Compound is Baisha's map rather, which is very true. Like, this is what they're really famous for. This has been their map for a very long time, like years, where even the Chinese teams wouldn't pick it against them. But it was left up, and I think over the years, Baisha has shown a lot of it to the point where, you know, other teams such as EP are okay to let it through. I think it's going to be really close, but I would have to give a very slight edge to Baisha just because it's Compound.
Yeah, I feel like we have to be in agreement there, and as well, just the domination that they were able to show on map number 1. They have the capability and just locking out an awful lot of rounds and tapping into some of that X factor that we like to see from these Chinese teams in particular. So hopefully, for their sake, there will be another resurgence from them.
I kind of like how the chances of Baisha just closing this one out went from like 100% to about, let's say, 55%. So
yeah, there's still
even playing field.
You have to go one way. Ultimately, I'd maybe like to say either team could win it, but you know, that's maybe not why we're here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking good.
Well, guys, I'll leave you to it. We got map number 3, Compound here for Baisha versus Evolution Power Gaming.
Yes, excited to get into this final map here, and I think whichever way you cut it, whichever way we got here, yes, maybe not the super competitive maps that we were hoping for on map 1 and 2, we still get a 3-mapper, which is what we wanted.
That's exactly what we wanted. I mean, would have been better if it was New Mexico or Eagle Eye 2.0.
You really want to see this New Mexico, man. I don't think it's happening. No one's confident enough to play it.
So here's my take on it. Since this round is going to be played out pretty slow, rather. New Mexico compared to the old Mexico. So if you want to go take B bomb site, the only path you could go through was down through underpass through water and turn right to the bomb site, or just run through middle from A. But in New Mexico, another route has been added where you have to shoot to break open a door, and it gives you a long detour towards the B-bomb site. So it spiced up the angle of attack in a sense. So I mean, I've seen players play it on stream and all that, but
I think they kind of test it out.
Played on official tournaments.
Right. And just a few like league games where perhaps the game doesn't quite matter towards the end of the season, that sort of thing. But seems like kind of a gentleman's agreement thus far at EWC that maybe we don't pick into it, guys. It's going to be an absolute mess if we do.
My guess is that until the BO5s happen, we won't have a chance to see the New Mexico getting coming into the mix here. But yeah, after 2 minutes of testing the water, here comes the go sign down towards the A bomb site through servers. AMYZK quick to take a kill each. YZK looking for a second, does get it, but eventually he's traded out. The C4 will be planted. Here comes the retake. Pretty quick is going to be YH, but he does get the kill somehow onto YDSS. And now Shao put to the test here. Can't respond. Mino quickly gets the kill. And that's going to be Evolution Power taking the round.
Locking them out once again. I mean, a very good sign for me is the global risk start for EPG. They, of course, look very, very good on sub-base on this defensive side, and I think that they get to start here again. Just even, yes, map-dependent, whatever it may be, but seems the communication is really solid. The rotational game they're quite confident with when they want to pull off aggression as well. It's pretty coordinated. So there's an awful lot of work and preparation, I think, that's gone into this defensive side for EP.
I mean, Baisha, they made a very quick aggression onto the bomb site, but was eventually halted pretty quickly as well. Nice response from Evolution Power to defend the bomb site. And now moving into round number 2, after dropping the previous one. This is going to be Baisha outside towards middle. The C4 being held by YDSS. Has some utils to work with. I would expect smoking out both left and right side of middle and see if they can take the C4 towards the spawn area of global risk and take it from there. Usually is the tactics the teams would go for. And here it is, the pop flash over towards spawn. 577 is, of course, going to be leading the charge in towards B. That looks like XQQ has to hold it down. Down to the hands of YH, also going down. 2v3, YZK with the pistol out. Gets in there, gets the kill on Mino. Spots Shao, the last player alive for the side of Baisha. Already down to 36 HP. Getting flanked now by Zay. The tag won't do it. That's going to be EP leading out now, 2-0.
Yeah, looking very, very good. Fantastic start for them. As you know, we touched on the desk, two teams that are very difficult to split at the best of times. And maybe leading the way of Baisha just because they have that history, the recent history even behind them. Generally coming out on top of this matchup this year. But all the same, EPG always going to be capable and looking very, very good as you see there on the replays. 577 looking to lead the charge. It's a pretty quick move coming in for the side of Baisha, maybe looking to catch a few players off. Very, 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 very scary move here. Of course, Zay up above. Will go unchecked. The unlikely angle. Can he get another? No, he can't. He's traded as he tries to bite off a bit too much. YZK at the back end of this A bomb site then also spammed down. Looking good for Baisha, and they just got cheeky with it. A lot of aggression, finds a lot of success.
Down to the ends of Mino. Well, captain of the team, the C4 has been planted, and he has to guide himself through the connector, but YDSS is on the flank, gets the backside, and lands the right amount of bullets, and that will be the round being picked up by Baisha. Much needed. Let's see if they can continue on with the trend. Although they did fail on the fast mid aggression towards B a couple rounds ago, is going to hit it this time towards A and gets the job done. And this is a replay of you talking about Zay just not getting caught.
Yeah,
I'm seeing the second kill too.
It's tough. There's a call to be made there. Do you go in for more? Do you drop back? I think in hindsight, he certainly should have just taken that first kill and got on away.
There's no like definite answer to that, right? Like it really just depends on the scenario.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
Depends on which team you're facing
player.
against, right?
Mm-hmm. But it is one of those 50-50 decisions.
Right. That's a coin flip.
Yeah.
So all players should be advised to have a coin in front of you.
Yeah. Let the coin decide.
Let the coin decide.
That would be kind of a fun spin if you want to do that at a tournament in future. There you go. Just giving you an idea for your own CROSSFIRE tournament. Benches. I don't know.
Well, it's going to be Zay waiting. But speaking of probability, so if you do look at Hold'em tournaments, there are certain hands under certain boards that you play at a certain amount of percentage. So players will do flick a coin or run the dice up and, mix their plays up a bit.
Keep it interesting.
Less minute
slow
left.
round here, yeah. Very, very slow indeed. Baisha going for a quick move in the previous have ultimately changed things up once again, looking to split towards the A side of things. Decent damage onto YZK, but they will start charging forward. So he gets another before going down. It's more the lurking position of Zhao that has cut things off. He gets 1.5 kills ultimately there on the assist. So really making a big difference for Baisha in this post plant.
It's going to be Mino on Heaven. Now about to be contested by YDSS and M9. Does have the support of XQQ, who's been clutching up, but now he's not there and gone. Mino, quick flick, gets one, takes a bunch of damage, goes down. And that will be the Blacklist side picking up one more round. And yet another tack pause, I think that's being called by Evolution Power.
Hard to tell. I feel like both teams could probably benefit from one for sure. Again, continuing on with the trend with the super early tack calls to just try and stay hot on the heels of your opponent. But yeah, really key round, I think, from EPG.
The thing is, from the past 2 rounds that Baisha has won, what I feel like is that sure, Evolution Power is playing the right positions in the right time, has the right utils to hold on to it. They also send the rotations in the right timing as well. But Baisha just has superior gunplay, at least for the last 2 rounds, to win it. So I don't know what this tack pause will, lead into for the switching up of tempo tactics.
Again, we talk about it. It's just sort of, I think, trying to catch the slip-ups, trying to catch the mental. These domestic derbies, and particularly in a game like CROSSFIRE, I think are really, really important. These are guys that you've got a rivalry with, and no, I don't like that guy. He said I was bad, or whatever. There's always going to be little bits in there.
There's always a storyline going on.
Yeah, that spur you forwards and give you the extra inspiration in a game like this. So just catching a bit of that it's like you don't get too caught up in your own head or in those particular rivalries, and just approach each round that's in front of you step by step, focus on the game. And that's where the sort of, in theory, more mature coaching voice behind you comes into play. So here we are.
Just had the glimpse of a coach of Evolution Power on the screen there, and I could really see the frustration. His players are not doing stuff wrong. Like, they're pulling the rotations in the right timing, they're holding the right spots, but why are you losing the rounds?
Yeah, I think a very, very high standard, though, isn't it, for these teams? So, they're going to hold themselves in quite a high regard. Easier said than done. 5-7-7. Moving in aggressively, leading this charge again. Baisha just sort of playing the old what can we get away with type situation. A lot of contact moves here. In comes Minnow on his trusty AK. Will manage to drop the first. There's no one really around to trade. He's left a bit low, trying to get the pre-fire in. A flash for him to work with as well. Keeps the kills coming. Advantage swings in favor of GR. And they will keep it. Solid find there from YH. The bomb not dropped. Certainly could pull out, but numbers looking good for the defensive side.
Miner shouldn't have gotten away with a second kill there. And now Xiao tries to get the drop onto Zay. Fire is now spotted out. YZK's right in front of him too. The C4 rotating in from middle has to support. Oh, there's the tip, and Xiao doesn't miss those. YZK just stepping little to the right too much. Just half a step away. It's going to cost him his life. Down to 2v3, a minute remaining. Xiao whiffs it down to the ends of light. Could possibly get the C4 planted. However, with no information whatsoever of the remainder of Evolution Power, is going to post for the plant. And here comes 3 players just running directly at him. Has to hit the shots, guess first. Zay is there to trade him out. Now it's going to be Evolution Power after the pause to take the round. It's going to be 3-2.
And always a big find. I think it's always going to be good for them from that emotional standpoint. Big pause, big round, and taking the lead here as well. Just remaining ever competitive, looking a hell of a lot better into map 2 and 3, actually. I think we witnessed the Ankara, meant to be a close one, meant to be a tough battle for these Chinese teams, and it was anything but. So maybe, as Baisha perhaps have done, start to write Evolution Power off, but not going to be the case here moving forwards. They're now the ones directing the game in the series.
Look at the kill from Xiao, though. Just tip of the elbow there. So close yet so far. But it's going to be Evolution Power leading out now, 3-2. Yet another slow-paced round. Evolution Power not necessarily thinking about, taking control of mid, nade stacking it through the containers and all that. This time around, my shot, he might just take it to A long. Haven't seen that happen in a while. This round might just be the round for them to do so.
Oh, big flash. Still not biting, still not moving here. Baisha finding it down, a lot more pressure. I think we've seen a big change up from them as the series has gone on. They were playing pretty fast to begin with. Get in there, ruin them with the headshots, but it's been anything but here on Compound. Really, really thought out.
And Baisha now is going to be stepping towards the double pillars, towards the B bomb site, being held down by XQQ. The rotations are coming in. XQQ is good for 1. Pistols out. Looking for the second. Not going to happen. Well, it's going to be Light dropping into the bomb site. Gets a double. Gets a triple. Looking for the 4th. Down 3 players. Going to be Evolution Power. The C4 is rotated in. YZK swings in, but he does get the kill with the pistol. 2v2 now. Tip of the head spotted, but YDS is not there to take the kill. Xiao gets 1. 1v1. C4 yet to be picked up. There it is. YZK swings out. The pistol play from these guys are absolutely cranked in.
Yeah, they do love it, man. They do love it. Another big find to come round. The, again, 50-50 moments going the way of EP. Super effective stuff. As they look to continue on with the domination here, the global risk getting a lot more rounds than I think they should absolutely be bargaining for here. XQQ especially, again, continues being this thorn in the side, always capable. Lai's big round is unfortunately thrown by the wayside.
I mean, after that 3K, I thought surely this round is going to be taken by Baisha, and YZK just flips the table and ruins the meal.
Certainly one way of putting it, good sir. I think, yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
And Baisha, with a bit of frustration, is going to be opting out for yet another mid taker.
Yeah.
Rather, just waiting and burning the clock, I guess.
Going for what's comfortable, going for what they know. Obviously, the thing in the previous round is they come very close. So why give it up? Why change up massively? You just need to connect one more shot, and the round is yours. So they're looking to try and repeat history, if not a bit more successfully. Nice find from 577 here on the main entries. YH, though, what the hell is he doing? In the smoke, finds 2 and makes the round look very doable, where that A site had surely fallen, if not for the Phantom in the smoke. Zhao trying to find a kill back, not going to happen. 577 nearly taken down with the nade. Oh, but creeps in to find the big 2-piece, and Baisha with a crazy round of their own.
577 only needed 3 HP to keep himself alive and swing and a hit. Re-peeks back into window, gets the second kill, gets the round done. That's probably what Baisha just needed to get some energy back. And now Evolution Power. What is their response? Now they know Baisha loves to hit middle. Even still, EP not yet to place any of the players on the deep angle of middle, holding the corners. Even Brazilian teams, after those kind of rounds, would invest 2 players to set up a crossfire on the entering angles in middle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe giving them a lot of space and just trying to play the setups. A change up towards A that they will cut off one of the ways in. Unfortunately for them, it will be a B hit here, and a faster moving one as well, but Minno's angle goes unchecked. Beautifully set up once again. XQQ at the back end of the site looking to keep them coming, and he will, but a big round from Minno. A legend of this team and game, but still showing that he's got it when it counts.
When he's most needed for his team, comes back on the roster and absolutely drives his team to the upper echelon. 5-3 now by Shaw. They're going to be sniffing down towards middle on top of HUD. Takes a bunch of damage. Is going to be N9 is eventually going down as well. And here's Nate Stack. Not going to help out either. YZK just continues to put some damage into the players. YDS's Alliance swings out, gets the kill, Lai with a double kill especially. Down to a 2v2. YZK has to hold the bomb site by himself. He gets straight out by 577. That's going to be down to the hands of XQQ. And 1v2. We've seen this one happen, didn't we, Scriv?
We have, yeah. We've seen this before. Do not avert your eyes. Oh, man. Shot through the smoke doesn't quite land, but the swap up to the automatic weapon will help. Uh-oh. And now where is he coming from? XQQ, change up of position, gets a bit of timing as he escapes by. Don't know where Liar's at. Looking for a later move as well, as that bomb is now starting to really tick down. Quick gap closed, but I think he knew what was up. Baisha with another big find as the clutches start going back their way.
I mean, surely XQQ can't pull one of those clutches once again, right? But had to come down to the 1v1 once again. As that's going to be a 5-4 half, as we're just waiting to switch the sides. Evolution Power on the blacklist, and Baisha is going to be on the defensive angle. And here's the replay of Lies. Look at that spray transfer. How crisp is that?
Very clean, very, very clean. I mean, this is the kind of mechanical ability that we've been waiting for and expecting. We've had a lot of it in this series, actually. Yeah, it's one thing I think that does start to separate these Chinese teams. Certain fights they just do not lose.
Let's see where Evolution Power wants to take this one into. Just like how Baisha did, EP as well, burning the clock down, playing very slow, trying to catch up any extensive rotations or flanks and capitalize on top of the man advantage, but Baisha is not giving that margin up easily as well. Going to be playing in a very default setup. Only thing to be pointed out is the position of 577 and N9. So holding in the deeper side of A, through, right down towards office, it seems to be. EP going to be driving the C4 in towards double pillars.
Yeah. Got to start making a move soon, don't they? A minute left on the clock, and they've got very little control to work with here, bench. Lie. Dangerous. Love this spot, though. Oh, going to miss the shot, unfortunately. Nearly got the timing, but not quite going to happen for him. But it's a lot of information that he gains. He's still alive as well, which is always going to be a problem. So keen shots need to land. Meanwhile, towards mid, there's a distraction in XQQ. And they will pull away with 30 seconds left. Going to try and find a different avenue of attack.
I don't know if that's going to be enough time, Scriv. 27 seconds and ticking. The C4 is going to be coming in down towards middle, but N9 is going to get the drop. Looking for the second. Does get it before going down. All of a sudden, Evolution Power mightily struggling. Here comes the rotation. Xiao is going to be up on top of Heaven. Rather, it's going to be down below. It's going to get the better of Zay. It's going to be Zay getting the kill, actually. 8 and 7 seconds ticking. C4 brought into the bomb site. Not enough time. 1 second and gone. The round is now taken by Baisha.
And you can hear it. That's a big one. They know that's a big one. They've really done well there to just hold and not panic and play the time. Don't give the opportunities and the potential kills, of course, across. Very, very solid stuff. Baisha tapping into some of that extra level second wind mojo that we need from them.
Yeah, if you're pulling that kind of rotation with 30 seconds remaining, keep the C4 to yourself.
It's true. It is very true. It's tough, though, isn't it? You know, you make that kind of a call, and there's always in the back of your mind, is this going to work? Is this going to work? And I think some hesitation in places often doesn't help. But big maps, very big maps with massive rotations here a lot of the time. So obviously going to have an effect. Still all to play for, still only just evened up. Very important round here on the horizon.
Now that we're tied up, this literally could be anyone's game, whether it be EP, whether it be Baisha. Wouldn't be surprised to see either of these two just take it. But one thing I'm sure, Scriv, is that this map is going to be the closest one going into overtime.
Very true. If we do indeed end up there. Baisha looking to separate themselves, potentially.
Xiao playing with fire.
Oh, nice find. Really big kill.
Gets the second kill somehow. Really playing with fire is going to be Xiao. It's going to be taken down to 30 HP, but the damage has already been done to the side of Evolution Power. Down 2 players, has to rotate out. Minute left. Is this going to be yet another repetition of the last round, Scrib?
Well, I suppose that is the big question here, but Baisha looking much more solidified and again, not as panicked. And 9 on the edge of the smoke, able to find Minnow. That might just start to hammer it home. He's flashed off, but he will come that across. He's got cover. And it looks good here. XQQ is the guy you want, but unfortunately not able to get anything done. And a flawless round from Baisha to follow up and now take the lead. These are all great things going their way as they set their sights on the victory.
The ground is shaking, Scriv. Baisha is now coming back to life, taking the lead away now. And Evolution Power, they will have to now really pump the gas in, because otherwise, Baisha, once they're awake, especially players like Xiao, how does he get away? Getting a second kill, not going down. It's just the mechanics on these individual players on the side of Baisha is absolutely chef's kiss.
Yeah, for sure. And they've traded games as well. You know, we've got Lai here really picking it up. So it's good to see a bit of variety within the star power of the roster. C4 a little isolated. Got to be careful that it does not go down on a timing peak. But not going to take the safest route to join the rest of the team, I suppose.
Yeah, Baisha as well is not showing much of an interest in going out aggressive down towards middle. So ironically, middle is going to be the safest area to deliver your C4 towards, but almost all that EP is going to be in double pillars going in towards B, but that's going to be Lai on the response, whiffs that critical shot, and now YDSS to respond is good for 1. Quick spray down for a double kill. Eventually he's traded out. Now it's all down to the ends of N9 to hold it down. Buy some time for his teammates. Arrives is going to be Xiao. Nades up and over. It's going to be a 1v2. Hard, but doable. C4 has been planted. Flash, good to blind him completely. Buying critical 3 seconds. Xiao, tracking angles, gonna switch to the automatic. XQQ spotted. Repositions smartly. YZK speaks and does some damage. How does Xiao get the tip to the head? YZK at risk. Secondary not pulled out in time. EP barely making that round.
It's close. Every moment is going to be hard fought, of course, as we come to the dying embers of regulation here. A big, big game on the cards to make those playoffs. Really looking good.
Tied once again to 6-6.
Yeah, and I mean, this is it. You know, it stays close. It's never a difficult run. I think a very, very important map. We've had, you know, that time to check out when you're 1-0 up, or indeed when you've got your more preferable maps coming up. But they really do have to now crunch in, and that, for me, makes all the difference in a game like this.
Speaking of making a difference, it's going to be Lai sitting at 13 kills. Sure, he had some huge moments in sub-base, but decides to step up once again, coming into compound. EP. C4 once again, kind of by himself. Just a little too risky, I would say, but luckily enough, the rest of his squad does join up with him. It'll be a default hold being put out by Baisha. Burning the clock down and waiting till the smokes dissipate. Here is the setup out towards A. Blocking that angle off. Are they going to wrap all the way around the global risk spawn?
And 9 in a good spot, but he's left blinded up, trying to hide behind the box. Not going to get spammed down, they just run him down. Goodness me, EP moving fast. Looking to get that C4 planted. XQQ with a big one there on the backside. So this looks very, very good now. He continues being a problem. Lai going to be the only one left. And surely you would say not. They know where he's at. He's kind of blinded himself up a little bit. Yeah, we all saw that, Doug. We all saw that. But it's all good because, you know, you don't expect him to win that round, I guess. Either way, Evolution Power looking very good, keeping things even, keeping things in their favor, in fact. And again, able to fight back, which is the key thing. Not letting Baisha build up that buffer to work with.
Or Baisha. For them to win this one, I'm just thinking to myself, had some clean executions on the blacklist side. Now the side has been switched. They're on the global risk. They have lost the rounds where players like Xiao, players like 577 play very rather solid spots, you know, like more default spots.
Yep.
Towards the bomb site. Maybe now's the time to, since the map point has not been given away, now's probably the right time, just right after the pause, to loosen the leash and let the players play a bit more aggressive on the global risk and see how that goes, right? I think that's the only key here, to me, to solve this problem for Baisha.
Yeah, yeah. See whether the timeout works for them in that sense. There's a lot on the line here in these upcoming rounds. And for me, again, feels like one of the only late timeouts that we've maybe seen on the B stream. In fact, a lot of other teams just sort of letting the flow take them, but coaches wanting to get involved here and just make sure that they keep themselves in that right headspace. And as you are rightly pointing out, a few things that are noticeable that potentially could change the tides of battle.
And we're back. This is the key moment for both of these teams. Whichever one wins this, either tying it back up or leading out 2 rounds, is going to be stepping closer to the map point and the match point. That's going to be a very default setup once again, but more A-heavy on the defense for Baisha.
And maybe just leaving mid.
That's probably
not
better.
As a whole, but got some eyes on it rather than putting people in there, just because it sort of reduces the timing plays that XQQ in particular was going for.
I think it's probably better for Baisha to just hold A, have a player watch spawn, and the 2 players that are watching B, they can push out towards double pillars and, you know, play more aggressive position. And if EP does end up in B, then they can counter box them in, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. A change-up that obviously comes out because of the timeout, and EP, meanwhile, hitting them with a bit of a classic here. Oh, you might have changed things up. Well, we're just not going to give you any chance to use the tactical switch. Decent nade damage. Another one to back it. Not quite as successful. But now they understand that there's only a minute left. The action has to begin eventually. Another thing to consider on the EP side of things, you got XQQ lurking like every round. So just keep that in mind, maybe when you are exiting your bomb site or on the rotation. He feels confident to call the team over, though, here, Bench.
I mean, I'm sure by now Baisha realizes there's a lurker always outside the bomb site, but Evolution Power is going to get called up to the B side. YDSS on the other side of the angle is going to find a double kill. Buys enough time. Light waiting with the arm. Gets the shot out. Not going to hit. And now with the pistol, has to do some work, but it's going to be Zay to quickly take the kill. Down to his 577. XQQ takes a bit of damage, but now his position has been compromised. 577 looking to get some kills here, and they're not going to find the angle, the right angle to do so. Somehow finds the first hit, but not there for the second kill. And EP now starts to really lead out.
Yeah, flying, absolutely flying. I mean, it looked like a decent initial start for Baisha, but we're seeing Evolution Power with these bursts and a very, very sharp play. Just so well grouped. Their fundamentals on the Blacklist side look really quite good, actually. You see this, you know, a spot like that, a moment like that, and you think, okay, that's got to be it, right? It happens so early. Everybody else should be able to clean up, but no, they turn it around. Very, very solid. And just a couple more now as Baisha seem to be slowly crumbling once again.
So close for EP to just close it out, go back to their hotel and take a warm shower and feel good about it. But Baisha, in all needs, is trying to get some rounds back. Lai going aggressive, like I've said before. Does miss the shot. Gives the information away. And the rest of EP is going to start rotating in towards A. It looks like to be yet another slow-paced round. EP has all the time in the world. They have 2 rounds lead anyways, and they do have the map to play with. Whole lot of ground already being covered through middle, through B, through A. And Baisha, they're already boxed in towards the bomb site.
Yeah, again, just trying to change things up, but looking a little worrying, a bit more on their tiptoes and unsure of themselves, moving between a bomb site and, ooh, maybe we should go, oh, there could be a guy here. You know, they're really getting baited out by a lot of this utility. So I would say from the game sense side of things, the toying with them side of things, Evolution Power have looked pretty good these past few rounds. This could be a culmination of it as well. If they can find good timing and just crack the bomb site at the right time. N9 goes digging, and down he will go. It's a big find, and now they start bursting towards the weaker defended bomb site. However, 577 in particular holding pretty strong. XQQ coming on the backside, looking for 3 overall, all by himself. Knows that YDSS is close, hidden away. Where the hell is this guy? Goes flying above him. A chaotic round, but Baisha in the mess will find a victory.
8-7, Baisha not going down without a fight. And now the game really goes into chaos, you say. Who is going to come out alive from this bloodbath?
Well, that
we
is
don't know.
The big question, of course, and a pretty valuable one. As always, as you mentioned, getting through to the playoffs, you get that day off. Could be very cool here.
And look at the kill spread on EP. YZK 13, but the rest of the team equally sharing 11 kills each. So everyone, you know, doing a piece.
I think it just comes down to the fundamental play again on the Blacklist side of things, grouping up, bursting together, quick trades, keep that pace up. Didn't quite work for them in the previous, but generally it has been a winning formula.
And if it gets you the wins, might as well just continue on with it. This is exactly what EP is doing. Still has a round buffer, but no necessity to risk it more. So they're willing to pick up the map point and the match point in this round specifically. We do have XQQ digging pretty deep towards the outside of B. Ooh, he's been spotted out. He's now getting nade stacked. Still alive. Lai swings out, and that's a misstep. Huge misstep, and now Zay comes into the bomb site. Shout at risk. Will eventually go down. Is this going to be the round, Scriv?
Might just be, to be honest. N9 is even conceding tail between legs, honestly. Not too excited to take these fights. And down he will go. EP back on the board immediately. Baisha maybe giving themselves a slight springboard, but they just cannot capitalize. They will fall headfirst into the sand here at EWC, but ultimately, yeah, not looking too good. Now on to series point for Evolution Power. They've got a couple to play with. I'm not going to say they should be able to close it out, but it looks damn near enough.
This is it. This is make or break for Baisha. Even if they do win this round, they need to pick up one more. If they lose this, that's it. That's it for Baisha. Still has a chance to go into the playoffs as they're going to be placed in the lower brackets, but who wants to do that? You know, if you can climb out from the winner's bracket.
Indeed.
Well, that's better. Nonetheless, Baisha needs to pick up 2 rounds in a row for a possible overtime and then win that to close the series out.
Oh, sneaky angle from XQQ. He nearly gets set there, but unfortunately just misses the timing. So nothing coming in the early stages. XQQ, they like sending him out as that early warning system to see what he can find. Nate actually doesn't do anything there to Zhao. So just kind of posturing here, getting the shoulders out and attempting an early battle. Nothing coming, though, as EP might just start bursting forwards here by the looks of things. Not wasting too much time. A lot of spammage coming in. Still not fully sending on A.
And once again, we were able to see XQQ lurking out there towards double pillars. And here's the reset from Evolution Power. Yet to see where the final destination of this team is going to be at least for this map. Seems to be down towards middle. Xiao with a good angle. This is the first shot. Here comes the push. Led by YH. They're going to rotate all the way towards B. YDSS is going to miss the players rotating in. Only gets a single kill before going down. And now, Lai is stuck in no man's land. Somehow gets a kill before getting spotted out. C4 about to get picked up. Down to 3-on-3. The timing on 577. So close, yet so far. But the headshot is right there.
Yeah, they just still were not ready for him. So a big find that could make a difference here. It's all going to be down to Minnow. And he cannot get anything done, so Baisha going to bring it within 1. Overtime most certainly on the cards here, Bench. And I think, as we've been saying throughout, a deserving game of it, but a difficult look, a very, very difficult look now. They have to survive this next round. I think EP as well. Probably got to close it here and not really give any chances across.
You're probably right. So here's my take on it. If Baisha does take it to overtime, then I think the momentum is definitely on the side of Baisha. Sure. So EP better close it out here. Otherwise, it's going to be a very tough game presented in front of them.
I would agree. A lot of work from both sides to get it to this point. Heartbreak on the horizon for Baisha. And a dreaded reset for Evolution Power. So slow start into this round. Once again, it is that mid-control from EP.
Imagine losing after overtime. Only all that work only for that.
Yes.
That's going to be affecting your future games as well. So you don't want to put yourself in that spot. Nonetheless, once again, a possible last round being played out in the same manner. This time around, though, it's going to be Mino lurking towards the spawn area. C4 not picked up just yet. 2 players are going to be peeking in towards double pillars. Could be crossing paths with Lai, which has given up on the double sniper setup. He's going to be on the rifle this time.
3 on A as well. A couple change-ups here from Baisha to just keep them guessing. Smokes to cover off middle, but it is somewhat of a fake out. Not really looking for that deep control. They want double pillars, trying to draw attention away from B. And I think it might just have worked for them, so we'll see. If they can find this first kill real quick, we could be in all for a fast round. They're going to try and get ahead of the smoke here. Lai hightailing it out of there, just trying his best to survive. They've lost control of front B. Meanwhile, in at mid, they are actually looking to take those fights. So it's a pretty heavy split here, relying a lot on the individuals. And unfortunately, it's all going to fall apart. The first kill did look good, but it will filter out for the overtime. And we've got a bit more crossfire on the cards here.
That server's room was a kill house for Baisha. Just taking down players after players, and now we're looking to go into the overtime, just getting ready up for it. But Baisha took them just about 17 rounds to get back in form. And here we go once again. EP on GR this time. Baisha is going to be on blacklist. Let's see how this round progresses out, because this first round into the overtime may just hint to us how the rest is going to get played out.
Yeah, I mean, very true, right? You've got a switch up that comes in, so it can very much just change the directive. It's been a while since you were on these respective halves. So, very, very important opening couple of rounds into the OT.
And 9 goes quite aggressive towards A. Puts out a bit of damage towards Zay, backs out in time. And the rest of Baisha is going to be sending it towards middle. It seems to be towards A. That's going to be the destination of this attack. Comes into servers, but YZK up in heaven. Good for a double kill to halt the aggression, and YH is just going to add onto the kill points. Down to the ends of Shout. Eventually goes down. And the round is going to be taken by EP.
Yeah, I mean, solid. This is something that can often happen going into an overtime as well. You know, you just release the pressure valve and there's a little less weight on your shoulders. I think we see exactly that from EP. They're sort of happy that there's a new avenue, a new battleground. Looking very, very good there as they only lose the one player. So I think they'll be pretty happy exactly what they needed.
Baisha, after a failed take towards A, this time gathered outside of middle once again. Could be sending it towards B this time, but if you do remember how the very last round of the main rounds happened, B is also not the easiest space to take. Nothing is granted. You have to earn the bomb site.
Exactly.
Get the bomb planted. But this one is also going to be a tough one for Baisha. They're going to be sending 3 players towards A connector. Just don't know if they want to force the issue there. Zay has been hitting some crispy shots. 13 kills, 12 deaths. And here's the push and Shout. What the hell was that?
Wallbang headshot, baby. That's what that was.
Wallbang headshot with the sniper.
Huge kill. Very nice find to open things up here. Can they capitalize on it, though? EP guessing the right bomb site at the moment. The defense pretty scary over here. And we saw how much of a struggle it was to break in. Nice little 2-man setup as well at the back end of the site. So Minnow playing one of his trusty bait and switch angles. Gonna have to pop off here. And only one. It's not quite enough. Down goes YZK on that rotation as well. So it looks like Baisha, with their initial numbers, going to be able to get it done. Keeping the odds ever in their favor and evening up the scoreline instantaneously.
QQ going down eventually. And Baisha, some way, somehow, finding the rounds they really and desperately needed. And as long as they can find this last one in the first half, then, ooh, it's going to be tough for EP.
A really good start from EP as well coming into the overtime. So I think that, you know, there was a great deal of potential. Unfortunately, it just hasn't panned out brilliantly. But keeping things close, and again, for a fair while now, we've seen round after round, trade after trade, you know, very, very, very back and forth. So as soon as a team is able to just split things with a couple in a row, it might make all the difference. Baisha looking to do that here.
Yet again, Baisha, this time spicing things up, trying to clear out double pillars with 3 players with the C4 as well. Could be a risky move, but EP is not playing aggressive. They're going to be posting themselves back towards the bomb site in the closer angle. So Baisha is going to be sending the players down towards middle once again. And EP has sent a player out from A, rotate the player out towards B. It's only held down by Zay. And if Baisha pushes in at the right time, this could be disastrous for EP.
Slowly moving in, trying not to give the game away as a couple nades come round. They start to second guess it, but no, it looks more like an A hit Zay as well. Caught out in the open. One not going to be enough. A perfect tactical read from Baisha to just pull them away, keep them distracted on the B bomb site. So full retake going to be required here. Not looking to rush the C4, as they will take a kill with them to start. Spam those nades in, gain an advantage, and look to lock them out of the A site. Not even make this a conversation in this round, actually. And 9 up close and personal. On the edge of the smoke as well. They're just out of options, just so desperate on the Evolution Power side. It's easy for Baisha. They take the lead as we flip over.
And there you have it. Baisha is going to be able to find the final round of the first half, inching closer to the series point. And EP, their tactical maneuver eventually came back to bite them in the end.
It's true. It's true. I think they definitely took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, as they say. So, yeah, really, really solid from them on the Baisha side in particular. Just saving those types of moments, those types of bait and catch you out, ultimately, for the overtime.
Check swing will be the right term, and then will be, I believe, getting caught by the sinker. Nonetheless.
Baseball?
Baseball.
Ah, okay. Yeah. You're talking to a Brit.
Sorry.
It's cricket to me, bro. It's cricket to me.
Oh, my. Nonetheless, 10-11 Baisha in the lead, but we do see the switch of sides, and now they're going to be the ones to hold on to the bomb side, and we saw how devastating that was for Baisha, so let's see if all those rounds, all those past 21 rounds, has given them any signs or hints to actually hold onto the bomb sides.
IDSS with a jump spot. Really, really important round here. If Baisha can take it, you know, imagine how comfortable they would be to find that all-important 13th and get this game under lock and key. Nades out early. Not much presenting, as it's pretty far back from Evolution Power, actually. They do not have a lot of control. Going to look for it in at double pillar, but I don't know, man. They're really, really struggling for control and ideas and information. It doesn't look good to me.
They're just playing with the clock to burn through the utils, but Baisha is conserving on some of the smokes they have, so they're going to burn it down to the wire almost. Already 50 seconds and ticking. C4 yet to be picked up as well. And EP soon to start to play with fire any moment soon. C4 picked up, joined up towards double pillars, so there's no turning back once the 30-second mark hits. That's going to be a B hit coming in. Lai jump spots one, gets dropped. YDS is in a good angle, gets one, but can't spray the second player down. Shaowen 577 has it all to do, but the flash is going to stop him from taking the shots. C4 planted. EP looking pretty good so far. Down to the hands of 577. The solo player alive for Baisha.
Yeah, it's definitely, for me, it's Zhao at the back, isn't it? He really had a couple opportunities while the angle was open to take a kill or two while his teammates were fighting and distracting. So I doubt they'll show us misses on the replay, but from his perspective, it would have been nice to see what was going down and whether he was maybe blinded up or something like that, because I just felt like he was in such a good position to get something done. Doesn't happen. Looks too easy of a round, where I mentioned Evolution Power early on in that one. Looked uncomfortable, looked slow. As it pans out, somehow able to get into things, and Ion flawlessly as well, Bench.
Here's yet another tie between these two teams. And thus far, I just can't make up my mind who's going to win this map out.
That's what you want, I suppose, right? Like, big competition here right at the end. Hard to split all the way down to the golden rounds. A fan favorite, of course.
Both teams fighting tooth and nails. Tying it back up. Somebody leads out. The other team just catches up right away. One mistake to be made, then the next round you see that mistake getting fixed up right away. Round number 23. Let's see where Evolution Power wants to take this one into. Was a successful B hit last time, but Baisha this time spicing things up, sending N9 down through middle. Could spring out any moment soon, and Lai has a better position this time too. If he's able to find at least one drop before going down, might just buy enough space for his team to rotate back in.
Yeah, spamming of nades. XQQ gonna eat some damage here as well, but he's just trained in on the shot, but misses the timing. Reactions, I mean, need to be sharp for that, of course. Unfortunately not, as the case may be. So he's spotted them at the very least, right? He's got some information that they can work with and therefore allow them to react for the rest of the round. 577 going to go down a little bit too easily. Zhao gets in behind to cut them off, and it's YDSS with a big moment. Nice is coming out already there, as Baisha feeling good about this. Just got to make sure not to let it slip away. Bomb going to go down. One trimmed, but still a man to the good here for Baisha, looking to retake into this A site. Set up nicely. The blacklist side of things slowed way down now as the tension builds, trying to move in. Low HP for N9, doesn't look too inviting. An advanced position as YZK trying to thin the numbers as best he possibly can, but he now catches himself out in the open, does not know where to turn. Minnow looking for the clutch. It's a hold onto the bomb, though. He's got to find this player, and he does just about. A big 1v3 for Minnow, and he is so happy about that.
Minnow, some way, somehow, found the player sticking the defuse onto the C4. Just had the slight amount of time left in him to take the kill, and indeed he does get it to secure the round for his team. And boys, we're officially at the series point, and there is no turning back, because Baisha, if they lose this, they're done, at least for the series. And already an opening kill is going to be provided by Xiao. Let's make XQQ going down. Are we looking at the third golden round of this tournament?
Yeah, we'll see. Super big kill. And a really great response. You know, Baisha have just lost a very tough situation. So the fact that they're like, right, come on, guys, heads in the game. What are we doing? What's the plan? You know, how do we stay alive here? So I'm a big fan of that, not just getting caught up in the previous round and thinking all about that, losing sight of what is in front of you.
All EP needs now is to just some way, somehow claw back a little bit. Get the equalizer. Make it to 4-4. And then take it from there. But the timer is against them. Already being ticked down to the minute mark. Minute 20, rather. And Baisha feeling pretty comfortable with Xiao going huge with the opening frag. And kind of lost in terms of direction of where to go to.
Still taking it very slow as well. And the smoke comes in. I mean, it's perfectly timed. They've just really not forced anything out from the global risk. So, yeah, it really doesn't look too good. An advanced position from Zhao coming in. He doesn't go down. He gets the information. I think you'll take that. Keeping them hemmed in. 40 seconds on the clock just about. And they really have a lot of ground to make up. This is not looking too good. Smoke going to start dissipating. So they will look to move in. But again, another smoke in the way on both sides of the equation. So starting to really paint a picture here for the global risk side of where this bomb is going to end up. But they opt to start moving through their own smoke. Not sure that would be the move. They're really trapped. 15 seconds left. Just trying to put some panic in as they look to split towards A. I mean, they're not going down, but they're not necessarily finding the space to get that plant. 5 seconds left. There's no need to rush in, as the side of Baisha will confirm it and take it to that golden round.
And we officially have made it to the golden round for the series. EP versus Baisha. And my dear, these two teams just, I can really feel the stress. I can really feel the dedication for them to survive, but here we are, the very last round for this series.
What is the game plan? Particularly from that Evolution Power, who I feel have lost their bottle in the past couple, struggling to figure out a way to close the game. It may just slip through their fingers. Very last second. Push it to the limit as they've got to try and find a breakthrough. It looks to be the A-bomb site.
For EP, the win, as if it was a smoke, is going to start dissipating away. They have to grab it back. And like you said, it might be an A hit coming through. YH wobbling the boxes right in front of him and the one next to him. The flash is going to delay and looks like EP is going to go for the reset. And whilst all that, look at the position of N9, already posted deep in the middle. Could spring out to be a critical position. Baisha is going to send another player down towards A to provide some support, but that does leave B a bit more vulnerable. It's going to be only held down by YDSS. Sure, he's sitting on 22 kills, he's top fragging, but if you're getting rushed by 4 other players, the hold's going to be tough.
YDSS on the shoulder peek here, just spotting out, trying to get information and hopefully not go down too quickly. He's got the nade out early, keep them at bay, and the flash to back it up as well, so they can't just chase him down. Really well done, great information, a lovely spot when they've been running this clock down to just force their hand into a different area. But B itself, a lockout now.
Well, it's going to be the final reset from EP. There's not enough time left, 30 seconds, and the last and the final destination of this attack will have to do wonders. YH with a good opening is going to get traded out by Xiao. YDSS in bomb side, sprays Zay down. All of a sudden, down to 3-on-3. It's going to be A, B to be taken. The XQQ switches to the rifle. C4 will be planted. Down to a 3v2. YDSS, last one alive as YZK taps Xiao out. And a 1v3 and a dream. EP so close from closing this one out. Can they work wonders? That's going to be XQQ going down. YDSS needs to find 2 more. Mino so close from going down. They have to play timer. YZK goes down. Mino swings back in. Gets the shot done. And some way, somehow, EP is going to be able to take the win against Baisha, their Chinese counterpart in the rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, what a read coming in as well in that round. They were obviously forced away from the B-bomb site, their initial idea, but they kept some presence there. They kept some presence towards middle. Just keep Baisha guessing. Where are they going to end up? And you see it happen. The activation from that lurker on B just draws them away, and they turn tail, but suddenly they're going and just panic ensuing, and that's where the chaos of CROSSFIRE can come in at times. That A-bomb site pretty much completely open. Really, really well done from EP to just make the right call at the right time. A perfect finish from them.
And then if you think about the narrative of this team, Mino took a long break, comes back to lead the team, and at the end of the day, it's him to close the map out. So just how the conclusion ends like that is amazing to me. And I just really liked how Mino was so confident in re-peeking back into the bomb site. I mean, you and I both thought, we looked at each other and thought that, okay, that re-peek might just be a little too extensive, but hey, he got the kill, got the drop, got the final kill, and that was the round.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic look overall from both teams. A great game. We saw Baisha coming back into things. We saw EP just making sure that they didn't pick up the momentum. It was a very, very streaky series up to that point. Very, very back and forth, but a fantastic map to close us out there on Compound. We've got Paladin awaiting an interview.
Congratulations here to EP, a win here in a grueling series. Mino, talk to me about just the automatic feelings of winning a series like that.
刚才是一场非常非常焦灼的一场对战，然后能不能跟我们说你们现在终于获胜了之后是什么样一种感受呢？
挺开心的吧，然后其实也没啥嘛，因为是 PL 的队伍嘛，
I would say that it does feel absolutely amazing. You know, it was an incredibly tight series, and we've managed to get a win. But that being said, you know, our opponents are very, very familiar rivals to us. So we've played against them many, many times. We know what it's like.
Does this win feel any sweeter considering, you know, you've taken down the #1 team in the world essentially, and now moving into the playoffs? How does that confidence feel for you moving forward into that playoff?
那对面这个战队呢，是目前就是算是世界排名第1的一支战队。然后你现在相当于把他们淘汰了之后，而且还晋级进了这个淘汰赛，就想问你，这种体验是对你们战队来说，是不是大大的促进了你们队内的那种信心呢？
其实我们这次来到 EWC， 我们就是目标是冠军嘛。然后对面的队伍也是我们 PL 战队，也很熟悉，他们最近状态特别好。然后呢，我们也是只能说拼命的把这场赢了吧，也不是很轻松其实。
Well, coming to this Esports World Cup, our goal is to win the championship. So anyone that stands in our way is an obstacle to us, and that also goes for our long-term rivals. They are a very, very strong team. They've been in excellent form, but we've also prepared a lot. And so it was a hard-fought victory, but we managed to take the win, and we'll be going further.
Well, the final question for you now is you've got a day break in between now and playoffs. Getting this win early, what are you guys going to do in that little bit of a break in between these series?
那么现在有一天的这个休息时间来备战你们下一场淘汰赛的这个对决，你们这一天你们准备做什么准备，或者是准备休息还是准备备战呢？
我们肯定会备战的，因为这个杯赛嘛，时间过得特别的快，可能每一天每1小时，可能每1分钟都特别珍贵，对于我们来说。
We'll definitely be hard at work practicing and preparing for our next series. I mean, this tournament, even though it seems like a day break is very long, but actually it's a very, very short amount of time. Every hour that passes is an hour less. So we're gonna make the most of our time, and our next match is gonna be on us like before we know it. So we want to be absolutely prepared for it.
Well said from Minnow, and EPG move on after a hard-fought victory here against Baisha. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Paladin, for that awesome interview. And yes, Evolution Power Gaming have taken them down. They've beaten Baisha here in this best of 3, and it went all the way to a golden round as well on this final map of Compound. I said before I left you guys that Baisha was going to take it, and they almost did. They almost did, but it wasn't meant to be. Evolution Power Gaming, they've done this before to Baisha, and they've done it again today. And, as they said, it's just a one-day break. It feels like it's a long amount of time. It's actually very short. You got to prepare for the playoffs now. There's a lot of stress and pressure on these players, but I know that Minnow and the boys can handle it, especially after a big win like that, which is definitely going to boost their confidence.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think that we were sort of all leaning that way a little bit, that Baisha would just find the momentum shift and bring it back, and at times they did, but I think that Evolution Power, what they did very, very effectively was just keep in the game, make sure that Baisha did not get 3 or 4 strung together, just always answering, always making sure that they were hot on the heels and playing very, very well all the way to the end.
And another key factor to me for EP to win that series was how the younger players keeping the composure. I would say, especially players like Zay, YZK, sure, superstars, but they are young, they're lacking experience. So coming onto the global stage, keeping the composure has been the name of the game for some of the newer players to, perform out in these type of very stressful stages if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on in those brains there on the stage. Let's take a look at the MVP of the series, as it was a hard one, right? I feel like always with Evolution Power Gaming, you have to look around and choose who you think did the most, but everybody's pulling their weight, so it's hard to pick one guy. And eventually we landed on XQQ.
Yeah, it feels like, again, the clutch factor from this guy, particularly on sub-base, there was quite a few of them that were really, really impactful, and I think that those types of moments swayed this series massively. You could argue Minnow going into map 3 as well. He looked really, really good, and just sort of leading from the front, which is always going to be important in those close games, in those big games. But yeah, I think XQQ also deserving of an MVP badge.
Yeah, XQQ had some moments here and there, probably getting a 1v3 as well in one time and getting the bomb defuse. So, yeah, well-deserved MVP. Just don't know until we see Game 4 to see whether if he deserves to be the whole day MVP. So, gotta wait to see that.
There's definitely a couple of teams and players that would like to try to take that opportunity. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, after that victory from the side of Evolution Power Gaming. This was our match of the day, and it surely did deliver, as we did see, of course, Baisha Gaming going down to Evolution Power Gaming, which means they will face off against Team Falcons again, as Team Falcons were easily able to take the 2-0 over Inner Circle. And we're going to get that rematch, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, painting a big, big picture there to see the negative side of Baisha in a way, but I think that they will be happy that they can face off against the Falcons, you know, a team that they've already beat. I think it could get interesting down there, though, a bit of pressure. And, you know, there's some frustration. These are very, very passionate players in the Chinese scene. I think I did catch, you know, the coach sort of storming off after the end of it kind of thing, you know, which is a bit difficult. You got to get in there, get the prep, and just make sure that you get everybody in line going into the next game. Because that was definitely a winnable game for Baisha, and they'll know that.
They'll definitely know that for sure, but Team Falcons, they've had the time to get the reps in, get the prep in, and, you know, watch the game that Baisha just lost here, and maybe capitalize on top of that, and, you know, the next time they fight together on the decider match, things could be a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons are a fantastic team. I wouldn't even put it past them on the right day to be able to take down a Baisha.
Yeah.
For me, certainly Baisha are the big favorites, but we'll just have to wait and see what that matchup does look like in the coming days. But guys, let's take a look at our next matchup here on Stream B. We have AGAL going up against Team Stallions as they are arriving now with their pandas and getting ready to get some help from those pandas there on the stage.
Yeah, another powerhouse, of course, coming in from Chinese CROSSFIRE. Stallions, one that we've caught. Super vocal team. Maybe expected more from them, actually. Yes, they are up here in the winners, but it was a really close game where perhaps it shouldn't have been.
Shouldn't have been, but AG versus Team Stallions, what are your guesses? I think all gamers are on the upper edge, I say?
Yeah, I'd probably say so. Like I mentioned, Team Stallions, I think, not quite as hot as we would like yesterday. So they could be a different team here, but now you have another immovable object in your path that you've got to face off against.
Yeah, I'd have to go for AGAL as well. But again, we'll have to wait and see what their form looks like today. But guys, first we're going to take a quick break. You're watching CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup at Stream B, and we're getting ready for our final matchup of the night. It is going to be AGAL up against Team Stallions. Should be a very fun one. I am Valdez. With me is Paladin and Bench. And guys, going into this one, we do have a clear favorite in yet another very strong Chinese organization in All Gamers up against Team Stallions, who were able to make some waves from the Philippines. What do you guys think about this matchup?
I'm excited for this one. I just want to see Stallions' development. You know, we saw a very hard-fought victory against Na'Vi. It didn't necessarily feel like the cleanest win, but getting that win out of the way, that first game jitters out of the way, I think it sets themselves up really well against AG moving forward.
I mean, sure, it's all justifiable, but at the same time, the waves they've created, does that match up to the caliber of All Gamers is the real question here being asked, right?
TQ, ZY, Jue, Do, and 122.
I mean, you look at this roster, right, and you just think about the legacy org in this competition. It's the second best compared to Baisha. I mean, Baisha obviously falling in the lower bracket not too long ago, but you just think about how much dominance that these two orgs have had within the international space, and there's just this expectation that this is business as usual. We've got an easy breezy group, and we're going to cruise through this one no matter who it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be Do. It doesn't have to be any of the vets. It can really be anyone. That's the amount of depth that this team has.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is another team that is fighting for their spot in the club championship. I believe they're at around 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. So trying to get as many points and potentially a win here at CROSSFIRE to give them a chance to make it. But let's take a look at Team Stallions, as we do have the roster showing up for you guys now. These guys, you know, they said, I think it was NO in the interview, he was like, no, we weren't nervous, you know. We were just had to lock in, you know. We just had to lock in, and we were ready to go. And you know, whatever it is, I do think that they showed a very good performance. But I'm kind of with you guys, where I just feel like AG is one of the best teams in the world, and it's going to take a real powerhouse to take them down. So this is Team Stallions' opportunity, let's say, to prove that they are a real powerhouse team.
Yeah, I treat this match as like a test for them. Like, you're probably not going to win, but no matter what the results are, you have tape to go back to and look at and improve yourself and see if you can get that second spot in playoffs. Like, that's already the way I'm perceiving this matchup, and I hope for their sake that they can perceive it in that way as well. Now, whether or not they do, that's a whole nother question.
So the condition given here is that will All Gamers eventually be able to school the childs of Team Stallions, or will Team Stallions be able to make that kids rebellion and, you know, and make a huge upset eventually? And, you know, if they are able to do so, they push themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the maps here. Eagle Eye 2.0 is our first map, so we're going back to there. And then Black Widow once again, and Compound as the decider. Feels like Compound a very common decider, and we did just have a insane golden round on that one in our last match, so hopefully we can make it in this one as well, all the way the distance to that map number 3. But Eagle Eye 2.0 to start off here, what do you guys think?
Interesting.
To me, it feels like the Eagle Eye being picked by All Gamers is ironically the best shot Team Stallions have at taking the map point away, so they really just gotta give it up, as they're getting pretty vocal right now.
You know, Eagle Eye is a very interesting pick. I always feel like just picking into that map is just, it makes me uncomfortable for the team that has picked into it. But I think regardless of the situation, you need a hot start from Stallions if you want any shot at a potential upset here.
Well, guys, we got map number 1 on the way. And this is, as you mentioned, Paladin, it's a test. I do agree. We'll see if Team Stallions can do it up against All Gamers here in this first map.
Thanks, Valdez, and there you have it. Last game of, or last series rather, for Stream B. It's gonna be All Gamers versus Team Stallion. KLP though already taking a whole bunch of damage to himself in the process of peeking in towards middle. And for now, already off to a rough start. It's gonna be Stallion. Gonna be positioning themselves, leaning towards the A bomb site, which currently is being held down by Dre and nobody else but Do.
Double sniper setup here for the Stallions, trying to find that opening entry just off the mark there against Do. I think what makes this map so exciting is that whack-a-mole that you get from the defense and offense between the numerous amount of snipers on this map. 4 in total here.
For sure indeed. Minute 30 left onto the clock. And the nade will be not too good on the mark. And the shot from Duo. Through the gap of the smoke. Down goes is going to be KLP, who eventually was already at low health. So it could be an overkill. But a kill is a kill at the end of the day. And AG off to a very nice start. Man advantage. And the rest of Team Stallions is going to be going for that A push. And somehow, NO gonna find the better of Do, and there's the equalizer. Less than a minute remaining, and does Team Stallion want to push it and force it down towards A? And the answer from Dre is gonna be no.
Oh my god.
TY as well, finding a cheeky kill. Make that another kill for 1-2-2. And JJ trying all he's got. Fighting tooth and nails to make an equalizer. He does find the first kill, needs to find 2 more. Less than half a minute to be reached. Has the C4 on him. But the timer is running against him, and there's not a lot of room to maneuver for this guy.
Tap is good. On to the first for JJ. He'll get a bomb plant out of this as well. But he's being wrapped by 1222. He doesn't actually commit to the fight. He falls away. ZQ now out to bat. I wonder if he spotted the helmet there. Real opportunity at this one in the 1-on-2, especially considering how split up they are. Now they join hands, though. 54 HP now remaining for JJ as he continued to encroach upon his position. Still finds one, and he spotted out 12-2-2, and he's got the 1-on-2. That's the hot start you're looking for, and that's the roar you get out of the Stallions.
Team Stallions showing and proving why they are here at Esports World Cup. Takes the first round against but nobody else but all gamers. Paladin, you're probably right. That's probably the exact hot start they needed. Sure, Joy do 1-2, getting a piece each. Thought the round was pretty clean, but look at this guy, JJ, in a 1v2, isolates himself in a 1-on-1, takes the secondary out, gets the kill done, gets the job done at the end of the day. Results to the first round getting picked up by this guy.
Yeah, that's the exact start you're looking for. I mean, you want the replicable rounds, but hey, nothing gets the blood pumping unlike a clutch like that. And now, the question for all gamers is, can they button up? Because it felt like Do had this a little bit of an overextension. The way they handled that 2-on-1 felt a little disjointed, a little discombobulated. A couple of bits of false information tossed in. It just felt a little awkward there for AG. And now, to make matters worse, NO with the opening kill. And a 5v4 for Stallions.
And the question is going to be, can the Young Guns capitalize on top of that man advantage? Because yesterday, Stallions, it just feel to me that they can't properly use their advantage. Sure, like they tried, but the result was a 2-1 Crow victory. So let's just hope that they're able to do so tonight. NO adds on to the kill point. ZQ goes down.
Oh, Joy wants so badly to surge forward there to find one, but smoked off by the T's, retains that map control. NO can hold on to this for as much as he needs to. Oh, I thought he just got a little bit of a leg there. This little awkward situation does not net anyone a kill. All this being said, it is a sight hit onto the A-bomb site, and NO's also found the lurk kill. It's all up to Do, and he can only find one. 1222, try as he might, takes down the lurk, but still has a 1-on-3 to get through with this bomb timer ticking away. Not a situation you want to put yourselves in if you're AG. Stallions really feel much more cohesive and put together compared to the game against Na'Vi. Maybe those first game jitters really are a thing of the past.
Maybe Stallions are trying to prove my point here. Eagle Eye is going to be the map, ironically being picked by AG, but the best shot given for Stallions to take. And NO just casually getting a 3K to open the round up. Very nicely done and nicely executed. And here comes an early aggression from all gamers down towards middle, held down by Lloyd. Gets taken up by ZQ, who himself is down to 29 HP. And whilst all that, the rest of Stallions was able to move the C4 in towards the office area. That's been cleared out, so B may be at risk. Until then, let's go 5v4. And Stallions is going to be going on a reset here.
Losing all of that courtyard control, not having any ability to refrag is a real problem here for the Stallions. They're pushed back from all this, and they want to retake it late from the looks of it, just how they're approaching it from the outer sides. Now NO might be that first point of contact, looking to equalize the odds here in the 4-on-5. Spotted out Jue, and ZQ can't refrag, so they'll just concede. And the Stallions have to move back over to this B bomb site. ZY rather, has got to come up big here to start staving off this offensive side.
I mean, I don't think bomb site has been stabilized completely. We do have some cheeky angles from KLP. And that's going to pay off huge dividends. ZY on catwalk goes down. Now it's down to Do on the bomb site to hold it down. Starts springing out. Misses his chance to shoot. And he eventually goes down. As Team Stallions is going to be able to pry the bomb site open, leaving ZQ all alone in a 1v3 with about like 6 HP. And a Dream and Stallions off to a very nice and neat start. Oh, gamers, are they really going to drop 3 rounds against a rookie?
That's another one, and as that round ticks up, it's just going to give them more and more confidence in this game. You think about just the uncomfortableness there from Do in the back of the site, never having a chance to really take a shot off. Keen on waiting for at least a flashbang or at least some contact taken by his teammates, but none of his teammates actually finding any kills to really play off of.
The coach really getting vocal here.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so that he's irate in this kind of situation. You're down 0-3, your fundamentals aren't really flowing, the comms aren't there, and that's really giving a leg up here for the Stallions to try and claw this one back.
Well, gamers, they really have to start clawing back some rounds because, like I've said many a times before, this region where Team Stallions are from, once they ride the wave, once they get into the vibes, once they start dancing, we say, that's when these rookies become really scary. Because the individual performances are going to start to skyrocket and hit the roof and break through it eventually.
This is the best time as ever to really call attack timeout. I mean, you don't want this momentum to spiral out of control.
Not at all. No, not at all.
And I think the way that these rounds are falling apart, it feels very fixable. They're like losing man advantages. They're losing like key clutches as well. Again, I'm not going to necessarily write off Stallions and say that they don't deserve these rounds, but it's very clear to me that you're not seeing the tightened up AG that has this tactical depth and you know the pedigree that considers them the second best team in the world.
And here's the thing, right? Like those mistakes that you've pointed out, having a man advantage but not being able to capitalize that, have we ever expected the veterans of CFPL, especially all gamers, to get caught red-handed by those mistakes? So that's certainly one question to be answered after the attack pause. Stallions gonna be starting this round off in a slower paced manner. NO already poking, prodding in towards the B underpass. Had a pretty good angle. Can't believe I'm saying this, but almost spotted ZY. KLP actually swings in, does a bunch of damage before going down. And ZY, though, quick with the shot, gets the kill. Down goes JJ, who's been clutching up.
I mean, this is an unlosable situation now on this 5-on-3.
Unlosable, you called it.
You've taken so much space at this point. You've gotten this 2-man advantage. You've pushed these players off of the C4 as well. And there you go. NO also hitting the deck. Can't cast or curse, an unlosable round.
Unlosable round, says Paladin, but down to the ends of Lloyd. Goes down and looks like you've saved it. 3-1 as all gamers finally put a round up on the board. But even then, took a little longer than we expected to put the round out there, so...
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's playing with a little bit more discipline there from AG. They want to confirm the round with as many bodies as possible. They're showcasing that they are tightening things up a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
ZQ and ZY, that little crossfire setup, the bait and switch was fantastic. And now off rip, Stallions with a little bit of a pocket strat, a little boatload of utility over on the A, committing to this B side, trying to run down ZQ in the apartments. But ZY on the secondary, finding an opening, makes this a little bit easier for ZQ, thinning the herd out, going through the smoke, and a 1-for-1 there is fantastic. But the trade from KLP is even better. Now all of a sudden, 12-2-2. caught in the back of the bomb site, calling for a rotation. Bomb dropped. And now with these rotations here, this should be a little bit more of a doable round for the All Gamers side. At the very least, JJ has recovered the bomb, and that's just a fleeting moment in the round. It's just KLP.
KLP stuck between a rock and a hard place. The C4 down in no man's land. Gonna be a tough one to recover. Does have a minute 30 to work with. We've seen him clutch in the past series, but this time around in Eagle Eye could be a tough one to ask. Up in heaven. Drops down now. That's going to be rotating in towards middle. Slowly but surely cracking those angles. Clearing out the corners one by one. Don't think he's been spotted out just yet. Dre finally sees him. Does some damage. KLP still alive. As all three utils eventually will go down to Dre. And All Gamers are going to start catching up. It's going to be 3-2 for the scoreline.
Yeah, and again, you're getting a little bit more chemistry out of these B players. Talking about the CROSSFIRE setups that ZY and ZW are able to have, or ZY and ZQ rather. And locking down that part of the bomb site makes Do have just a little bit more aggression, a little bit more pep in his step. Finds that opening 5v4, and even spots out KLP, a near miss there. Having that instant 5v3 would have been fantastic, but instead, they'll settle in with this one-man lead.
Maybe one-man lead's what they need. And here comes that 3-2 split by All Gamers. Just desperately holding on to bomb sites.
Yeah.
And there is the find from Do onto KLP. Sniper, the secondary will go down. And for Stallions now, really hoping to keep their lead. Well, it's going to be pretty desperate. Even still, if they're able to isolate one bump site, just like that, KLB finds the kill. And if they're able to isolate one bump site, then they have a pretty good standing chance in taking the round. As we do have JJ deep in spawn almost. He's called out now, but still standing strong is going to be JJ. ZQ swings from the back, takes the kill onto KLB. That's going to be 2v4.
Ooh, big kill from JJ. Does give a little bit of a shot here, and Loy spotted out ZQ. But the pistol's out, kill converted, and it's just JJ. C4 spotted as well. Great work here from AG, and great work from ZQ in terms of the aggression down B. Again, just making sure that they have to worry about less of the map as time goes on is the name of the game. And having that aggressive piece makes the job that much more difficult for the Stallions. ZQ doing so much work on that rifle and really revving things up here. Having impact across the map, not just that B bomb site.
Stallions dreaming of running away, but All Gamers has already caught up to that of Team Stallions. We're going to be tied at 3-3 as we progress into round number 7. Here's the replay of Do just casually clicking heads off players. JJ tried, but a 1v4 was a little too much as ZQ springed out with the pistol, and now rest of Team Stallions is going to be running in towards the A bomb site already. Finding the opening frags, but Do. Dre is there for the trade kill on 3v3 now. KLP with a huge shot. C4 retrieved. There's still 1-2-2 on the bomb site. KLB has to find it. The brothers in arms. 1-2-2. Quick for the first kill, but can't trade the second one out. Oh, it's quickly going to be a 1v1. KLB versus ZY.
And as the dust settles, ZY seem to have been spotted. But look at this, they're actually going to collide. It's going to be the rifle favored in a close-range duel like that. Shot can't come off for ZY, and Stallions battle back, and it's just these small, minute moments in these clutches, trade after trade, and this is what you want if you're the underdog. You want these scrappy, grimy type late-round situations where you can let your individual step up in the one-on-one, in the one-on-two. And AG just have not found that secret sauce to get those types of rounds over the line, keeping this one competitive.
And this round might just be the key moment for Team Stallions to pick some moment back up. The momentum absolutely needed here. And the coach from All Gamers definitely irritated. And like I said before, this is...
I would be too.
And look at the coach from Team Stallions. He's chill. He's laid back. He knows his boys are doing all right.
at this point, it's just a question of, can they keep the nerves under the check? And, you know, the best part for this game for Team Stallions is they have absolutely zero pressure on them. There is no expectation to win this game. All the pressure is on AG just to capitalize on the situation at hand and qualify for playoffs. So for Stallions, it's like they're playing with house money. Playing in this kind of position, regardless if you're choking, if you're not choking, if you're ahead behind, just staying as competitive as possible is a win for them in their own right. So you can already see a little bit of pressure building here for AG as this game continues to get deeper and deeper.
You're absolutely correct, and I don't think it's a little bit of pressure, Paladin. I think it's a whole lot more pressure than just a little bit. Well, that's been built on the side of all gamers. And this pause, I feel like it's also going to benefit the side of Team Stallions. You know, they also can go back to the drawing board, you know, fix up the little mistakes where JJ swung out a little too wide, KLP peeking to the wrong corners. It looks like we're back in the game, 4-3, Stallions leading out once again, and they definitely want to stay in that position. I'm desperately looking to pick up this round. And this time, all gamers opting out to go a little bit aggressive as ZQ swings out into the office. And it looks like it just might allow him to position himself in that position.
Slow down now, but aggressive as ever, ZQ, all the way down the apartments. And now doesn't actually get a kill or a player in front of him, but valuable information as ever. Stallions looking for that bit of aggression, and this time ZQ is not pushing the issue. Smartly done here, just to hold on to this part of the map and force Stallions back. I mean, they're stuck in spawn at this point. Now finally grabbing the C4, getting a maneuver around here in the courtyard, but now you've got to go into ZY secondary.
And now Stallions really looking to push down towards middle. Already the aggression not happening on towards B. The information has been passed. 1-2-2-2. Madman spraying down, and ZY waiting with open arms. Can't get the kills. It's going to be KLB with a double kill. KLB jumps in, gets the kill. How does he do that? Shouldn't be allowed to do those. C4 now planted. And all gamers has to go on a retake in a 2v3. Now 2v2 though with the potato kill on towards KLB. Although, Du has a pretty good angle. Getting in from the backside as KLP and No both kind of stuck in the office area. Jue has a smoke to work with. KLP thinking about peeking out. No, the misstep. No's there for the trade. Du has to do the work by himself in a 1v1. Not gonna happen. No with a huge double kill. Pistols out and gets the job done. And Stallions are gonna start running away.
They're getting away with so much, man. It is absolutely unreal how many 2vx's that they're winning. 2vx's, 1vx's. It just feels like they have absolutely no worry in these kinds of scenarios. They're playing off of one another so well. I mean, you
shouldn't be allowed.
You remove the nameplates, and you might think that the sides are swapped in certain scenarios.
They shouldn't be allowed to run away like that. They're not punished. And it's all gamers' role to punish those kind of missteps. That, well, it's not happening.
It's communication, I'd say. Not necessarily helping out their 2v2s. Stallions are just going to scrap their way to victory. And we talk about not having replicable rounds. Well, the fact of the matter is, they're still nabbing round after round, moving into the end of this first half.
Quick reminder, this map is all gamers' pick. And they're about to witness their map choice getting stolen away. Good change of tempo by Team Stallions. They're going to play this one out quite slow and nicely. Just like how last one played out.
Max damage nade onto KLB, and he throws a little bit of a lurk smoke to try and sell something, but the real hit is coming back over to B once more. ZY has been pretty proficient alongside ZQ on this sniper and rifle setup, and there is that initial hit. KLP is there to take that first contact, and Loy will find the 4-on-4 with KLB finding the man advantage as well, but they're not going to commit off the back of that. They're going to stay calm and pull back into A.
Mightily struggling to get the refrags back into the hands. Just not there. It's just inches away from getting the kills back. And look at that. Stallions on a man advantage in a 4v3. Has 40 seconds to work with, the whole map to play with. Look at ZY's position. Oh, he drops in the wrong time. Stallions get a freebie, and they're going to start aggressing on towards B. That's the least we thought, but they're going to make a huge rotation out towards A. And that is the exact tactical maneuver. It's a free bomb site. Do has rotated out towards B, and they get a free plant.
It's too late for the arrival of Do, and he can't even get a shot off, really. Bomb goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, STS, the Team Stallions, in the lead here at the end of the half. 6-3 on their opponent's map pick of Eagle Eye. And I talk about a test, and so far, doing very well to pass said test.
I mean, the question is now who's getting tested?
Truly.
1-2-2-2, just buying time for his team. Not going to go on the retake, just going to buy time for his team to talk about some tactics and essentially use it as a tack pause almost. Going to be a 6-3 first half. Team Stallions, some way, somehow leading out 6-3. Have we ever imagined this happening, Paladin?
No, absolutely not. I mean, this is one of those situations where if you're Stallions, you want to take all this momentum to the house. And even after that 3-0 start, the clawback from AG back into the 3-3 scoreline, you consider that, okay, this is where the favorites take shape. They charge away with the 6-3 lead, and then we say, good night to Stallions. It was a nice little stint to start things out. But that's not the case. They've been resilient to climb back in. They've had enough in the playbook here to go back and back into their playbook.
Well,
ZY now with the trade.
The trade kill is there. Down to a 4v4 to C4, stuck in office. B bomb site still being held down by JJ and KLB, who he himself is going to be holding on to the M14. New addition to the game. Thanks Smallgate for updating those. Those guns are really, especially the TRG too, as most of the sniper players are opting out to use that gun. In the meantime, minute 40, 44, all gamers pushing it towards B. It seems to be Do, solo player in middle. He's getting boxed in by a lot of players. He does get the drop onto No, but he gets jumped by JJ. There is the equalizer, and now it's down to KLB to hold to the bomb site by himself. Gets one, almost gets the second. Not quite there. ZQ gets the refrag. But that does buy enough time for the Stallions to rotate back in. The C4 has been planted. Timer is ticking. ZY and ZQ. That's going to be ZY to find the first frag. Pistols out. Down to the hands of JJ in a 1v2. Can he work the wonders as JJ's going to find one? Repositions himself. ZQ on the hunt with the pistol.
No
he goes
way!
down. How does JJ do it? Stallions are going to start running away. It's going to be 7-3 on the scoreline.
I have no idea how they keep getting away with these 2-on-2 victories. It's absolutely unreal. This time JJ stepping up. Absolutely unreal. The scenes here in the upper bracket of Group D. You wouldn't believe it. If I showed you the scoreline, you absolutely wouldn't believe it.
Oh, you can slap me any day in the face. Are you dreaming? I'm dreaming. Well, it's the reality. 7-3. Look at that play from JJ, about to be presented. First kill, repositions himself, and here comes the juggle of death, and he comes out on top. 7-3. All gamers really and literally about to drop the map choice of their own.
Smoke up on that A lurk. Third rotation, not necessarily biting. So AG move back over to B with a little bit of false information. Flash is good, but they actually blind themselves. They do still get the space, though. Loy provides it to them. Question is can they find that entry and then pull away? They're not even going to bother trying to look for the entry. They're just going to move back over to this A bomb site, maybe even take some courtyard control.
All I can tell you, Paladin, is that our brother over there at Stream A, Sneaky Frog, he's happy.
Oh, he'll be grinning ear to ear.
He's grinning with a big smile, but JJ was very close from getting contested by Dre. Gets away with it. Now he's going to be on the hunt. I don't think all gamer is aware of this, but the push soon to come to shove towards the A bomb site. It's going to be KLP on top of heaven to hold this one down. The tough S, but the rotation has come in. The wrap around from JJ. Good for 1, good for 2, good for 3.
Oh my goodness, JJ is having himself a map here on Eagle Eye 2.0. And AG have been left flummoxed. Absolutely no idea how this game, how their own map pick has just run away from them. Just 2 rounds away from Team Stallions to march on forward. And we got a replay again from this rap. It's so many times when you're like a young guy in the scene, having an opportunity like that to make a highlight play, you botch it. You fluff your lines, but not this guy.
JJ shouldn't have gotten away with pushing out towards the blacklist spawn of all things, and he does it. That's why these young guns are scary. And here comes JJ popping off once again, tapping it as off of ZY, looking for the second, swings back in. The jump peek, jump check. Oh, look at that angle he's holding. He might just find another kill just rightfully. Gets double swung though. The dream has ended.
That's still a valiant attempt there from JJ. ZQ with the trade. He's been fine here in terms of the rifle work alongside his compatriot and ZY. But it's just not been enough. You've not had that third win condition to really bolster this AG side, and the scoreline reflects it as such. A lot of space gain here from AG, bearing down on this B bomb site. Plenty of utility here if they want to breach it.
But look at how keen Stallions are. They have given up on A bomb site and starting to box in on
because you can, right? You've got that courtyard control in the form of no. You can lean a couple of players here, and there's Loy to take that first contact. He'll double up. No trade frag in this bomb site at all. It's Do. It's ZQ looking to try to hold on to this map of Eagle Eye. Leave it all up to Do himself. And yes, he's found one, but the C4 has hit the deck. He's got to piece this one together. He's got 2 kills to find, and he cannot hit the flick. He's taken significant damage, 18 HP to name, and now the double swing is through. Map point now for Team Stallions.
Team Stallions, some way, somehow, showing dominance over one of the top Chinese teams in the CFPL. Of all the teams, gotta be all gamers. Look at that replay. JJ is playing out of his mind. I think he's sitting at like, what, 4 KD right now? 5 KD?
Yeah, 17 and 6. And look at this, man. They've got a 5-on-3. You got the sniper and KLP going to work here in the apartments. KLB chimes in as well. It's all up to ZQ to hold strong. Otherwise, we could be headed for an absolute blowout here against the second best team in the world.
Well, it's going to be a 1v3. Not going to happen. And Team Stallions successfully steals the map away from all gamers.
I absolutely cannot believe it. What kind of performance there from the Filipino side?
No, not at all.
Wow.
I mean, am I dreaming? Well, then, like, is this real life? Like, am I trapped in a meme or something?
I gotta pinch you to wake up, because it definitely feels like a dream at this point. I mean, you look at the highlights, and it's all gonna come up the Stallions' way. Yes, you had a couple of small moments here and there in terms of the crossfire from ZQ and ZY. You had these moments from Do here and there, but it's JJ to win clutch after clutch. You know, you look at every part of the map. This A bomb site in terms of the 1-on-2. You think about the retakes on the B bomb site, the holds that he was able to have, the wrap that he had to end out the map. And it's really just a pure kind of combination of what Stallions are about. It's just that tenacity to hold strong no matter what the game state is and pull forward no matter the occasion.
Well, Team Stallions will lead out in the series 1-0. And all gamers, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board. They're going to need to fix up the mistakes, tie the notches back up, because otherwise the ship is going to sail away in front of their eyes. And JJ, of course, having a huge day. Can't forget to mention his teammates as well. KLP hitting some naughty shots. KLB hitting the spray downs, even though with a couple triple kills and 4Ks and double kills to, you know, help his teammates out.
Yeah, that 1v2 right there, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you think about how many clutches they were able to win in this game, and I genuinely couldn't tell you just because of how many they were. And now, I mean, screw the replicable rounds. You've won the map at this point. You have a chance to knock AG down to the lower bracket. You've got Black Widow in your back pocket. This is everything you could ask for the underdog.
Especially that Black Widow is one of the favorite maps in their region. Now all gamers really gotta be scared a little bit now, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, no question. Now they have to take this game quite seriously, Valdez.
That was crazy, guys. I was watching that in the back, and everybody was screaming out here, obviously on the side of Team Stallions. And there's so much I want to say about this. It felt like one of you guys were talking about, like, if you remove the nameplates. I forget who it was, but, like, it really did feel like that, because I've seen so many times over the many years I've casted CROSSFIRE where it's like a Chinese team will come in and just like roll the team like that and out-clutch them and just outplay them, and you'll be like, man, they're so good, they're a Chinese team, it makes a lot of sense. But instead it was just like AG were the slow ones, and it was Team Stallions that were the really fast ones. They were winning all the clutches, winning all the firefights, winning pretty much every single angle. So it was really cool to see. And you know, really the next step for them is they passed the first part of this test that we were talking about pretty obviously. Like, they blew them out of the water here in the first map, but it's consistency that makes you a really strong team. Like, you can beat all gamers once, but can you beat them again? Can you win in playoffs? That's, I think, the next step here for Team Stallions.
Yeah, it's the idea of the best of three, right? You've got to earn the win. It's not going to be a cakewalk by any means. I'm not going to say, yes, Stallions are now favored to win. They definitely have put themselves in a very good position, mind you. But you've got to credit the game planning that they had. The macro was so underrated, I thought. The fakes that they had on the Blacklist side, and then we switch over to the GR side as well. You had these wraps, these complete reads of the situation from the Stallions that all of a sudden, all gamers that looked very one-dimensional, surprisingly.
So the narrative of this GSL format seems to be the underdogs just overtaking the top dogs, just like how it happened against Baisha versus Evolution Power. Sure, two top teams from the Chinese region, but we all thought that Evolution Power was the incoming underdog. And now coming into all gamers versus Team Stallion, we thought Team Stallion is the underdog, but look what happened. Stealing the map away from all gamers.
I would say, actually, I think they're favored now.
Are we?
That's a fair thing to say.
Are we safe to say that?
I feel like, obviously, for any team who wins the first map in a best of three, statistically, you're going to win the series more often than not. But I would say that I feel like today they're the better team. You know?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like AG have come to play at all. That's the biggest worry for me, is that, you know, I touted up Du, and he was a guy that was overextending in a lot of situations. Defensively, just couldn't get the ball rolling. It felt like he was getting caught out in terms of, like, he was like the guy that felt like the new guy on the block, which you don't count AG to make those kinds of mistakes. And listen, you don't have too many opportunities to right the ship in a series like this, and with the pace that Stallions have been setting on both halves of the game.
And now look at this. Stallions getting very vocal, cheering themselves up to just close the series out 2-0. Let's see if that's going to be possible as we're just getting ready to bounce into the second map of the series.
Yeah, and especially Black Widow, as you were mentioning, Bench, like, this is the region's map. They love this map. I think that's another reason why they should be favored here in this series.
That's the bread and the butter.
Yeah, that is the bread and the butter knife, and it's everything, you know,
whatever you need.
And it tastes great. I do think that all gamers, obviously, they have a chance to come back in this one. Maybe they were a little bit slow. You know, there's a lot of different excuses we can make for them. They're still waking up. They didn't respect their opponents. You know, we can go through the whole list that us casters do here. But at the same time, I'm just really excited for one of these underdog teams, Team Stallions, to come in and truly prove that, you know, it wasn't a close match, actually. They were just the better team by far. And even if they do lose a little bit of an edge, like, we can have a close match or a close map that Team Stallions win and have a 2-0 from them.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the question marks that I'd laid down in the pre-show of whether or not they've got the capabilities to go toe-to-toe against a team like AG. Was the Na'Vi game more so just like a game of jitters? And so far, yes, it does really feel like that, because it feels like they've turned a completely different page from the team we saw yesterday.
Well, the coach, you mentioned him many times. He's turning many different, colors of red with the amount of anger that is coming out from him. I do think that he has a reason to be angry, right?
Yeah.
They're not playing their game, and you can see it on their faces as well. I'm excited as well to see if all gamers can turn the ship around and prove to us that they deserve to make it into playoffs. Otherwise, if they don't show up tonight, well, they're going to have to prove it to us one more time. So we'll see what happens here as we're looking to get ready to jump on to map number 2, Black Widow. Somebody check on Sneaky Frog and see if he's still if he's still alive after that first map. But guys, take it away for map 2.
I can't believe that I'm saying this, but Stallions has set up All Gamers right under the guillotine, just about to behead them. And All Gamers really need to get this map back to put themselves in a better position. And for now, Stallions on the blacklist side was very superb on Eagle Eye, but can they replicate the performance coming into Black Widow?
I will say macro-wise, this map's a little easier to figure out if you're Stallions, so you don't have to worry too much about the game plan. And the fact that you have comfort in the mid to late round because of how often you played in your own league, that's something that you really rely upon now in an international setting. ZQ up to bat here in the middle, and no wants to get frisky around it. Thinks better of surging forward and will fall away, at least temporarily. All this space in the middle of the map, and a couple of feelers with that long control established, and that B feeler as well. Fantastic flash on a ZQ. Very lucky to be alive.
And he books it. He has nothing to do about it, and now do. Left stash shot, and KLP from long's gonna clap him down. And all of a sudden, off to a smooth start. Nano! How does he land that spray onto Dre and gets away? Hello! Stallions there looking very dominant coming into the very first round onto their favorite map.
Oh, now 12-2-2. He's got to step up massively. ZQ with the rotation. A couple of wall bangs going his way, and maybe a little bit of mechanical gifts have come back the other way. AG start off the right way. They get that man disadvantage win. That's got to get wind under your sails.
But then again, if you think about how that round played out, so many moments that these youngins get away with cheeky plays, especially NO getting the kill in middle double doors and gets away without going down. So could have been a close round, and now moving into round number 2, fast aggression out towards A long double doors. Nobody takes a major damage and gets to get back away. A reset coming through.
Interesting that Jue cannot actually take a fight there, but he gets a lot of valuable information that it was just a fake of presence there. You can still semi-lean 3 over to that B side. But KLB now and Stallions not necessarily maneuvering all too much, hoping that they can potentially punish a ZQ elsewhere on the map. But none of them are really moving at all on either end.
Even that last round had to come down to a 3v3, 3v2. So let's see if Stallions can just continue to put up this amount of fight against All Gamers. A long was taken as they have given up control. It's going to be ZY on the long angle to hold onto the sniper. Alongside with Do to hold it down, but he does whiff that first shot, and that buys enough room for the rest of Team Stallions to move out from A long. False information sold to All Gamers. Look at this rotation. 4 players on A. Look at, and who else but KLP to just hold this one down, and imagine him finding 1 kill and Do rotates out from B. That's a nightmare.
Flash doesn't hit him, so still an opportunity here for the Stallions. They've actually got the split going. 3 players on this A bomb site to greet them. ZY has got to go huge from the back of the bomb site as they continue to approach him ever so slowly. 40 seconds left on the clock. Flash is there. The go signal is there as well. ZY will find that opener, and the trades go back and forth, but the T side continue to approach, but ZY will stand so strong in the back of the bomb site. KLP now in the clutch, 1-on-3.
20 seconds remain, and he's got so much work to do, so much weight on his shoulders. Gets on the bomb site, gets spotted out. 1-2-2-2 closes the round. It's going to be 2-0. All Gamers in the lead.
And now these man-even situations going the other way for AG. In the 3-on-3s, even the man disadvantages, feels like your secondary is getting going in the form of ZY. I say that. Immediately as I say that, KLB in response.
The pop flash is good. 1-2-2 swings out to get the kill. However, JJ is there for the trade kill, and now Dre's getting pushed all the way back. KLP waiting. Open arms the flash, even blinding him more. Dre thinking about pushing out. He's going to have to fall back as his teammate is going to smoke that angle off. And whilst all that, if you see on the minimap, Do has pushed out all the way to double doors, and if Stallions reset and go ever close to the double doors outside long, this could be a disastrous moment for Stallions, and all gamers have a really good chance of going 3-0. Do springs out a quick triple kill.
Exactly what you were kind of expecting there. Low HP bars, smartly done in terms of switching over to that sidearm. And now he's got no low as well. A quick quad kill there for Do. And that's the type of round that you want to get your star feeling a little bit more confident about himself. Don't really matter or care about the HP bars there. It's just getting those kills on the board, looking at the scoreboard tick up. And now, AG want to continue to build here. Pause being considered by the Stallions as we go into round number 4. A little bit pacier in terms of this long control now, and Do will have to be up to bat. Cannot hit the flick, but Dway and ZQ absolutely can. Now Do getting set in the back of the bomb site. It's a dominant round here as AG look to storm back in this series.
All gamers dedicated to get some rounds back, get the map back actually from Team Stallions. And seems to be that way as all gamers now in a bit more comfortable spot to play with. 4 rounds buffer deep, and here comes the attack pause from the side of Stallions. Some rounds close, some rounds all gamers dominance, but I have a good belief that this attack pause might just be enough for the coach of Stallions to, push the spirit back in,
I mean, sure, but at the end of the day, right now you don't have any crazy macro plays that are catching AG off guard. You certainly don't have the same level of tenacity in these 2-on-2s, these 1-on-2 situations. And that's the difference making in the scorelines when you compare Eagle Eye to Black Widow here. And for that reason, it just feels like AG are slowly turning that corner back in the right direction, steering that ship back the way they wanted to go.
All we can do is wait and see, Paladin. But like you said, it seems to be that way by far and thus far. Just waiting for the pause to end. And I'm not entirely sure if Black Widow is one-sided map in a sense, in terms of that's more blacklist-sided, it's more global risk-sided.
I don't think it necessarily is. It doesn't have to be.
It's more balanced map, right?
Yeah. But at this point in time, it just feels as though AG are playing towards their strengths. And that's strong chemistry between teammates on bomb sites and stellar sniper play. Both Do and ZY activating now. And when these two are on, AG is certainly a team to be feared.
And even 1-2-2-2 stepping up on the board as well. 6 kills already. Now, Stallions thinking about peeking out towards middle. Getting watched by Do. JJ thinking about popping out. Rather, he's just going to hold an angle. If 1-2-2 swings in the wrong time. Could easily connect to a kill by JJ, who has been hitting his shots. Not in this map, though. In the previous map, had a huge moment. But Stallions, they're going to burn the timer down. It's minute 30 onto the clock. C4 rotates outside of B. We haven't seen Stallions go for a full-blown brute force into towards B, so this round just might be it. Here's the pop flash up and over. ZQ completely blind, tosses a nade out. ZY has a good angle, gets one. However, he is completely exploded out by Loy. Do from window, though. What a cheeky angle. Gets the draw to JJ. Down to 3-on-3. C4 to be picked up by one of the players. However, look at this big rotation from Dway all the way from the backside. I don't think Stallions is well aware of this, but look at the position of KLP.
Big kill.
Activates. Big kill. Second kill onto 1-2-2 as well. And Do goes down, and Stallions finally puts a number up on the board.
Yeah, the KL brothers doing wonders there for the Stallions to get on the board. We talk about the B hit, the straight B hit. And credit to Do in terms of spotting that out and having the 3-player lean there. That's everything you could ask for AG to have the proper read, but not able to trade effectively. I really like the flight path that Loy had there, taking that left-handed side, making ZY miss. And now they're looking to build upon that, but you've got a tough scenario at hand. 4-on-5, NO hitting the deck. And you've got Do slowly starting to encroach upon these positions. Jue arriving at the scene as well, but ZQ stealing away that kill. Finally now, it feels like AG can bounce back.
At least there's some sort of form of an equalizer. Dre does go down. It's going to be 3v4. Going to be walking in towards Long. It's going to be Stallion with the C4 as well. A completely left unwatched. ZQ is going to be in the deep side of the catwalk. If Stallions make a move quick enough, they might just have a free plant. But up until then, just have to wait and see. Even any utils being used to cross will be enough of a hint for all gamers to send in a full rotation.
And ZY is watching the cross to make matters worse. So here comes in that smoke. And keep in mind, it's still doable to hit players along the edges, and ZY will not miss a beat. He takes some significant damage there, 8 HP to his name, but he's done the damage necessary. KLB down to minor points of health. Same goes for KLP. And the wrap is in from ZQ. He's had long control this entire time. And KLB has been spotted. He's been dealt with. And again, right back to winning ways for all gamers.
5-1. These two teams trying to take the map away from their opponents. Eagle Eye taken away, and now all gamers thinking about taking back, or rather stealing, Black Widow from the side of Stallion. And here's the replay from Jue. Clean kill. And ZY as well, taking the clean kill on the cross, and ZQ on the flank.
Ooh, a little bit more aggression out from the Stallions here, and somehow No pulls a rabbit out of the hat. Still a 3-on-3, and No still fighting tooth and nail. The HP bars are just so low, but nobody going down for the Stallions. It's all up to Do in the 1-on-3. C4 dropped though, and that puts a stop in things here. A spanner in the works. You know, No's pretty far away. There's still some isolated duels that Do can take.
Also, doesn't matter. Lloyd quick with the headshot. Gets the job done. Still far away, but trying to get into the arm's length. Second round being picked up by Team Stallions. Moving into round number 8, that is. Still got 3 more rounds in the first half, so, or 2 rounds rather. ZY opens up towards KLB. That's going to be the man down to the side Stallions, and No almost getting 1-2-2 red-handed by pushing out to aggressive. Does a bit of damage, but didn't quite connect to a kill there. Gonna be a 4v5 for Stallions to take, but they do have control of mid.
You do have ZY still perched up in middle. Doesn't want to give away that position for free. He's hoping that he can at least get one before he falls once more. Crouching back and forth, seeing if he can get any sliver of a player. But nobody really showing face. It's actually KLP being that much more patient. 12-2-2-2 gets closer as well.
Ooh, all gamers really just boxing in now. And this Team Stallion is going to be gathered just on the underpass of the catwalk. Joy drops, may have heard the sounds coming in. Not entirely sure, but Do has a good angle to catwalk, and the shot fired there. Well, that's going to be enough of a hint. As KLP out of nowhere gets the drop onto ZY. Okay, that's going to be an opener. Do does get the drop onto JJ, peeking out towards catwalk. It's going to be 3-on-4. And KLP just continues to put the hurt to the side of all gamers. It's going to be 1-2 going down. The C4 still on the catwalk, less than a minute. And here is Dre peeking out. Loy goes down. Critical kill. That's going to be KLP getting spotted out as well, leaving No all alone to the clutch. I mean, 1v3 with 45 seconds. Does have the C4. However, against the squad of Do, Dre, and ZQ, it's going to be a tough question.
Not happening. Not in this situation. With how discombobulated the Stallions were here, this one is a round that they don't necessarily deserve, I'd say. You have the long play coming out. You have the cat play being disjointed, playing before the long play. And in either case, with how little time there is left, this one should be an open and shut case, and it absolutely will be. Jue with the triple there. And all gamers now revving to life while Stallions seem to be getting left in the dust.
6-2. Last round remains on the first half of Black Widow. And just the progression of how this game is getting played out is Stallions lose their initial player to the sniper of all gamers and have to play with a man disadvantage. Can't quite recover from their losses, so at least this time around in the final round, they do have all 5 players standing strong. And let's see if that ever makes any difference.
This is the last round of the half now for this fantastic global risk side here for AG. Looking at storming back in this series after getting stunned on map number 1, 10-3.
Look at ZQ's position. Why is this guy all the way posted up here? And it just looks like that he's about to spring out. Dre comes into the help as well. ZQ took some damage, but he does get the fallback away, and already down a player is going to be Stallions, and they're going to have to try everything to gain and reclaim control of middle.
It's a tough situation, right? Because AG have gotten themselves that hut control. It's really just short that the Stallions have, and they've got to commit to this pretty much all the way through. And if they don't, they'll really not have many other options past that.
At this point, you can really feel the agony in the player Stallions in terms of their positions. They don't have any ground control. They don't have the map control. They're getting boxed in the middle, boxed in catwalk, and they have to run into the crosshairs of all gamers. So 47 seconds remain, and there's no definite sign of any sort of aggression coming out. I mean, it has to be A at this point in time. There's only 35 seconds remaining. And KLP coming into the mix as well. Do in the bomb site, waiting. Springs, tags KLB. The nade might just do the work. ZY springs out, gets the kill before going down. Do down very low. KLB does the dirty work. Down 3-on-3. The C4 now getting planted. 1-2 springs out, and ZQ as well is going to be jumping on the boxes. KLB gets the better of him. However, it's going to be Dre to wrap it up. Down to 1v1, Dre gets the damage down, gets the kill, has plenty of time to defuse the C4. And all gamers are going to close the first half out. It's going to be 7-2, and Stallions, after a successful map number 1, mightily struggling to pick up any sort of a round coming to map number 2 of Black Widow.
You know, I talked about the replicable rounds on Eagle Eye, and they really weren't coming for the Stallions, regardless of how many clutches that they were able to win. And now the tables have certainly turned here on Black Widow, where there is just no replicable rounds, and the clutches that they were getting a dime a dozen in that previous map, they're just nowhere to be seen. Sure, you're getting these bomb plants, sure, you're getting these posts, but at the end of the day, it just feels like Dre, AG, just in general, have a better understanding as to how they want to catch these offensive players off guard.
I mean, were there map win granted just because some of the players on all gamers not being activated or coming online? Well, in the meantime, KLP spots straight, gets the tag, the pistol is good for the kill. And down goes Dre, the second kill on towards Do, so close, yet so far. And Do has to fall back into the hut. And Stallions, can they capitalize on top of this man advantage? Look at the position of JJ. He's posted deep out towards catwalk.
Oh, JJ really has an opportunity here. The flick over is so good. He spotted off 1222 as well, but he's going to get another one onto ZQ anyways. Loy now chiming in alongside him, and now there's something to write home about here for Stallions. A dominant start to the global risk side, and maybe, just maybe, there are more pages to turn in this series.
Stallions keeping the dream alive to close the series in their favor. And some way, somehow, all gamers looked a little bit flustered on the screen there. Here's the replay from KLP, going out aggressive, tag done, pistol done, and JJ posted out on catwalk, gets the first kill with the help of Loy, gets the distraction, ZQ goes down, and Loy himself finding double kill as well. So that's going to be the name of the game here. 7-3, all gamers still in the lead, but sometimes when it comes to butterfly effect, it's these small rounds won really making the difference, and we're about to witness whether if Stallions are going to be able to make that wave a tide and tide into Tsunami.
It's got to start somewhere.
Gotta start somewhere.
Now, AG waiting outside this B bomb site. 3 players to greet them, and you've got KLB secondary as well. 3 snipers in terms of the setup here for the Stallions. Very keen on making these snipers work.
Well, here's the pop flash. Here's the go sign. ZY steps out to the bomb site. Loy is waiting to get activated, but he does go down to Dre. And the rotations are coming in from the side of Stallions. Pop flash up and over. KLB trying to get the shot down from the windows. Not going to happen as the C4 is now planted.
A real opportunity here for AG in the 5v4 on this B bomb site. The retake will be very difficult to actually breach through, considering how passive AG are, and you've got Du on this long line, and he'll connect with one more. Make that a second. Beautiful work there from Du to lock in this one. It's just KLB, and he won't find anything. AG bounced right back after a collapse in the start of their blacklist half, and now bearing down on this map, looking forward to Compound.
My wild imagination Paladin is telling me that we might be able to see another golden round on Compound.
Sure.
Wouldn't be surprised to see that. Nonetheless, all gamers around the way from the map point. 8-3, 5 rounds on the lead. C4 still dropped outside of spawn. That slow play towards middle and then rotating in towards B worked out magically last time, but they'll have to devise a different plan this time around. JJ continues to just poke and prod in towards catwalk and gain information towards middle. And he gets away with it. He buys the information and he gets to retreat back for free without even getting tagged.
That's about best case scenario there. But what do they do with that information? You can't really do much, to be completely honest.
I mean, if you do hear 1 or 2 or more guns just towards middle, then you can kind of leave A long open, you know, play from catwalk, play from underpass, and see if you can catch off the rotators, because the main angle of attack is most likely from middle or connector or even B halls, so to speak. So all gamers rotating the C4 and the rest of the team towards the hut area outside of B. Loy last time failed to deliver. This time maybe he can spring out and get some kills. KLB almost gets the tag, and now Loy tries to hold on to his position. Let's get KLB to get the double kill and hold him down, but finally Loy springs out, gets the drop with the Dre. Du and ZQ left with heads scratching. ZQ gets a quick headshot, but KLP starts for the trade.
Oh!
How does Du hit that quick scope? Quick double kill, the C4 is down, but soon to be recovered. No on a huge rotation, huge flank, but Du has a general sense of an idea where Noah's coming from, has the C4, doesn't want to plant just yet, has 25 seconds to work with, wants to bait the C4, wants to bait the peak. That's probably the idea here.
Oh, spotted.
Oh, spotted? Is he? Not entirely sure. He's going to book it?
Yeah, he's seen him. He absolutely has seen him. He's got to absolutely book it over to this A bomb site, and he will be there in time. Oh my goodness, fluffing his lines there a little bit. But he does hit that bomb to dirt. And now in the clutch, one-on-one, a real opportunity here for NO to claw this series back. But Du has been on a heater here. He's found a couple of very quick ones, dancing between the back of this box, searching for where NO's helmet may pop up. And just in that little nick of time, NO was thinking about jumping through the window, but finally Du pulls the trigger. The nade gives it away, and AG are back. The clutches all going in their way.
All gamers, especially thanks to Du. I think he's sitting on 14 kills right now with 5 deaths. Just one more kill will get him the 3 KD that nobody has ever reached. Just one more round for all gamers to close this one out. Otherwise, Stallions may have the dream going on as KLP does find the opening frag on towards Dre. And the second drop onto 1-2-2 to make that a triple kill. Mom, get the camera. ZY goes down.
Big kills there from KLP to keep this alive for the Stallions. And Loy's getting frisky here into the spawn. Taking out ZQ. It's just up to Do, and he's had a couple of magnificent clutches in this game.
Is it going to be another Do show?
Oh, it's possible. He's gotten rid of that player in the spawn. Has he spotted JJ is the real question. I don't think he has.
Ooh, there we go. The second kill coming through for the clutch. Needs to find 2 more. KLP down very low. JJ at almost full HP, but Do has a world of time to work with. Minute 30. Even has the C4. JJ is on the hunt, but not entirely sure if he wants to peek out even more. Do drops the sniper, switches to the M4. Thinking about peeking out. JJ! Oh, the trigger discipline! This is so brilliant! Almost gets the drop, and KLP takes a bunch of damage as well. The nade! The nade! Is it going to do the work? No, it misses, but the angle is still there for Do. Both players down very low. And Do, he's going to book it to the bomb site.
The smoke is plumes, and he actually plays ahead of it.
Oh.
That's absolutely insane work from Do, and he's got a free rotation over to B. He's slow. He just sold this hook, line, and sinker. Bomb should be able to go down, and he'll have a little bit of extra time here to rot off the clock.
KLP.
This is unreal, man. It's a 1-on-4, essentially, a back-to-back clutch situation here for the Star.
KLP left with his head scratching. Where did Do go? The trigger discipline may just pay off dividends here for Do. And a 1v1, essentially anyone sneezing into each other will do the kill. And now, worse for KLP is that Do has had all the time in the world to find a better position and hide. Oh, looks like the sound cue has been given. Has a flash to work with. KLP taps the bomb. However, the bomb timer's ticking. And he's really going to stick it now. He's going to stick it now. Not going to work.
My goodness.
Clutches the hell out of that one. 1v4 and a dream. Closes map 2 out in the favor of all gamers.
A 1-on-3 into a 1-on-4. Do showcasing his class here at the Esports World Cup. They don't want to go quietly in this kind of situation. They want to showcase why they are considered one of the best teams in the world.
That absolutely was a sniper masterclass.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think about the great work that ZY was able to do on the secondary and how Do took over when we switch over to that offensive end. Smart plays in terms of how he wanted to approach those clutches and the mechanics to back that up as well. Makes this one a fantastic little sequence for AG and for Do as well.
Look at that. Just even this round was very close in some way, somehow. Juhei just springs out from the backside of catwalk and gets the drop into Loy. Sure, Stallions this time, JJ was a little bit quiet. It was KLP mostly doing the heavy lifting, but 10-3 was the score that we least expected to happen.
You know, I understand that in some senses, but in others, it also feels as though that AG just had so much more firepower to give once we switched over to Black Widow. You know, you cut the nonsense of, oh, we've got to be in the right time at the right place. We've got to have all this macro down to a T. Sometimes you can fire your way through, and it's very clear to everybody, theoretically, that there is more firepower on AG's side. It's plain and simple. You think about Do, you think about ZY, you think about the rifle core as well, and the work that ZQ is able to pull off, and you say, yeah, this is the expected outcome of this series.
Expected outcome indeed as well. They're going to take map number 2, Will All Gamers AL. And yeah, like you were kind of alluding to, Paladin, it felt like it was almost inevitable for this team to eventually show up. And they did. Map number 1 was a little bit of a weird one for sure. I think that Stallions overperformed. They looked fantastic and they deserved that win. But like I said, the consistency is where it's important. You know, you got to win a best of 3. And all of a sudden now they're just falling by the wayside to AG.
And it feels like all the good work they were able to provide in this best of 3 so far has kind of tossed away because you've now reset the situation if you're the favorites. You now go into Compound saying, okay, we figured everything out. We've got the players that we needed to come online, and now we see the eyes on the prize of playoffs, and we should be able to convert this one nice and simple.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, after a fantastic map taking Eagle Eye away from all gamers, everything now looks in shambles from the Black Widow side, which is supposed to be their favorite map. And now, with that loss in the back, Stallions now have to walk into Compound, which seemingly is one of the better maps for all gamers. So the real burden is now really on for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a little bit with younger teams, but this is the map that's going to build character, right? Because map number 1, you get a somewhat easy win. It feels like you're flying, everything's going perfectly, and the enemy team doesn't really have a chance. Map number 2, reality smacks you in the face, and you're like, oh yeah, these guys are really good. You know, we're playing well, but not so much in this map, and they kind of wrecked us. So this is where you really got to step up and actually play as you did in map 1 and forget that map 2 even happened, and show us again that you can actually compete with AG, because we saw it there for a glimpse, but we need a bit more out of the Team Stallion side. And Tanks has been doing a wonderful job with this roster. He's been staying very calm the entire time, just trying to be very supportive as that father figure there, as the head coach. And we'll see if he can help them through whatever they need to do to make it happen in map 3.
Listen, if Tanks can pull this map 3 off, this would be one to absolutely remember from the Philippines region. I mean, it's the situation where, yeah, the underdog should just be washed away at this point. This should be an over and done case. That being said, if we can get any sort of competition, if we can get some clutches going for players like JJ, it's going to be one to remember for sure.
But if you remember how Stallions progressed throughout this whole tournament, they're not going down without a fight. And even this series against all gamers, they were able to successfully take map number 1. So still in the talks of winning in the series.
Do you guys feel like there was just a lack of consistency, or was it more like AG kind of woke up a bit here in map 2?
Well, again, I don't think that Black Widow is the most macro-focused map in the pool, and that sort of allows for the individuals to shine a little bit more, which you'd suggest that, okay, now we get these 2v2s, they 3v3s. They got plenty of those in Black Widow here, similar to that of Eagle Eye, but just not able to convert it as much. I just felt like the chemistry was there for the AG side. You felt like you were getting multi-kills out of some of the star players that you were hoping for. And again, once those double snipers are activated and players like Do and players like ZY, this series is not going to be a contest. They are that mechanically gifted at the game. And for the side of Team Stallions, you're looking at players like JJ to have that renaissance again and prove it again in a second map.
But then again, like Valdez has said, like M once said, are they going to be snapped back into reality? Because first map looked amazing. JJ deserves an MVP. But second map, he was kind of logged out, a little bit offline, just wasn't able to provide for the team. And now coming to map number 3, which is Compound of all things, can he provide, right? Is my question there.
I think a lot of it comes down to mentality, right? Is how easily can you wipe the slate, tabula rasa, and just say, it's all good. You know, everything is down to this best of 1. At the end of the day, we are still playing with house money. I can't stress that enough. I think they need to understand the kind of the open space that they have in this best of 3 that's saying, if you want the playoff spot, you can take it, but we will always have that another chance that we were kind of expected to take anyways.
Yeah, it's very true. And I feel like that's why they were able to do so well in the first map. But then the second map was like, we can do it. We can actually beat these guys. And then the pressure begins to mount, and it's like, yeah, we're not quite doing it. So I think that's Tank's job, just to try to take that pressure off and say, you know, I'm not a head coach, but I would imagine just try to say, play your best game. You're still playing with that house money we're talking about, and you've already proven to yourselves and to everybody that you can beat them. So definitely very curious to see if they can actually get it done, as Compound's one of my favorite maps for a decider of a series, because it is a map that always feels so tense. Like, a lot of the beginning of the rounds are generally pretty slow, and then you have this big build up to some crazy moments on either the A side or the B side. And we'll see what it looks like as we're getting the shouts. The huddle is over from the side of Team Stallions. They have had enough time to decide whatever it is they were discussing there. And hopefully they are ready to go. As looks like we're just about ready to go here on the caster desk as well. Map number 3, Compound on the way. You are watching AGAL up against Team Stallions. Game number 3, the decider. Take it away, Paladin and Bench.
You know, we've had so much tension built up over that series between Baisha and EPG, and now you get another opportunity to have that same level of tension here on Compound with Stallions taking on AG. Very different environment as far as the best of 3 is concerned, and Stallions want to continue on with this weird environment with an opening 5v4 to kickstart rather this Blacklist side.
And this round as well, Dre, is going to be the first one going down. Hopefully the pep talk extensively longer from the coach there. Worked out wonders, maybe, you don't know just yet. All we can do is just wait and see.
Now then, does feel as though AG have a ripe opportunity to just put that first map behind them. But now, Stallions, with this 5-on-4, slow the pace of the round down, look towards 12-22, and hope that they can find something there, but actually it won't be this B bomb side. They'll rotate back over, keep a feeler out here to put some pressure on this B bomb side, so a trade of utility. And a maneuver back over to A. This split looks pretty good. 2 players to greet them, though. It's the hot hand in Do, and it's his trusty sidekick in ZQ as well. If you want 2 players in this situation to deal with this scenario, these are the guys you'd look towards. But you can't connect that first shot. It's got to be ZQ instead. He finds the opener. Do switches over to the sidearm and finds a little bit more impact from himself. JJ, though, wants to fight back tooth and nail. KLP to chime in as well. ZY now at 12-22. Trying to hold on for dear life, and they absolutely will. C4 down. Timer starting to go down as well. CY switches back over to the sidearm, and that's to his own demise. It leaves it all up to 12-22. He spots out JJ in the back of the bomb site. Damage exchanged. 4 HP left for the AG player, and he still finds it. AG still get it over the line, and the clutches don't stop coming here for the Chinese side. You know, you talk about the work that Stallions had to put in on Eagle Eye, and it all gets washed away on Black Widow now. On Compound, things go from bad to worse. Another clutch situation where you just don't have the ball in your court in a one-on-one. You want these 2v2s, you want these one-on-ones to go in your favor, and you would have just loved for JJ to win this and start that comeback, so to speak, in this series, but it just never comes to be.
It just doesn't happen that easily. Stallions, even though they were able to start the round off with a man advantage, just wasn't able to translate into a round win, as all gamers will pick that one up. And now moving to round number 2. Stallions thinking about clearing out towards double pillars. Look at the position 1-2-2. He's out pretty aggressive with the USP. Can he click the heads off is the real question. He does see the players coming in, so he does pop flash it and smokes it off, and he's going to be able to fall back. But playing with fire in terms of positions here.
Very lucky to be alive, 12-2-2. Ball back in for Menno. And again, I mean, they've taken this forward-facing presence on B multiple times now. But they've got to extend off of that map control. They want to push 12-2-2 off. And he's now boxed in, mind you. Very wall-bangable on this end. But he jumps around. Beautiful little movement there. Still has an opportunity at a couple of kills. And will live to tell the tale.
I mean, how is he still alive from all those peaks that he's made? And Team Stallions has nothing to do about that. We'll rotate back out towards middle. Has some utils left in them to work with. They're going to smoke off one of the angles towards the spawn area. They're going to give it a go any moment soon. There's 42 seconds, and they will really have to decide. Otherwise, that just might be a second too late to get the C4 planted.
Now then, what is the Stallions' game plan? It's wrapping into A. They want to try to rinse and repeat. This time it's Dway to come up to bat first, and he can't find anything. ZQ takes significant damage on his first engagement, but Do has arrived at the scene of the crime. 4-on-3 now, as his bomb should be able to go down at least momentarily, but there's chaos everywhere there, look.
Well, seems to be the C4 gets to punt. However, 3 players running in from heaven. No gets one, no gets two, down to the hands of Loy. Goes down, no. In a 1v1 situation, can he find the tip of the head of ZY? Has picked up 2, needs to find this last one. ZY just gonna crouch peek left and right, and some way, somehow gets the wall bang headshot. Also has a plane time to defuse the C4 as well. It must be heartbreaking for the side of Stallion.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back 1v1 victories here for the side of All Gamers. No matter what happens in terms of the actual site hit, it feels like they're just doing enough to get a couple of frags before that bomb goes down and throws in a little bit of chaos to add on top of that. But it seems like we might have a little bit of a tech timeout. We'll get that one sorted.
Yeah, it should be on the fly. It shouldn't take too long. As
hey, our prod crew has been absolutely fantastic throughout this event.
And the league officials just absolutely mwah. CROSSFIRE at Esports World Cup has been flying with sails. Wind at sails, and seems to be the issue was one of the players has disconnected from the lobby due to some of the issues. But soon, the lobby will be remade and should be able to jump right back into the game. But yeah, Paladin, let's just talk about how the past 2 rounds has played out. First one, iffy. Second one, oh so close.
Both iffy, you could say. I mean, for AG, yes, you've got that stream of output in terms of how Do is operating, but even more so, it's the work from the side anchor. ZY doing some great work. ZQ on the rifle. I like that balance between ZQ and Do. That rifle sniper combo will always be something that they can hang their hat on and say, yeah, this is what can get us through certain situations. So far, so good for AG. They look forward to say, yes, we're getting these rounds no matter what. We're keeping our heads in the game, and we're keeping Stallions in a hand's reach away.
But then again, even that last round, could say it was iffy, but I kind of really liked how they were able to just turn a deficit around to C4 plant and down to a 1v1. Although they eventually lost because just the tip of the head was apparently too small. That was probably the closest round ever, I think. For Stallions, such a heartbreaking moment.
I think a tech pause at this stage of the game has got to be just a nightmare situation for both squads. For all gamers, for them, they would just like to charge through. They want to close this one out as quickly as possible, put Eagle Eye in the back of their minds and say, yeah, that's history. For Stallions, you want to get back into it. You just want to go straight away and say, we want to take this one back. But instead, we've got to sit back, allow for the lobby to be remade, and then we'll sort itself out.
Yeah, just going to need a couple more minutes to get things sorted and go underway.
And we have to bring up the conversation about the club championship and how important it would be for AGAL to advance to those playoffs around that 7 to 8 mark in terms of the standings. And while they can't necessarily win the championship off of a victory or a complete victory here, they have a real opportunity to bound up the standings, secure a large prize purse on top of a potential title. I mean, that would be something very exciting for AG moving forward, but they've got to get through this best of 3 first. So a little bit more added pressure in that sense in this game as well.
And on top of that, just thinking about the sheer chances, all in all, if I don't want to say you and I depict the whole crowd or the public in general, but we both think that even if all gamers lose this here today, they do have the power to climb back and come back into the playoffs, right? But things are a little bit iffy on the other end of the whole thing. Team Stallions, if they aren't able to finalize it here and get booted back into the lower brackets, it just seems to me that it's going to be tougher or way tougher for the side of Stallions to just claw back and push themselves back into the playoffs. So might as well as for Tanks to get his squad going, get his boys going, and just jump right in to the playoffs. If possible, yeah?
If possible, absolutely. And it seems like everyone got their headphones back on. I think the lobby is remade, and yeah, we're back into the action here.
Back into the action, we say. 2-0, all gamers in the lead. Also one of those minor issues that didn't take too long in terms of pause.
And Du is not missing a beat. Jue to chime in as well. This A bomb site is now feeling under lock and key. JJ, KLB, and KLP looking to find a way back in on this 3-on-5. And a lot of space given, mind you, so they move back over to the middle of the map. They see if they can potentially split on through. Du will shoot out a bullet to his own demise. Let's see why on this double. You're hoping that that connects. He's got at least information as to where the remaining 3 members are, though.
3v5. And a dream. ZY starts swinging out with the pistol of his own. Pop flash up and over ZY. Blind. How does he get the draw? It's going to be ZQ to take the kill onto KLB. Now KLP thinking about swinging across the smoke. JJ has actually crossed into the bomb site and he gets spotted out. ZY jumps in.
Oh no!
Some way, somehow, JJ gets the double kill. And it's going to be 1-2 to wrap it up. And yet again, we get another pause.
Luckily, the wrap was there from 12-2-2. Huge work there despite the kills back. Trapped in the middle there. It looks like in that tech pause, Dono's found a little bit of wise words to say to his team. I think for Tanks as well on the other side of things, understanding that they're in a it's basically the flip side situation of what happened in map 1. You have a poor start, you want to quell the momentum, and you want to find a way to reroute things because Team Stallions have gotten completely silent. And when things like that happens, you know, that type of energy is like a double-edged sword. It comes back to haunt you in the long term.
Then again, what's really scary for all gamers is that JJ, he's starting to really come into the talk. He got that double kill. Sure, he failed to get the triple kill, but maybe that double kill is enough hint to us that he's slowly but surely getting activated into the game here in the lobby of the 3rd map. Compound of all things. Attack pause definitely burnt down to the very last second by both of the coaches of the teams. Well, let's see if that ever makes any change in the tactics that these two teams are going to bring up on the board.
Yeah, it's now or never for Team Stallions before this one gets out of hand. 2 back-to-back one-on-one clutches lost, and then from a meta perspective as well, from a macro perspective, not really finding anything in terms of space. There's going to have to be a radical change in the Stallions' approach if they want to come back here on Compound.
I mean, here we go again, round number 4. All gamers are in the lead, and Nate already doing some hurt to the side of Team Stallions. Look at ZY and ZQ, Jue waiting as well. What a clean 2-tap that was. 2 kill for him. ZY adds onto the damage as well, down to the ends of no. Okay, he's got a triple kill quick. However, there's Du on the flank, and that is good for the kill.
I don't necessarily know if that's the way you want to come back into this game if you're Stallions.
Probably
trying to go for, you know, outright duels and hoping that you can trade your way into a 2-on-2, something, by the way, that they've not been able to win since map 1. And now you've just given way more individual confidence over to AG. This is awkward to say the least. It feels like they're running out of gas in terms of ideas, in terms of mechanics. And that underdog excitement that we had for Stallions to start out this series has very quickly dwindled away. And reality very truly has settled in here.
Maybe that last map was enough of a snap to put them back into reality. Stallions mightily struggling to put out a round here. But all in all, even that last round, No had some huge moments, almost clutching it. Had a 3K, couldn't find the 4K Du flanking from the side. I mean, it's like, what you said is probably accurate, they are trying to match up to all gamers, but they are lacking that last bit of momentum, last bit of gas, last bit of pump to really get the round. So let's see if Stallions can ever find that missing piece, missing puzzle, and the link there.
What is that missing link? A little bit of aggression here towards B, a 5-man approach, keeping it as simple as possible into this B bomb site. It's 12-22, it's ZY that's gonna come up huge, but a huge entry onto 12-22 starts the falling of the dominoes.
I mean, Dre's trying to hold on to whatever he can do, but he gets a double kill quickly. It's down to 2v2. KLB goes down. ZQ finally springs out from the backside of the bomb site. C4 is down. NO has gotten 5 kills, but he's going to find 2 more. ZQ on the backside will do the work. I mean, Stallions, that round was so close, almost in the grasp, but it just slid away as ZQ and Dre in a coalition just taking kills left and right. It's not working out.
Yeah, that's one of those that you have to convert if you're Stallions. You know, you get a couple of entries, you've basically gotten rid of the side anchors, and ZQ just has to be double swung. You just have to swing them together and find a way to limit his possibilities. 1 is okay, 2 is unacceptable.
And what I really liked about Team Stallions in that last round was they were keeping it simple. They were just 5 men sending it. It almost looked like it was going to work out. They were able to wipe down the 2 players that was just holding outside of the spawn, outside of the bomb site, rather. But some way, somehow, the rotations come in hot, and Joy with hot hands gets a quick double tap, and ZQ springs out, finally gets a double kill of his own, and all of a sudden, Stallions are mightily struggling to even put a kill score. So the result, 5-0. All gamers showing dominance against these young boys. The veterans are back in the game.
Can't count some vets out of any kind of situation like this. KLP and Loy decide to opt in for a double sniper setup here on the offense. And Loy has an opportunity at a kill, but actually bounds away just in the nick of time. Both these fights not necessarily going the way of Stallions. They're not giving enough information either. So now Stallions get up through the brackets, have a chance at a split here, considering this B bomb site. But everywhere you look, there's a test on the other side. It's ZY, it's 12-22.
I mean, they gotta send it now or never. Here's the pop flash up and over, leading the charge away. KLB, ZY from the sidelines, good for a double kill, looking for the third. Has not enough ammo. However, Loy and KLP is gonna pick up a piece each. Down to a 2v3. Loy, KLP both down very low. The C4 down in no man's land. However, one thing to soothe Team Stallions is going to be that they do have the cover of spawn. They do have the control of the spawn area. And Loy is going to get the drop. Quick headshot lands on ZY. C4 recovered. Do and 1-2-2-2 on the retake here. If I look at the score on 1-2-2-2, 6 kills already. KLP lurking in spawn has to have gotten that kill. Unfortunately for him, he does go down. Loy plants the C4. The retake is now on. Tough ask. 1-2-2 as onto the kill point, and all gamers not giving a slight chance for Stallions to make a comeback here.
Another one of those situations where, you know, you get your entries, you get the clawback, you get the space as well, but you gotta find that third man on the back of the bomb site. And it just feels like the fundamentals of dislodging the crossfires are all over the place. You've got multiple people going after different targets. In that situation, it's got to be surging forward to get rid of CY. But instead, they focus their attention to 12-22, and it's just not gonna do here. And Do is not missing a beat once more. Gets a tag on it the second, completes the kill as well. 5-on-3, 6-0 start. Book this one. It feels like as AG just goes storming ahead in this best of 3.
I don't know, mate. Stallions seems to have lost the direction of where to go to in general. And not just in this map, but in the series as a whole. If you think about it, I guess the pep talk from Tanks just wasn't quite there. It wasn't enough. Maybe needed just a couple more seconds to get the spirit blown back into them. 6-0. 3 players down. KLP and JJ has it all to do. In at 30 may just be enough of a time frame to work wonders, but at the cost of what?
And that's another kill there for ZQ. Swings out for the double. Why not? AGAL getting loud now, getting proud. They're seeing the eyes on the prize of playoffs right ahead of them. That day break would be fantastic and inching ever closer to jumping a few spots in the club championship leaderboards also in their sights. Everything coming up the way for the Chinese.
Slowly but surely. Look at that play from Dude, just casually clicking the life away from the player's Stallion. Double kill for him. And ZQ as well, just what a swing. Just can't give more comments about that. And gotta give a lot of credit to 122, not because of his KD, but rather him just juggling his positions outside of B, even in the first or even in the second round, just being able to jump spot so many players of Team Stallions and use that info to their advantage.
Yeah, the way he maneuvers that position around in terms of just movement is fantastic. It showcases just how experienced he is, how many times he's done that.
And he goes by without getting punished for swinging out like that. So
he's a cut above right now for AG.
Absolutely.
And to make matters worse, Stallions don't really have a way in. They've gotten up the brackets here, mind you. They fall away. They slow the pace of the round down. But now they toss in that smoke into A. They want to potentially wrap into B here.
That might be the story being written. Not entirely sure, Paladin. Just have to wait and see. But that's going to be a blacklist bowl just rolling in towards the A bomb site. KLB, good for the opener. Dude caught with pants down. Will go down. And that's going to be a successful take on towards the A bomb site. Look at the position of Loy. Springs out, gets a double kill. Looking for the third. 1-2-2-2 is on the response. But this round seemingly just might be the first one that Team Stallions put out up on the board.
Yeah, finally they get the bomb down, or not necessarily the bomb down, the smokes down rather. They get the kills on the A bomb site, the wrap looks good, and finally they're able to isolate the site anchors, deal with that one at a time, and dealing with those targets one at a time makes their jobs a whole lot easier in terms of the take. Last round of the half for Team Stallions to make a mark, to get that second round on the board and make this one a competitive final map.
I mean, could have happened earlier. It might be 6 rounds too late. And All Gamers already comfortably sitting in that 6-round buffer, 7-1 the scoreline. Even if Team Stallions does pick up this last one, it's going to be 7-2. And even that is still in the question.
Spots out from KLP, doesn't necessarily find what he was looking for. It's actually NO finding that opening kill. Big one onto Jue. He's done some key work over there on A.
All Gamers, after losing Jue, is going to be going for the 1-3 split. As it's going to be ZQ looking out towards middle. Had some huge moments, had a double kill. Easy clicks, easy swings, but it'll be tougher this time with a man down. B only held down by 1-2-2-2. Where does Team Stallions want to take this one into? C4 out towards A long. Is dropped and passed to No. It's going to be JJ and KLP out in middle, so are we looking at a possible mid rotation here, Paul?
Yeah, with how much bracket space that they have, they can really lean wherever they please. And looking at this B bomb site with a late lurk from JJ, if he so pleases, a 3 lean over to A for the defensive end makes this one a little bit more difficult here for 12-2-2. He's been magnificent in this game, 8-2 to start, but he's got to go above and beyond here on this A bomb site. Cowering in the back here, hoping to get a multi-kill, and he can't. No dislodges him, but ZY with the response leaves this one into 3v3 as the bomb goes down.
Do and ZQ down very low. Any nade will do justice. However, the retake is now going to be on any moment soon. We do see the huge rotation from ZQ coming in from the backside towards double pillars. It's going to be Do and ZY to peek right in from the spawns. No, Loy, KLB, all three very ready to go on the response. The bomb timer is already ticked down to half. ZQ gets spotted. Loy saw the tip of the leg there. Let's see, ZQ gets his head clicked off. Do gets his head clicked off. And Stallions finally puts out another round up on the board. But it's going to be 7-2 for the scores.
You say too little, too late. I mean, at the very least, it's a silver lining.
Damage control-wise.
Yeah, and now we switch back over to the defense for Team Stallions. They can say, you know, we're building a little bit of a streak here, a little bit of a buffer, and we've got to make do with that. Speaking of which, Blacklist switch over now for AG.
Looks like the nades from Team Stallions. The stack has found some value on towards Dre, who is down to 29 HP, lost about 71. And all gamers, what's their game plan? What did they devise coming to their Blacklist side? Is it going to be just keep it simple, just bum rushing into the bomb site like how Stallions did? Or will it be just smoke off both sides of the middle and try to go for the flank, try to go for the splits? Don't know just yet. There's still plenty of time.
Setting up for potential brackets take. Smoke off on the left side. But nobody really fighting ahead here for the Stallions. Very keen on playing far back. These cubicles are so valuable from a defensive perspective. The trade potential is very high. So AG will have to fight tooth and nail if they do choose in for the wrap. But for right now, you've got this deep angle from KLP. You've got plenty of space in from the A side as well for this defensive end.
All we can do is wait and see. What looks like mid seems to be the angle of interest that all gamers wants to take. C4 is look at that peek from Trey. Bogdan's Law in play. JJ goes down. And the rest of all gamers now start running in towards the A bomb site. Sure, no gets a quick double kill as a response. Looking for the third. Dude runs into this crosshair. All of a sudden, all gamers, their angle of attack is getting completely demised. And Stallions, they're gonna keep the dream alive at least.
A little weird there from AG. They tried to actually push their own smoke. They smoke off the left side of A. That's giving you all the space in the world to rotate into the B bomb site, potentially catch a crossfire off guard. But instead, they surge forward dry, mind you, with no flashbang assistance. And they get met with a face full of lead. It's unfortunate, especially with the entry that Joy provided. But I really do think that if they were able to commit together on that B bomb site, something that if they wanted to go dry, that was the avenue of approach. But instead, full gray screen means time to meet your maker.
So if I remember correctly, you were the one that interviewed No yesterday?
Yes, I did.
So I just want to say that one of his remarks was that, oh, I'm not shaking where or something like I was fully dialed in. I guess he's correct because that 3K he did he was not flustered at all. He was just casually tapping heads after heads.
Yeah, it showcases a little bit of poise out of the youngster. And now, bomb pick back up. Rotation back in over to A. And an opportunity here to split through. A feeler from 1222 on the B bomb site. Hoping to find someone straggling to punish, but nobody really greeting them. KLB very, very smartly not dueling here.
Stallions not peeking out aggressively or wide. This might work here. Minute left onto the clock, and all gamers really have to decide on their plan now. 2 smokes being thrown out. C4 and double pillars. Still has enough time to rotate out if things do hit the fan. KLB just jump checking, doing exactly what 1222 was doing. He sees it coming, tags one player, has the pistols out, but not good for a kill. Must be KLP in the back of the bomb site, gets one, but gets straight out quickly. In a blink of an eye, down to 2v4. Stallions mightily struggling to hold on the bomb site and the series as a whole.
Yeah, this time they actually commit to that B play after smoking off the A side, but this round isn't done just yet. No finds one with the pistol. JJ still wants to get involved, and he's been a hell of a clutcher in this series, hoping to see if he can find a little bit more impact to keep Stallions alive, but CQ has other ideas, so does Do, and AG are back. They find themselves in 8th, they right the ship, they make the correct macro decision, and they get rewarded as such.
8-3, just around the way from the series point here. All gamers finally fully logged into the lobby, I guess. Makes a wave against Team Stallions, the youngers. The young guns just not being able to provide here. However, the game is not over just yet. Still have a couple rounds to see. And if Stallions are able to put out some numbers, then that's when things get really dicey for all gamers. Because on the Blacklist side, if your plans are all fully, broken away, then that's the scary part.
Do now going back up to heaven, seeing if he can spot no out, but not really a face here. A split potentially on the cards for AG. They get encroaching onto A. They haven't gotten really this position at all on their offensive end. And this changeup could catch Stallions off guard, but they're still gung-ho on keeping 3 players here.
Looks like all gamers just wanted to clear out towards long A, and it looks like they're just going to rotate out from that one. Through a connector, picks a C4 back up as well. Not entirely sure where this angle of attack would be, but KLP quick with the sniper. Do goes down through the window of the hut in middle. A bunch of flashes and nades flying across, and the C4 in a very dangerous position held by ZY. There we go. Looks like they're going to direct it in towards A. Are they going to be met by greetings with lead?
The flash seems good, and the trade on Aloy is pretty nice, but No-Go surging through the smoke, catches the player off guard, and now he keeps going. Noah's not missing a beat right now. 15-9, holding strong, holding the line here for Team Stallions, and keeping them alive here in this EWC Group D upper bracket game.
8-4. This one, Stallions had taken that last round, but so far away for them to make a comeback. Gotta do some more heavy lifting. It's gonna be Team Stallions to make the tie they desperately need. But until then, it's all gamers to enjoy the buffer they have made up.
ZQ, KLP, a real standoff here.
Yeah,
on the A side.
How posted up JJ and KLP is.
I'm just waiting for this trap to be sprung. Oh, and ZQ makes the jump over. Still lives to tell the tale. KLP gets a little bit of information, but it's all for naught. Rotation back over to B. Potential split on the cards. They love their bracket stake. They love going through their own smokes, AG. And so far, a very mixed bag in terms of the results.
Until then, the timer still being burnt down. And here's that initial sets of smoke being put out. But this time, the main angle is going to be down towards B. The C4 with 3 players. It's going to be a B split coming in, getting cooked up here. Lloyd and KLB has to hold this one down. ZY going quick here with the pistol. Tries to catch players on the rotation. There we go. ZY springs out, gets taken out by No. In the meantime, the C4 is going to start running into the bomb site. Gets completely ulted. Do with the knife. Gets the knife kill by the 1v4. Now in the 1v3 gets the first one. The nade flying his way. Dodges it barely. Gets the second kill. How's he doing it? Looks for the third. If he does get it, it's so close from clutching up once again. He does get it. No way in hell he does it. In a 1v1 now. Sees JJ jumping. Plus JJ finding this one and not letting Do clutch this one out once again.
I mean, how do you let this guy get chance after chance after chance in these 1-on-3, 1-on-4 situations, discombobulated every which way? Do necessarily pulling that one back.
I mean, as much as Do so close to the clutch here, Team Stallions, they shouldn't have and shouldn't have brought that round down like that.
No, not at all. I mean, you think about the Bleach split. Basically, the correct macro decision there for AG, but they don't get the result that they're looking for. It's unfortunate circumstances, but now you're starting to see players like KLP get that sniper activated, Loy having a little bit of his moments in the sun. The rifle core is finally building together. It took a little bit of time, especially after you think about their performance in the second map, but they're here. They want to push this one to overtime, potentially vie for the series point themselves.
They're here to play, they're here to compete, they're here to achieve what they want to earn, as nothing is granted here at Esports World Cup. And all gamers this time around, that B take, iffy, guides themselves towards A, it looks like. But look at the setup from Team Stallions. 3 players holding it strong.
I do think this A defense is one that AG will never be able to break. They've not been able to lean that third player away from that position. And as long as that keeps happening, it's going to be a lockdown situation. Another smoke nade combo, and they're going to rinse and repeat this as many times as they want. They are just so dead set on making this one work. And again, having their eyes set potentially on this B bomb site, but this time it's all 5 players looking to bear down on KLB and KLP.
Here's the go sign. They're going to wrap all the way around through spawn. Tries to go in towards A, it seems to be. Oh, and the kills from Duo and ZY is good enough, leaving JJ all alone to the bomb site. Does all gamers realize that information has been passed down now? 1-2-2 gets the kill and gets the drop to C4, walks into the bomb site.
And there you go, ZQ chiming in, ZY as well. Series point found for AG. And they just wanted that pack mentality. They just wanted to find a way to breach into one of these bomb sites. And hey, I talked about how stoic this A-sided defense was, but they found a way to pick them apart pretty well. You think about the smokes being deployed, and you just think about how they were able to wrap back into the B bomb site, get into the spawn, and make those A-side anchors feel uncomfortable. The macro play to finally figure it out. Every time they get brackets control, you get a different avenue of approach from AG. And now in the 4-on-4, AG have a chance at shutting this whole thing down, putting the underdogs to bed, and marching in towards playoffs.
And there you have it. This is possibly the very last round that Team Stallions could play unless they take it back. Look at the aggression of gamers. They have taken out JJ in the bomb site. They can get the C4 planted. KLP tries to come in for the retake. Loy takes a bunch in the rotation, and all of a sudden, Team Stallions, they're about to get this round snatched away. Loy goes down, ZQ with a quick swing, all down to these KLP and KLB, the brothers in hand. They have to unite and they have to get the kills, but the C4 ticking away the timer against them. KLP goes down. KLB in a 1v4. This is a tough ask. He goes down, and all gamers, they're able to close out map 3 in their favor, end the series, and they advance into the playoffs.
Playoffs confirmed here for all gamers, and deservedly so. Yes, you had that hiccup on map number 1. Yes, Eagle Eye looked, frankly, abysmal for clutch after clutch being lost, but you had this Herculean effort from Do on Black Widow, and everything gets reset when we move over to map number 3. It just felt like Compound was the breeding ground for excellence here in terms of anyone on AG. And now they get themselves a day break. They get their chance at that trophy and a chance to potentially leapfrog the standings here in that club championship race as well.
Absolutely, got to pay attention to how the club standings are going to be in the club championships, but let's go take a look at the replay, though, because this one is action-packed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think about the great work that Do and ZQ were able to do on the back of the A-bomb site. This big clutch to start out the affair here for AG really set the tone. Multiple 1v1s showcasing the changing of the guard, so to speak, for AG in terms of how they were approaching those clutch scenarios and how much they had adapted in those circumstances. The rifle core of players like Jue, players like ZY as well, when he donned that rifle, worked splendidly. And for the Stallion side, it really was the no-show, trying to fight tooth and nail. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough on the day.
Realistically speaking, the reason why we are disappointed to the Stallions, you never get disappointed if you don't have any expectations. After a splendid map number 1 of Eagle Eye, looks like we were able to build a lot of expectations coming into map 2 and map 3. So I guess that's the end of this game, and looks like we're ready to interview our players from All Gamers.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Really, really exciting game coming through, and of course our final team of the day making it through to playoffs. Ultimately, I wanted to start with that final map. It looked like there was a bit of space for Stallions to get back into the game, and you guys were able to stop that from happening. So just talk me through what happened on that final map where it got kind of scary.
能不能跟我们说一下，就是最后一把，你们当时心态怎么样？就是发生了一些什么？因为感觉你们前面优势很大，但是好像对面又开始就是打回来一点了。当时你们心情是怎么样？以及就是整体这个局面发生了一些什么样的变化？
可能因为卫星基地这张图就是赛前没开他们视频吧，因为没找到他们之前打的视频，然后就通过我们临场，尤其是进攻嘛，通过我们临场来判断他们阵型，然后来选择怎么打吧。
Well, it's mostly because we haven't actually researched much on the other teams, at least on this map. So we hadn't found any replays that they had for this particular map, so we weren't really familiar with some of the offensive strategies. And I think that they caught us unaware for like a few rounds over there, but we managed to hold our ground and win the series.
Yeah, of course. I mean, asking more generally about that then, what do you make of Team Stallions? I think they're a newer, younger team that have come into the tournament this year, and they have delivered on a few maps, suffered on a few others. Obviously, taking the first map against you guys, I think, was a surprise for many people. So what do you make of them as a squad?
能不能也就是对那个 Team Stallions 做出一个评价，就是你觉得他们这个战队，因为他们算是一个比较新、比较年轻的一个战队，而且也算是在对战某一些对手也算是拿下了几个地图，包括他们在第一个图上面获得胜利，很多人也没想到他们能获胜，能给他们一个评价吗？
他们这个战队打得非常好，因为之前就跟他们交手过嘛，然后他们几个人就是枪特别准吧，因为他们然后也年轻，然后也有冲劲。
I would say that they are certainly a very strong team. These guys are very young. Their aim is extremely solid. We've faced against them before, and also we know exactly how strong they are. So they are definitely a team to watch out for in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think a very exciting game overall, but I wanted to ask you about now what happens in the playoffs. We've obviously seen Baisha get knocked down to the lower bracket side of things, and you will avoid Evolution Power as well, at least for a little bit. So how do you feel moving into the playoffs, and are you getting your sights set on that first place, of course?
那后面你们即将打就是这个淘汰赛，而且呢，就是现在目前为止的话，你们虽然出现了，但是很多战队，比方说白沙，现在他们还要再打一轮。然后你们认为你们会遇见什么样的对手，以及你们认为你们夺冠希望有多大呢？
白沙后面进行的比赛，我觉得肯定是白沙能晋级的嘛。然后我觉得我们遇到对手其实，就是看遇到谁其实都差不多吧，只要需要我们打我们自己的就可以了。
Well, I'm sure that teams like Baisha, who are very, very strong, they can qualify anyway. So they have one more. They just simply have one more round to play. I think it doesn't matter who we face against the playoffs. You know, whoever we face against is the nature of competition. We have to play against them anyway. We just take each series as they come, and we'll move along. We'll move as far as we can.
Thank you very much, gents, and back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Scriv, for that breakdown with ZY. Great to hear from him after the victory. Obviously showing a lot of respect to his opponents, but also saying that they just got caught off guard because they weren't really prepared, which is not the best look, but also at the same time, they did come back and squash them in a couple of maps in a row. So probably true. Maybe they were caught off guard and didn't show them the proper respect at first, but were impressed by the end of it all, still took the win.
Yeah, it was kind of clear to me with the way they approached Eagle Eye, right? I think just the approach from Do, where it was very, like, loose in terms of how he was approaching that sniping position. And as soon as the chips were down, we switch over to Black Widow, and he says, you know what, guys, I will absolutely lock in. And just takes over with the 1-on-3s, with the 1-on-4s, and then continues that good look on Compound as well. And just the change in play from Do kind of tells the story as to how AG approached it. So I'm glad we got a little bit of a confirmation there from them.
And at the same time, Team Stallions, they don't get to walk away with nothing. They were able to walk away with the valuable experience of taking map 1. You can play with house money. Don't get too flustered and all that. And also being able to clutch in the rounds is the lessons that are being schooled here by all gamers to the members of Team Stallion.
Yeah, definitely teaching them a lot, today. So I'm sure they earned a lot from this matchup up against AG. Let's take a look at the matchup, or rather the MVP of the match after this one. As I went ahead and selected 12-22, I'm sure that Do is going to be on a lot of people's minds as the MVP. But for me, this guy was just the consistent one. Do was the flashy clutch one. 12-22, it just seemed like he was always there, always very reliable. Was putting up some great numbers for the majority of the first couple of maps. Fell off a little bit in map 3, but Yeah, that's why I selected him.
There was the sequence that he had in terms of that compound map where he has this global risk like sequence where he jumps back and forth and he jumps up onto the box, jumps over the door, catches a little bit of info. He's got this like smoke nade combo that he has that he bounces off the wall. He did that sequence like 3 or 4 times flawlessly at every point of that juncture. That's very difficult to do with how difficult the movement is, and I think that showcases to me how stable of a supportive element 1222 is on this team, and you need a player like that to make sure that players like Do can shine later on. So yeah, great pick there, Valdez. It feels as though he's not necessarily a guy that's going to jump off the page in terms of the numbers, but he's one to create the foundation for this team, and I always have an admiration for players like that.
And on top of that, sure, players like Do, ZY, ZQ, they all have their moments, but they also have the moments where they don't necessarily shine and gets knocked out from the lobby. And 1222, this guy, he is so reliable on all 3 maps, all the rounds. We haven't seen a moment where he fell back without going down without a fight. So, yeah, well picked, I say.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have to take a look at the brackets after this day of games that we have had here at CROSSFIRE for the Esports World Cup. Starting off with Group A, Al-Qadsiya did go on through. They advanced to the playoffs. They took that easy 2-0 over Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators will go up against King Zero Esports tomorrow in the decider match to see who is going to move on to the playoffs.
A very awkward decider match for both of those teams. I mean, I feel as though you've not gotten the best out of both of these teams consistently, but they both got a ceiling that could allow them to do some damage in the playoffs. I think that'll be a very hotly contested one. As we move over to Group B, this is the situation in which Q9 were able to march on through. They take down the best in the West. They take down Team Liquid as well, pretty comfortably, mind you. And I really do think from a macro perspective, I really liked what they had in store for us today. And honestly, now for Liquid and Rock, both of them really clamoring for that spot. And for Team Liquid, more importantly, that club championship spot on the line as well.
Yeah, was just talking to James Banks about it, but Team Liquid has put out a pretty good fight against Q9, so I still think they're pretty valuable. Let's go take a look at Group C's decider match. It's going to be Baisha Gaming. That was just brought down to the decider match against Team Falcons, but as a matter of fact, Baisha has beaten Falcons in the group stage earlier in the very first day, so don't know how that one's going to roll out.
I mean, it was the group of death, right? So for Team Falcons, it's going to feel bad if they get knocked out of the tournament by losing to Baisha Gaming, considered the best team in the world twice, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Sometimes you get unlucky with the draw, and you just got to step up and take the win if you really want to make playoffs for the side of Team Falcons. It's definitely not going to be easy on paper, but we've seen crazier things happen. As we move into Group D here, AGAL taking the 2-1 over Team Stallions, which I'm sure a lot of people would have predicted a 2-0 for that, but as ZY said, they got a little bit surprised. And so Team Stallions will go up against the winner of Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. Map number 3 is happening right now on the A stream, so you guys can check that out as well.
We talked about how scrappy that elimination game would be, and it absolutely is at this point. I think for Stallions, they'll be kind of licking their lips saying, like, we've got a little bit of a break now. We can at least take some time to reset. And again, taking a map off of AG is no easy feat. Having that in their back pocket, and that confidence moving forward is going to be fantastic. I think they have that self-belief now of saying that, yes, we can go up against the best of the best. This playoff spot should be ours. We should go deep in this tournament.
And even in the interview, if you think about it, one of the questions that Scriv asked was, how do you feel about the players on the Team Stallions? And sure, like how they just have performed out. Individual mechanics on these young players are absolutely cracked out and insane. So they have the individual mechanics, the micros are there. They just have to really get the macro going, and just gotta rely on the coach to just push that knowledge into their brains, as they're in school, just pushing it in. So gotta wait and see if Team Stallions can bounce back from this loss and push themselves back into the playoffs.
I think a lot of us are hoping for that. They definitely show a lot of promise, so just gotta perform on that level. And speaking of a player who performed, let's take a look at the Sony MVP of the day. It is going to be XQQ, and selected because I think just the matchup was such a close one against Baisha Gaming, and he was really super, super clutch. And yeah, just had to be the guy I went for.
Yeah, impact upon impact, right? We talked about him in the first day of play, the crazy clutches that he was able to provide there. And it's no difference here against the best team in the world. And getting a win like that over your own brethren is always going to be a sign of good times for EPG. And to have an XQQ in form, a guy that basically was the MVP of CFS 2024, having him in potential MVP form now as well for the Esports World Cup, that bodes very, very well here for EPG.
And for XQQ, the clutches that he has provided wasn't the craziest of all time, but if you think about it, put any of the other players in the Chinese region in the situation he was put in to provide the clutch, I don't think it's going to be possible. And XQQ was the one to do it, so yeah, well deserved, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, for tomorrow's schedule, definitely going to be interesting to go through all of those decider matches and see what's going to be going on. I think for me, definitely going to be looking at the Team Liquid one. There's so much on the line with the club championship. They have this decider match, and even if they do make it into playoffs, they still have more work to do there. So a lot to look forward to for that next day match. Is there anything else that pops out to you guys for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be completely honest. Liquid Rock is the match to watch for me personally, just because there is this hope for the West that Rock can potentially be that team to go into playoffs and start making some waves internationally, but they've got such a tough road, a real gatekeeper team in front of them. And if they could topple Liquid, I think that's a really cool story moving forward for them as well.
And Liquid as well, if they're able to just somehow get their feet into the, you know, club, gathering more club championship points, then that's also going to be one of the interesting stories to watch, as Counter-Strike 2 is also being played out right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to be looking at Baisha as well to see if they can actually make it into playoffs. It would be a huge upset if they don't make it. But guys, we are done here for CROSSFIRE at Esports World Cup. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to leave you with the Qiddiya top plays of the day, and have a good night.